free hand around to slap her tit. Fuck, yes, she squeals, tugging on her bound arms. Then she nods, my hand still gripped tight in her hair. Yes, it was a lie. Ryan, it was a lie. I was wet for you. God, I wanted you. She keens. The sound is so beautiful. I'll never tire of hearing it. I always want you. And are you wet now? I slide my hand over her stomach and down, cupping her between her legs. If I check this pretty pussy, will it be wet for me? She nods again. Yes. She widens her stance, rubbing herself against my hand. Check me, baby, please. Touch me. Fill me. Fuck. I give her pussy a slap, and she whimpers again, pushing herself against me. I decide when and how you get fucked. I rasp in her ear, planting a searing kiss to her throat. Then I dive in, slipping a finger between her pussy lips, sinking it into her warm center. I press into the second knuckle, and she drops her hips, trying to bury my finger deeper. I pull out of her, and she whines, so I give her pussy another playful slap. She gasps, pressing her ass against my hip. Ryan, please. Don't get greedy. You were the one who wanted to wait, remember? I smooth my hand over her pretty pussy, giving her some friction. I would live inside this perfect cunt if you'd let me. If I had my way, we'd never stop fucking. You make me feral, Tess. She hums in agreement, arching up until she can kiss the bottom of my chin. I've fucked you so many times in so many ways, but it's never enough. I shift my hips, letting my hard dick press against her ass cheek, my pre-cum smearing against her dimpled skin. Feel how hard you make me? How desperate I become at the feel of you naked in my arms? Yes, she whispers, kissing me again. What are you gonna do about it, wife? I drop my hand from her hair and she does a half turn, her arms still bound at the small of her back. She licks her lips, looking down at my hard dick. Then she glances to left and right, taking in the scuba divers. I want them to watch you put me on my knees. She looks up at me with such want in her eyes. Please, sir? Let me fuck you with my mouth. I smirk, cupping her breasts with both hands, pinching her hard nipples until she gasps. There's my good fucking girl. Show our guests how well you tend to your husband. Show them how you keep me satisfied. Smiling with the confidence of a queen, she lowers herself to her knees, her arms still bound behind her back. The scuba divers inch closer, and I smirk, tapping my wife's lips with the tip of my dick. Open for me, gorgeous. Take me deep. Nice and slow. Oh, that's it. She sucks my tip between her lips, her mouth so soft and warm, her tongue teasing as she flicks it at my tip. I run both hands through her hair, digging my fingers in gently as I rock against her mouth, holding her steady. She makes the most perfect little humming sounds as she sucks, teasing me from tip to root. Can I choke you? I ask, brushing her temple lovingly with my thumb. She hums her assent, and my shoulders go stiff. Holding tighter to her hair, I sink deeper into her mouth. That's it. Open for me, baby. Oh, fuck, you're so goddamn perfect. She makes a little choking sound as I tap the back of her throat. She tries to relax, breathing through her nose as she presses in again, sucking me deep. Fuck, that's a good girl. She pulls back and I let her. A string of saliva connects from my dick to her lips, and I take a mental picture of it to frame on the wall with the wedding pictures. my perfect temptress swallowing my dick. I love you so fucking much, I pant. Finish me, baby. With a smile, she opens her mouth and waits. Groaning with need, I grab her by the hair and sink back inside her hot mouth, filling her with each thrust of my hips. She makes the most exquisite choking noises, swallowing my hard length and gagging when I go too deep. Fuck, baby, I'm gonna... Pulling out at the last second, I grip my dick at the base and come all over my wife's perfect tits. Streams of my hot release paint her neck and chest as she closes her eyes and laughs, her head tipped back. I drop a hand to her shoulder to steady myself as I finish. With a smirk, she leans forward and licks the tip of my dick, stealing the last drop of cum before it can fall onto the glass. Release me, she commands. Without hesitation, I drop to one knee at her side and undo my belt, freeing her arms. I toss it aside, bringing both her arms around to kiss the faint pink marks on her skin. Slapping my hands away, she digs her fingers into my hair and pulls me in for an open-mouthed kiss. Breaking away first, she pants, her eyes fevered. Seeing as how our little scuba diving friends are still here, let's finish the show. I smirk. What did you have in mind? Leaning away, she lifts both hands and smears my cum on her chest. At the same time, she spreads her knees a little wider on the glass, giving anyone who swims under a view of her pink pussy. Lie down, Ryan. Right here on this glass. Lie down and let me ride your face. I never thought I'd be into this. I'm freakishly possessive about Tess. The idea of someone else watching us fuck, watching her, I don't know why I'm not under this villa dragging the divers out by their fins. But something about their total anonymity is making me bold. What my queen wants, she gets, I tease. Rolling to my side, I lie down, stifling a laugh when I picture what my bare ass must look like pressed into the glass. Whatever. I've got a great ass. Tess is still teasing her nipples, her palms sticky with my cum. She gets herself in position next to me. Pressing a cum-slicked hand to the glass, she braces herself and swings a leg over me, straddling my face. Her large breasts hang loose and free, her nipples peaked. My view is suddenly nothing but her peachy pink skin and her bright pink pussy. With a hungry groan, I arch up, lapping at her with my tongue. I grip her thighs, trying to pull her closer. Don't be shy, baby. Sit this fine ass down on my face and drown me. Ryan, I'm already close, she whines. Oh, God, they're watching us. I know. I can sense the presence of the divers under the glass. I hear the mechanical click of their regulators. Closing my eyes, I breathe out against the heat of my wife's needy cunt. Do you want me to stop? No, I want to come, she admits on a whimper, flinching as I lick her again. I slap her hard with both hands right where her thighs meet her ass. I don't give a fuck who watches us. They know they can never touch you. Who do you belong to? You, she cries. I slap her again. Who? You. Slap. Who? I bellow, my breath hot on her cunt. God, fuck. I belong to you, Ryan. I belong to you. Only you, baby. Only you. Leaving cummy handprints on the glass, she sinks down, her thighs spread wide and fucks the life out of my face, laughing as the divers watch her perfect tits bounce in their faces. My wife rides me like a queen, her hips grinding against my chin as I suck and lick, devouring her cunt. I snake 2 fingers into the crack of her ass, pressing in at her tight hole, and that sends her over the edge. She squeals, her thighs trembling around my face. Then she goes utterly still. Ryan, I'm gonna... Oh my God. Her pussy drenches me as she squirts. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna come again. That's only happened once before. I ride it out, groaning and flopping around like a fish under her as I suck on her clit, licking and licking until she screams and more of her juices leak out, flowing down my chin. I grip her ass cheek tight enough to bruise as I sink my tongue in her as deep as it will go, claiming whatever's left inside. She's a shaking, whimpering mess, muttering an unintelligible string of words as she spirals down off her climax. I lie there, dazed, my face drenched in my wife's pussy magic. We're both breathless, utterly spent. Beneath us, a squeegee squeaks along the glass. I layer the last of my clothes into my suitcase and close the lid, zipping it shut. Tess, you about ready, babe? The valet will be here in 5 minutes. Just a minute. I roll my eyes. She was the one who told me we had to hurry up and get ready to head to the airport, and then she disappeared in there like 30 minutes ago. Half her stuff is still scattered around the room. Our 2 days of bliss are over. Aside from our surprise scuba divers on day 1, we had no other unexpected visitors. We spent 2 perfect days lounging around, cooking and napping and swimming in the sea. Well, she swam in the sea. I swam in the infinity pool and kept a diligent eye out for sharks. And sex. We had so much fucking sex. I'm honestly a little sore. We had dinner both nights at the resort with the Prices and the O'Sullivans. On the second night, we skipped the golf cart ride back and instead walked down along the beach, holding hands and talking about our future. It was perfect. But now it's over. Back to real life. Tess will dive headfirst into planning her world domination of the conservation industry, and I'll be packing my bags to head out to youth hockey camp. I wonder how much it would cost to rent this for 2 more nights. We could swing that, right? Change the plane tickets and just pressure the city council to postpone their meeting, and the shriek from the bathroom has me dropping my shoes back to the floor. Ryan! I slip around the bed and move over to the bathroom. Tess? She flings the door open right before I get to it. She has an anxious look on her face, tears welling in her eyes. I reach for her with both hands. What happened? She steps back, raising something up between us. I focus my eyes on it, blinking as I register what it is. Tess, is that? Yes. My wife is holding a pregnancy test. My wife, who told me she can't have children, is holding a pregnancy test and looking at me like she just swallowed a rainbow. She's glowing from the inside out. I try to remember to breathe. I don't have all the facts yet. Everyone stay fucking calm. And is it positive? Yes. It's positive. She turns the angle of it, and I see a plus sign looking up at me. My wife is holding a positive pregnancy test because she's pregnant. Tess is pregnant. I close my eyes, heart racing. And, when did you, how long? Only a few weeks, I think, like, maybe 5. Rachel made me do it. I told her about the food poisoning, and she went out and bought me this in town. I've had it for 2 days. I didn't want to believe. Didn't want to hope. Hope? Well, I was told I couldn't have children. I tried with Troy, she adds softly. My gynecologist said it wasn't likely to happen for me, but look. She holds the test up with a trembling hand and gestures over her shoulder. There are 2 more in there. They're all positive. I'm pregnant, Ryan. And I need to know how you feel about it before I freak the fuck out even more than I'm already freaking out. I'm still processing. But you're on the pill. She just shrugs, her smile falling as she lets her anxiety creep in. Yeah, and that's usually like 93% effective, but... She looks up at me, dropping her hand to her side. She searches my face, tears filling her eyes. Are you not... What are you thinking right now? It hits me that I'm just standing here like a loading web browser. I bet I look like the world's biggest jackass. My wife's lower lip is trembling. She's about to cry. She told me she's pregnant with my miracle baby, and I'm just standing here. Remembering how arms work, I lunge forward, grabbing her shoulders. Oh, Tess, you're pregnant? We're gonna have a baby? She lets out a squeaky sound of assent. God, yes. In case you missed all my very unsubtle hints of freaking out waving a positive pregnancy test in your face, I'm trying to tell you I'm having a baby. Will you please have a reaction now? A laugh escapes me as I hold her gaze. I feel like I just swallowed a firecracker. My chest is fizzing, and I think I'm about to cry. I let her see all the emotions I was processing. My joy and fear, my pride, my love, my unbridled excitement. Stepping in close, I cup her face, pressing my forehead to hers. Tess, I'm so fucking happy. I kiss her forehead. I'm so happy. Her hands wrap around my wrists as she pulls away, looking up at me with those tears threatening to fall down her freckled cheeks. Yeah? You swear? I nod, kissing her forehead again. I swear, Tess. Wait, are you happy? Yes, she whispers. Ryan, I want this baby. I want your baby. It's a piece of you and a piece of me that we can love and hold and cherish. I'm freaking out. And the timing is terrible, and I have no idea how we'll manage with our crazy schedules, but I want this baby, Ryan. I smile, brushing my hands over her sunburned shoulders. Then, let the next adventure begin.
3. Waiting. Part 1. Tess. Note: this chapter takes place roughly 8 months after the previous chapter, Turks and Caicos. Please note that this chapter contains descriptions of a complicated, life-threatening pregnancy, and it ends on a cliffhanger, which is continued in Chapter 4. You want to tell me again what we're doing out here? Shelby walks at my side, sipping Diet Coke from her favorite metal tumbler, sunglasses on her head. We're pounding the sands of Jacksonville Beach, trying to get back to my house before the heavens open. I'm committed to getting 5,000 steps a day at least 4 days a week, I pant. And today is my last chance if I want to keep my record intact. Tess, you're 9 months pregnant, honey. You know it's okay to slow down a little, especially given your complications. I shake my head, breathing through my mouth. Nope, doctor said I'm fine to keep walking. It's good for me. Also, Cassie is home right now. Ah, there it is. I pause, wincing as baby girl gives me a sharp kick. I rub the side of my belly, glaring at Shelby through my sunglasses. What the heck does that mean? Shelby sighs, one hand on her hip. It's really not my business. Don't you dare, I say, snatching her tumbler from her and taking a sip. Fuck, it tastes so good. I just had to go and cut out caffeine at the start of this pregnancy. My whole anything for baby bullshit is making even me crazy at this point. Don't do what? Shelby replies, feigning ignorance. I rattle the ice in the tumbler at her. Don't do your whole, I'm a psychologist so I can't help psychoanalyzing my friends crap. You have something to say about Cassie? Say it. She just holds my glare, taking her cup back from me. Sounds like maybe you're the one with something to say. I said don't, I snap. If you love me, you'll just tell it to me straight. What's your problem with Cassie? Okay, well, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think she's taking advantage of your hospitality. I scoff. Ryan's bratty older sister called him 2 months ago with a dramatic sob story about her apartment and the evil landlord and the broken sublease. Before I knew it, I was watching him move Cassie into our guest room. It's only temporary, he said. Yeah, temporary my ass. Ryan is the world's biggest pushover, and Cassie knows how to manipulate all his weaknesses. Dead daddy issues? Check. Helping the helpless damsel? Check. Siblings against the world? Check. She's definitely taking advantage, I reply. What else you got? She gives me a sympathetic grimace. Things are still strained between the two of you? I turn and keep marching down the beach, my feet sinking in the shelly sand. Worse than strained. They're unbearable. Shelbs, you have no idea. I don't even want to go home if I know she's there. So she's effectively kicked the 9 months pregnant woman out of her own house? Hey, I like the beach. I pant, elongating my stride. And exercise is good for baby. Silver linings, Shelbs. Always gotta look for the silver linings. Tess, you'd rather walk in a thunderstorm than be alone with your own sister-in-law. Your situation is unsustainable. What are you guys going to do when the baby gets here? I groan, my hands rubbing my bump as I walk. I know. It's a fucking mess and I just want her out. I want my house back. I want my life back. So, maybe talk to Ryan. Oh, no, it can't be my idea. He has to be the one to do it. She's his sister, not mine. Ryan has to kick her out. The world's nicest man has to show his bratty, useless sister to the curb. Which means she's never leaving ever. I'm gonna die, and she'll be leaning over my coffin asking me where we keep the soy sauce packets. Shelby snorts a laugh, trying to cover it with a sip of her drink. That's why you want her out? Because she doesn't know where you keep the soy sauce? How about because she never lifts a finger to cook or clean? Oh, she can order herself a DoorDash with the click of a button, and use Ryan's credit card to do it. I add with a huff. Did I tell you she ordered herself a pizza last week and didn't even ask if I wanted anything? When I confronted her about it, she looked at me with a gooey slice of pizza in her hand and said, Are you even allowed to eat pizza in your condition? Shelby gasps. Oh my God, she did not. She did. I swear to God, Shelbs, I almost ate her. Shelby laughs. Her skills in weaponized incompetence are off the freaking charts. And Ryan doesn't see it. Or he does, but he's too nice to do anything about it. He just accepts that his sister is basically a terrible person. He just laughs it off as he pays her credit card bills. It's maddening. Sounds like it, Shelby says in sympathy. She bought a rowing machine, Shelby, and she actually asked Ryan if she could put it in the baby's room. When he told her no, she said, What's the big deal? Aren't babies just like the size of a football or something? Shelby laughs at my terrible impersonation. Oh my God, she did not. Yes! Why do you think I'm walking a marathon in a thunderstorm right now? I bet she's in my living room right now just whoosh, whoosh, whooshing on that damn machine. Why is she so into rowing all of a sudden? I roll my eyes dramatically. Because she just watched a discovery of witches, and now she thinks she'll meet a vampire boyfriend if she learns how to row like Diana. Shelby just shakes her head, biting back another laugh. We make the turn for my beach access point just as the first drops of rain begin to fall. We hurry down the boardwalk, squealing as we make it to the back of the house. Oh my God, Shelbs, oh my God! I snatch her arm and pull her to the side, leading her under the covered lanai. Look! Shelby peeks around me, peering through the wall of glass at the back of my house. Oh my... She covers her mouth with her hand and we both start to laugh. True to form, my sister-in-law is busy on her new rowing machine. I can't go in there, I whisper, shaking my head as I lean against the wall. She's gonna ask me if she can turn my closet into her home office. I just know it. Ooh, maybe she'll ask Ryan if she can have your bed because the guest bed hurts her back. Hush, you'll give her ideas. Shelby leans against the wall with me, her smile falling. Reaching out, she brushes a hand over my big baby bump. Tess, honey, you know I love you. You know I love baby girl. I sigh, rolling my head to look at her. I do, and? She smiles patiently. And you deserve to be at peace in your own home. Don't roll over on this out of fear that you might upset Ryan. You're allowed to have wants and needs, Tess. This is your home. This is your family. And boundaries are healthy. Tears sting my eyes as I place my hands on my bump. You okay? Did I overstep? I shake my head. No. And I know you're right. I think deep down, Ryan knows it too. Honestly, I think he's waiting for me to give him the green light. As long as I pretend I'm handling this, he's going to keep letting it happen. He would never hurt me, Shelps. If he knew this was hurting me, he'd kick her out, no questions asked. So what's the holdup? I grimace, glancing back inside my house. Cassie is off the rowing machine now and doing yoga stretches like she owns the damn place. Ever the Gemini, I give my friend my dark truth. I just really don't want her to fucking win. Honey, she's winning now, Shelby says gently. She's in the house, and you're standing out here in the rain like a stray cat. Yeah, but it feels like she's trying to break me, you know? She's testing me, trying to see how much I can take. That's how she wins. When she breaks me, when I finally go running to Ryan. I don't want to give her the satisfaction. Now Shelby is fully laughing. God, Tess, listen to yourself. This is not the Tess of now. This sounds like the Tess of 5 years ago who would watch her husband sneak his mistresses out the back door on a Ring camera. I blink in surprise. Wow, you really went there? I went there. Ouch, bitch. I add for good measure. She just shrugs. The truest friends tell you the truth, no matter how painful it may be to hear. You are not that Tess anymore. You don't settle, you don't hide, and you don't play games. I know, but you're afraid that since Ryan loved her first, it must somehow mean he loves you less, she says, practically stealing the words from my mouth, revealing that dark and painful fear. You're afraid of their history, their connection. I'm telling you, don't be. He loves you, Tess. You and baby girl are his whole world. Don't doubt that. I nod, sneaking another sip from her tumbler. Right. Thanks, Yoda. Anytime, she replies. So, what are you going to do? I let out a deep breath. I'm going inside my house. Her eyes brighten. You'll go in? Yes, Mom. Are you coming in with me? Heck no, she replies with a laugh. The last time I was alone with Cassie, she asked me if I've ever considered getting Botox for my crow's feet. I smirk, pretending to analyze her face. I mean, she's got a point. Yeah, fuck you too. She gives my shoulder a little shove. Just come inside with me. One little cup of coffee. Nope. Shelby, I have Oreos. She flips the hood of her little workout hoodie over her hair, ready to brave the rain. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I've got 4 monkeys waiting for me at home. Coward, I call to her retreating form. She just waves over her shoulder, leaving me to enter this circus tent alone. I slide open the glass door, slamming it shut rather harder than necessary. I smile with satisfaction as Cassie wobbles out of her warrior pose. Tess, God, you scared me, she says, hand to her heart. Warn a girl next time. I was in a total cool-down headspace. Warn you when I enter my own home? Yeah, cool. That's not weird at all, I say as I pass through into the kitchen. Here's the thing about Cassie Langley. She is apparently impervious to passive aggression. It's like the more passively aggressive I get with her, the less she seems to notice. Hey, I was thinking of heading down to St. Augustine today to go to this funky street art fair, she calls. Maybe get some lunch. Want to come? I go still, my hand on the carton of blueberries in the fridge. Is this happening right now? Is she volunteering to spend time with me in a way that doesn't actually sound horrible? I glance over the top of the fridge door to see her in sun salutation pose. You want to hang out with me at an art festival in St. Augustine? Well, yeah, she says, switching to Warrior 2 pose. I mean, you know the way better than me. I've only driven down there like once, so... She doesn't want to hang out with her pregnant sister-in-law. She wants a chauffeur. I snatch up the blueberries and slam the fridge door shut. You know, as fun as that sounds, Cass, I've got an invasive vaginal exam today, so I'm pretty much booked. So, you can't drive me? Is it not on the way? You're asking if the St. Augustine Art Festival is on the way to my OBGYN appointment in North Jacksonville? No, sorry. It's in the literal opposite direction. She mumbles something under her breath as she bends forward, touching her toes. If you wanted to be helpful, you could drive me to my appointment, I say, tossing a handful of blueberries into my dish of Greek yogurt. It's getting harder to comfortably fit behind the wheel. She lets out a bubbly laugh, rolling up to rooted tree pose. You know the seats can move, right? There's a little dial on the side and you can give yourself more room. I blink twice, spoon halfway to my mouth. Yeah, that is a neat little invention. Only problem is that I can't miraculously grow my legs at the same time. Hey, she pops up, jogging over to the kitchen island for her water bottle. You could Uber to the appointment. What? Yeah, it's perfect. I want to go to the festival, which means I need a car. You want to go uptown for your appointment, and you don't want to drive. So I'll take the car, and we'll just order you an Uber. I slap my little glass dish of yogurt onto the counter. I don't want to get my vagina prodded today, Cass. I have to. You know, because of the whole being 9 months pregnant thing. Not to mention I'm bleeding like a leaky faucet. You're not taking my car to St. Augustine and leaving me to fend for myself in an Uber. Now go put your damn shoes on. Her gaze darts from my face to the clock over the oven in confusion. But the art walk doesn't even start for like 3 hours. You're taking me to my doctor's appointment! I shriek, fleeing the kitchen. I have to make my escape before I do something I'll only partially regret. Like drag her rowing machine out to the beach and leave it for the pelicans. There's nothing more humbling than lying naked on a piece of wax paper with your feet braced in cold plastic stirrups, while a man who is not your husband puts his face near your exposed vagina and asks you about your bodily functions. And your bowel movements have still been regular? No loose stool or diarrhea? Asks Dr. Ballard. I stare up at the ceiling tiles, bracing as I feel him insert the speculum. My phone is in my hand, the call on speaker for Ryan, who is currently on his way back from a series of New York games. He's dutifully quiet, waiting for my response. At least my reluctant chauffeur is 3 buildings away getting herself a smoothie. She doesn't need to know how often I poop. Yeah, still regular, I think. Why? Loose stool can be a sign of impending labor, Dr. Ballard replies. The body releases a series of hormones to prepare itself, including prostaglandins, which act to purge the bowels so your uterus can begin to contract. I go still. I thought I wasn't going that far. We're not doing labor, right? Because of my condition? Dr. Ballard slides back in his swivel chair, clicking his headlamp off. That's what we're deciding today. We just want all the information before we move forward. But whenever there's a chance of placenta accreta, I like to be safe and opt for a C-section. It's easier to stop any possible bleeding if you're already open and on the table. I nod, blinking back my tears. And how sure are you, Doc? Comes Ryan's worried voice through the phone. About the placenta accreta. Dr. Ballard hums, tapping something out on his tablet. Well, you were right to call us when you noticed the heavy spotting last week. he says at me. Your ultrasound showed some possible signs of your placenta having attached itself to the uterine wall, but the image quality wasn't great. If we go ahead and schedule you for the C-section today, we can get you admitted to the hospital and get an MRI. That will be a better image, so we'll know more fully what to expect in the delivery room. Wait, today? I do my best to sit up, pushing up on my elbows. No, but my husband isn't here. I can't have this baby now. Ryan... I look to the phone in a panic.
Baby, it's fine,
he soothes, but I can hear it in his tone. His heart is breaking at the thought of missing it.
All that matters is that you're both healthy. Let me clarify,
the doctor says with a kind smile.
I would admit you today, and we would get you an MRI. We would monitor you overnight and have you on hand to slow your labor if it starts. We would likely proceed with the C-section in the morning.
But she's only 38 weeks, I say, shaking my head. She needs 2 more weeks. It's too early.
All her measurements look great, he counters. And the steroid injections we gave you promote rapid lung development. We're confident in a healthy outcome. If anything, she may spend a day or 2 in the NICU just to make sure all her vitals are strong.
I nod, brushing a hand over my bump.
You are my main concern, he goes on. You're already spotting heavier than is normal. To continue on to 40 weeks and risk the placenta tearing from your uterine wall could be fatal, Tess. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm your doctor, and I'm giving you the facts you need to make an informed medical decision. It just so happens that the facts in this case involve some pretty scary words like death. But you've done this before, right, Dr. Ballard?
Says Ryan through the phone.
You've delivered babies with this before and they've both been fine, right? Well, accreta is quite rare, he replies. It only occurs in around 0.2% of pregnancies. That being said, I have treated patients with placenta accreta before, as well as some more severe cases of accreta paired with a condition called placenta previa, which is when the placenta lies low in the uterus.
I look around the sterile room, my eyes locking on the poster showing the stages of a vaginal childbirth. The doctor already warned me on my last visit that a vaginal birth was likely out. He also said other scary words like postpartum hemorrhage and cesarean hysterectomy. Blinking back my tears, I turned to him. What's the mortality rate?
Tess,
Ryan says in warning through the phone. I think he might be crying. Tell me, I say at the doctor.
It remains quite low, Dr. Ballard replies. I believe current statistics sit around 7%. Well, 7% mortality means what? 93% of women live, right? Says Ryan. Babe, that's really good.
The doctor nods.
I am committed to doing everything in my power to ensure the safest delivery for you and your baby, Tess. My official recommendation is that we not wait. I think we should get you over to the hospital now and admit you.
I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. Ryan?
Yeah, baby.
When do you get home again?
Tonight. We touch down at like 10 p.m.
I let out the shaky breath, winking back my tears. Well, I think I'll be at the hospital when you get here.
I'll drive straight there.
I can hear in his tone he's trying to control his freakout. This is a lot for anyone to process. I know if he could, he'd teleport to me now.
I'll have them call ahead to the hospital and tell them you're on the way,
says Dr. Ballard, getting up from his chair.
Babe, have Cassie help you get everything you need. Go to the hospital, and I'll be there as soon as I can.
Ryan, I say, sitting up as soon as Dr. Ballard leaves the room.
Yeah, baby?
Stealing myself, I snatch up the phone, shifting my naked butt on this stupid wax paper. My heart is racing, my adrenaline pumping. All I can think about is the ordeal I'm about to endure. Letting this surge of energy fuel me, I unleash. Okay, look, seeing as there's a 7% chance I could die tomorrow, I have to tell you something, Ryan, and I need you to listen. And I really need you to not hate me.
Tess, what?
Do you love me, Ryan?
Of course I do, he says, his tone indignant. Babe,
Your sister has to go. A long silence fills the air.
What?
Taking a breath, I release the Tess Langley double barrel. Ryan Scott Langley, before you land on that plane tonight, you will make different living arrangements for your sister. Book her a hotel, rent her an RV, hell, buy her a damn house. At this point, I don't care. But I'm telling you right now that if I survive the birth of your baby and I come home to find Cassie's rowing machine in the middle of my living room, I will walk right back out of the house and set the whole place on fire. Do you understand? Another long silence.
Oh, thank fucking God.
I slip off the end of the exam table. What?
Babe, I've been so fucking miserable. I just didn't know how to say anything.
What?
Well, I couldn't be the guy who kicked his own sister out, right? I'm not heartless. But also, I think maybe I am.
Blame it on the hormones, or the news of my impending death, but now I'm fully crying. Wait, Ryan, are you serious right now?
Tess, my sister is a monster,
he says, his tone growing more heated by the second.
She spilled French fries in my car last week and just left them in there. French fries, Tess. All over my fucking car.
She washed my favorite knit cardigan and it shrunk 2 sizes, I say through sniffly tears. And now they're out of stock. Those last 3 words come out as little more than a mousy squeak.
I've asked her like every other day for the past 3 weeks when she's leaving, and she just keeps saying, "It's a tough economy out there, Ryan." Like, what the hell does she know about it? She hasn't had a job since she was 16, and they fired her for taking too many breaks.
I let out a sound somewhere between a snarl and a sniff. Stumbling forward, I snatch a few one-ply tissues out of the sad gray box on the sink. And I swear to God, Ryan, if she calls this a geriatric pregnancy one more time, I'm gonna yeet her into the sea.
So, my sister goes then, yeah? She's gone. Tonight.
No. I let out a deep breath, wincing as baby girl gives me a kick. No, I won't even be there tonight. She can stay one more night, but then she's gone. I will not come back from that hospital with my baby and have Cassie compare her to a football.
Right. Cassie is gone.
And you're telling her, I press. I'm having your baby, Ryan. You have to tell your shitty sister it's time to go. Our house is only big enough for 3 Langleys.
I'm telling her,
he says patiently.
I'll tell her tonight. Hell, I'll tell her right now.
I set the phone down so I can shimmy back into my dress.
Hey, babe,
he says, his voice softer. I flick my hair over my shoulder and snatch up the phone. Yeah? He's quiet for a minute.
We're gonna meet our daughter tomorrow.
Fuck. I thought I was done crying. Yeah, I squeak.
She's gonna be so beautiful, babe. Just like her mom.
Yeah. I dab my eyes with a fistful of the flimsy one-ply tissues. Hey, Ryan?
Yeah, baby?
I close my eyes, holding tight to the phone. Please come home.
I'm on my way.
If you're ready, Tess, then we're ready too. Dr. Ballard stands at the end of my hospital bed, cutting a dashing figure in his navy blue scrubs.
Give us about 15 minutes, and we'll go meet your little girl.
He gives a nod to Ryan before leaving the room. A few nurses remain, getting everything ready. Ryan just sits at my bedside, clutching my hand in both of his. He's not moving, not speaking. I think my poor sweet Virgo is just processing it all. This is so hard for him. I know how much he hates hospitals. He told me all about his dad's cancer and the long dying he experienced. Young Ryan had to watch helpless then, too. It's such a horrible burden, being the one who watches, being the one helpless to act. I hate that I've put him in this position again. But he's not complaining. He showed up late last night, straight from the airport. Mars drove him over, and Caleb and Rachel stopped by about 2 hours later with his hospital go bag. We spent a restless night trying and failing to sleep. How can I sleep knowing I might never wake up again? And Ryan definitely isn't getting any sleep. Not in a hospital. And he doesn't want to miss a moment with me. Looking at me, holding me, telling me how much I matter. We ended up lying in this narrow hospital bed together, him curled around me like a child. He cried as I brushed my fingers through his hair. I cried too. We said all the words we need to say. He knows how I feel. He knows what I want should things not go our way today. I'm empty now, limp and exhausted, like a wrung-out towel. At the same time, my body hums with restless energy. I'm fueled by adrenaline and fear and a fierce will to live. The odds of death are low. That's what I keep telling myself. And the MRI shows a mild case of accreta. Maybe this will be a quick and easy delivery. No muss, no fuss. Okay, so there's a little hope in there too. Adrenaline, fear, and hope. "Here you go, Daddy," chimes the nurse. "Time to get changed." She holds out a plastic bag containing a set of scrubs. Ryan takes them without looking at her. Staying right by my bedside, he strips out of his t-shirt and pulls on the scrub top. Then he drops his athletic pants, pulling on the scrub bottoms. "Here you go," says another nurse. "Cap, mask, and shoe covers. We'll give you a sterile apron once we get to the delivery room." He takes those items too, robotically donning them until he's standing next to my bed, looking like a blonde Patrick Dempsey. I reach out an IV-taped hand, ready to do anything to make him smile again. "This may be the drugs talking, but you look really hot, babe." He tries to find me a smile behind his mask. "Can you keep those for later?" I glance over my shoulder at the nurses. "Hey, can he keep these for later?" Nurse Erin laughs. "Honestly, I doubt you'll want him to keep a pair of used delivery room scrubs, hun." She leans over the bed, smiling at me. "But what if I sneak a fresh pair into your recovery room? Still in the plastic." She adds with a wink. "You're the best," I say on a sigh, closing my eyes. They gave me my spinal block a while ago, so I'm numb from the chest down. "It feels so weird," I mumble. "What's weird, baby?" asks Ryan, sitting back in the chair. "It's like I can't feel my feet, or my knees. It's like I just end. There's only half of me now." I roll my head on the pillow, looking up at him. "Would you still love me if there was only half of me?" Now he's smiling. He reaches down, brushing my hair back. "I love you any size or shape, Tess. Top half, bottom half, front half, even a side view would be fine. You're gorgeous in profile." I smile, tears stinging my eyes. "You're too good to me." He shakes his head. "No such thing." "All right, I think we're all set here," calls Nurse Erin. "You two ready to go meet little girl Langley?" Keeping my eyes on Ryan, I nod. "Yeah, I'm ready." They wheel me out of my room and down the hall to the operating wing, Ryan walking at my side. "Okay, Daddy, here's where we leave you for a few minutes," says Nurse Erin. "The scrub nurse will help you get situated out here. Once we have her in the room and Dr. Ballard is ready to start, we'll bring you in." His pressure on my hand tightens as he bends over the bed, kissing my forehead through the mask. "I'll be right there. Don't start without me." He lets my hand go and they wheel me away. Once we're in the operating room, I close my eyes and just lie back. I let them touch and jostle me, removing all my pillows and blankets. I'm poked and prodded as the hospital gown goes next. Then they're draping me. I feel so exposed. knowing everyone in this room can see every part of me. Usually, I don't mind being naked. I've got a great body and it's fun to show it off. But in this moment, every look and touch feels like a violation. It's violating because they don't want anything I have to offer on the outside. No, they intend to cut me open. Literally, they want a piece of what's inside. Like a mother dragon, I fight the urge to breathe fire. I have to keep her safe. I have kept her safe. She's mine. She's on the inside with me. Only Ryan gets to come inside with us. He's the only one we trust not to take without giving first. He's the only one we love. I need Ryan here. I know, hun, someone says beyond the drape. He'll be here in a minute. We're just getting you situated, and then he can come sit with you. I must have said the Ryan part out loud. A nurse comes and wraps an oxygen hose around my face, resting it under my nose. Someone else stuffs my massive red curls under a sterile surgical cap. I'm sure I must look completely ridiculous. I keep my eyes shut, blocking out all the noise and movement until I hear, "Hey, baby." I roll my head to the side, smiling up at Ryan as a nurse leads him back in. He looks anxiously around, taking in all the machines and doctors and nurses. His pretty green eyes are wide with fear. A large guy in teal nursing scrub shows him to the chair by my head. I turn my palm up on the operating table, my arm flowing with wires and tubes. Ryan takes it. Leaning down, he brushes his lips to my fingertips through his mask. Dr. Ballard explained everything in pre-op. They're moving forward with a standard C-section, but they're ready for the worst. If my accreta is worse than the scans show, if they can't safely remove my placenta, they may have to take drastic steps. I'm ready. I've signed all the forms. I know the risks. I just want my daughter safe. I want her in my arms. "We're about to get started here, Tess," calls Dr. Ballard. "How are we feeling?" "Good," I manage to say, my voice trembling. "You're in good hands. We'll take care of you and your baby," he replies. "With your permission, we'll begin." I look to Ryan. Tears fill his eyes as he looks right back at me. He's trying not to peek beyond the drape where I'm lying naked and exposed. "I'm ready," I say, giving his hand a weak squeeze. "Excellent. Then let's begin." The room is full of moving people and whirring, beeping machines. I don't know what any of them do except for the heart rate monitor. Ignoring the sharp bouquet of medical smells, I glance over at the monitor, watching the pulsing of my own heartbeat. It's oddly calming. It's a cadence I can breathe to, each pulse reminding me of one fact. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Ryan leans in close, his face pressed against mine. With his left hand, he brushes his thumb across my palm. His right is sort of wrapped around my head in the best we can manage for a hug. "You're doing so good, baby. You're so brave. I love you so much." I blink back my tears. "You know what her name is," I whisper. He nods. "And under no circumstances will you send her to a religious school. Promise me, Ryan. No plaid skirts and no Hail Marys." "I know." He squeezes my hand, kissing my forehead through his mask. "Kay has to teach her how to surf, and Jake has to teach her to ice skate. And please don't let Rachel talk her into getting any tattoos until she's at least 16.
"Tess,"
he soothes, cupping my face.
"Stop, baby. Everything's gonna be fine."
Mars has to approve anyone before she gets married. Promise me." He wipes away a tear as he nods.
"Yeah, babe. Anything you want." And Cassie isn't allowed to babysit her ever. Poseidon would make a better babysitter than your sister. He just keeps nodding. Tess, I love you. You're gonna be so good to her, I murmur. Such a good daddy. Just love her, Ryan. Love her like you love me and forgive her everything now. Stop talking like you're dying, he begs, not bothering to stop his tears. Okay, Tess, calls Dr. Ballard from beyond the drape. We're through the uterine wall, and we're about to meet your little girl. Are you ready, Daddy? Asks the nurse. Ryan leans away from me, wiping his eyes. What do I do? Once we pull her out, we'll give you a moment to hold her and say hello, says the nurse. But then we need to check her vitals. Ryan nods, still doing everything to avoid looking around the drape. In moments, a weak cry tears my heart in half. My daughter is here. Cord is cut. She's looking good, calls Dr. Ballard. Strong lungs. My daughter cries louder, furious at being born under such bright lights. I don't blame her. I don't like overhead lighting either. I'm a total nester. I like soft mood lighting, a few lamps, a fireplace, lit candles on the edge of a bathtub. Here she comes, says Nurse Erin. Arms out, Daddy. Ryan looks petrified as he forms a cradle with his arms. The nurse hands him our mewling wet baby. She's half wrapped in a birthing blanket, her eyes shut tight and her little mouth open on a wail. That's it, says the nurse. Hold her head. There we go. Want to show her to Mom? Ryan turns, arms trembling, as he lifts up our daughter. Let me see her, I say through my tears. Ryan, is she beautiful? She's so beautiful. He stands and leans over me, trying to show me a better angle of her face. She's squirming in the blanket, her little fists squeezed tight. Does she have a name? Asks the nurse at Ryan's shoulder. I nod. We're naming her after my best friend from high school. She was the first person who made me feel like it wasn't a burden to love me. That's so sweet. Does she know? I blink back my tears, looking at my daughter's angry pink face. Slowly, I shake my head. No. She died. Car accident. Well, now her name will get a whole new life. That's pretty special. I close my eyes, trying to blink away the bright spots in my vision. I wish someone would turn off the lamp in my face. So bright. Babe? Everything feels too bright, too loud. And my body feels so warm. Wait, they're taking my daughter away. I try to sit up, but I can't. Where are they taking her? Ryan wants her back. He's talking. What is he saying? Why won't they let Ryan hold her? Let's switch to general anesthesia. We have to get control of this bleeding. Ryan is back at my side, his hand in mine, his face pressed at my face. Tess, someone get him out of here, please. Ryan is all I see. He has such pretty eyes, green, like an apple. My whole body feels weighted, like I'm stuck in something sticky. I feel like a marble in one of those 6th grade science projects, dropping through layers of thicker and thicker liquid. Honey, corn syrup, thick black molasses. She's crashing. Tess, baby, please. Mr. Langley, you have to wait outside. I'm not fucking leaving. Tess! A scuba diver floats over my face. Bright lights twinkle over his head. Are we in the ocean? He holds a mask over my mouth, and I breathe deep. What was I breathing before? Is there no air in this room? That seems odd. I'm sinking. Sinking. Sir, you have to go. Tess!
Ryan's voice is the last thing I hear before everything goes black.
4. Waiting. Part 2. Ryan. Tess, no, please, fuck, just let me stay in there. I beg, but the nurse practically shoves me from the operating room. He blocks the doorway, letting it shut behind him. He's a big guy, but I think I could take him. Sir, I'm sorry, but we can't have you in there at this time. Just tell me what's happening. He places a hand on my shoulder. She's hemorrhaging. That means she's losing a lot of blood. I know what it fucking means, I shout, shrugging away from him. She has placenta accreta. Those 2 words have haunted me for the last 3 weeks. I've spent pretty much every minute I'm not on the ice or with Tess watching YouTube videos, listening to doctors explain it. Hell, at this point, I could probably become a spokesman for the condition. You're telling me her placenta is tearing through the wall of her uterus, right? You're saying the worst is fucking happening? Can they get it under control? Can they save her uterus or will they take it out? The nurse holds a passive expression behind his surgical mask. It's too soon to tell, Mr. Langley. Dr. Ballard is doing everything he can. I jerk my own mask off, stuffing it in my scrub pocket. Where's my daughter? He places a hand on my shoulder again. Let's just take a breath. I know this is scary. I shrug him off. Where the fuck is my daughter? I say again, louder this time. She was in my arms and then they took her away. Yeah, she'll be headed over to the NICU. They'll check her vitals and make sure all her oxygen levels and everything are stable. You'll be able to see her over there. In fact, you could go there now and wait for word on your wife. I lift both arms, ready to drag my hands through my hair, forgetting about the damn scrub cap. I tug that off too, shoving it in my pocket. What the fuck is happening? This is all so fucking fucked. 2 seconds ago, I was holding my newborn baby girl, and I had her in my arms. She was here, and she was mine. I had Tess, and I had my little girl. Now, I'm standing in this mint green hallway with no Tess and no baby. My wife is on the other side of a locked door, bleeding out. She's dying, while my little girl is somewhere in this hospital all alone, needing her mother. It feels like someone just poured a pot of hot acid into my stomach. I think I'm gonna be sick. Sir, I really have to get back in there. I push past the nurse and stumble over to a small blue recycling bin. Snatching it up off the floor, I hurl into it. My knees are shaking, arms trembling, there's blood on my scrubs. I have no wife, no daughter, I'm alone in this stupid mint green hallway. I'm all alone. Langley! Clutching to the trash can, I spin around, blinking under the bright lights. Langers, get over here! Sully waves me down, gesturing for me to come to the end of the hallway. He's standing with Jake and Mars. I glance over my shoulder. The nurse is gone, disappeared through the door. But I'm not alone. They're here, my team, my brothers. I stumble down the hallway towards them, all but falling against Sully as he puts out an arm to catch me. They kicked me out, I sob, my face pressed to his shoulder. They took her. I know, Sully soothes, his arms going around me. She was in my arms and they took her, I moan, not caring if they see me cry. Someone reaches in and pulls the soiled trash can away from me. I forgot I was even holding it. What's happening? Jake murmurs, his hand on my shoulder. Where's Tess? She's fucking dying. She's bleeding out, postpartum hemorrhage. Almost 1 in 10 women die. Hey, stop, Sully commands. You don't know that's what's happening right now. All you know is what was happening when you left, which is that she was bleeding. They could already have that under control. Novi and Morrow appear at Sully's shoulder. Novi is holding a big stuffy of our team mascot, Pelly the Pelican. It looks like he's wearing a pink Rays jersey with my number. Morrow clutches a bunch of sparkly pink balloons. Their faces look haunted. "What happened?" Morrow mutters. "Tess was bleeding," Jake explains for me. "That's all we know. Where's Rach and Kay?" "They were leaving the rink right after us," he replies, glancing over his shoulder. "They should be here any minute." "What about the baby?" asks Novi. My shoulders shake again as they all look to me. "I held her for all of 2 seconds before they took her away," I reply, voice breaking. "She was so beautiful, I had her in my arms and they took her." My words die as I press my face back to Sully's shoulder. "Oh, fuck that," Novi mutters, rage lacing his words. "Here, hold this." He shoves the stuffed animal at Morrow and stalks off. With gentle hands, Sully leads me over to a row of chairs. We're in some kind of waiting room nook. A nurse's station sits a short way down the hall. 2 women behind the counter watch as we shuffle over to the chairs. "Ryan, stop," Mars says at my back. "Take this off." Sully loosens his hold on me and I look down. I'm still wearing the operating room gown thing. It's splattered with blood and birth matter. Mars unties it and Jake slips it off my shoulders. Sully bundles it up and takes it over to the trash can. I sink down onto the chair as Novi approaches the nurse's station. "Yeah, hi, Lucas Novikov," he says in a raised voice. "I'm here with Ryan Langley." He points his thumb over his shoulder at me. "His wife just had a baby and you guys took her from him. We'd like to know where she is, now." I hear the soft voice of the nurse, but I can't make out her words. "Well, is she stable?" Novi asks. "Can she leave the NICU? Call down and ask." He drums his fingers on the counter. "Yeah, it's Ryan Langley. Langley. Wife is Tess. They had a baby girl all of 10 minutes ago and..." A second nurse says something else I can't hear. Something about risk and infection. "Okay, well, his wife is fucking dying and his child was just ripped from his arms," Novi shouts. "And you just said she's stable, right?" "Yes, but..." "You said there's nothing wrong with her." "Yes, great. So what I'm saying is that someone is going over to that NICU and getting this man's stable, healthy baby and bringing it to him now. Sir, we can't just... Either you can go get the baby and not get arrested because you work here, or I'll do it and definitely get arrested," he shouts. "I'm fine with either outcome, but someone is getting my friend his baby, Tanya. I assume we're flipping for it." The asshole actually reaches into his pocket and fishes out a quarter. The nurse huffs a response before stalking off. Novi turns and saunters back over to us, stopping at Morrow to retrieve his stuffed pelican. "I'm gonna be bailing you out of jail tonight, aren't I?" Morrow says with a shake of his head. "Hey, anything for my new niece," Novi says with a shrug. "We Rays gotta stick together, right? Especially when it comes to the baby Rays." He drops into the seat opposite me, the pelican perched in his lap. I feel emptier than a cracked coconut. There's nothing left. It's all behind a locked door with Tess. Breathing feels like a chore. I'm actually having to remind my body to pull air back into my lungs. From the seat next to me, Mars reaches out, placing his hand over mine on the armrest. He doesn't say anything. He just sits there, holding my fucking hand. Fuck, I'm gonna cry again. Before I work out whether I actually have more tears in me to shed, Novi leaps up. "Oh shit, I think that actually worked." I follow the line of his gaze down the hallway and my heart fucking stops. The dark-haired nurse Novi yelled at is wheeling a plastic baby cart towards us. The nurse at the station steps around with a box of masks in her hand. "Everyone needs to put on one of these, please, and sanitize your hands." Without hesitation, the guys all dig into the little cardboard box, pulling out a surgical mask and slipping it on. Mars hands around a bottle of toxic-smelling hand sanitizer. He squirts 2 pumps into my hands and I slick them together, not caring as the sting of the chemicals burn the open cuts on my knuckles. I'm on the edge of my seat as the dark-haired nurse wheels the baby cart over. Inside, my little girl is awake, squirming and mewling in frustration. "I need to scan your wristband," says the nurse, holding out a little phone-sized tablet. I stick out my arm with the plastic hospital band. She scans the barcode. Then she scans a code on the end of the clear baby thing. When it beeps twice, she nods to the other nurse. Blonde nurse reaches in and plucks out my baby. "Here she is, baby girl Langley. Vitals are strong. She's a healthy 7 pounds, 5 ounces. I'm shaking like a leaf as she places my daughter in my arms. I look down at her, taking in the pink of her cheeks and the creases around her eyes. She's a whole, tiny person. She's my person. "If you'd like, you can do some skin-on-skin contact with her," the nurse offers. "She'd probably like that. It would help her calm down." I tear my eyes away from her and look to the nurse. "What do I do?" "Taking your shirt off is a start," Novi teases. "Here." Sully reaches out for the baby and I actually have to fight the urge to pull away. He's not trying to take her, he's trying to help me. I hand her over. She doesn't like being jostled and she starts to cry louder. "I'm sorry, pretty girl," he coos through his mask. "I'm not trying to make your day any worse, I promise. We'll hand you right back to Daddy." "Shirt off," Mars mutters next to me, his words muffled by his mask. Remembering what I'm supposed to be doing, I jerk my scrub shirt off and hand it to him. Novi wolf whistles, and the guys laugh. The nurse helps Sully get the baby out of her blanket bundle. Now she's really screaming. Sully hands her back to me, her face squished in a rage. I take her. Following the nurse's instructions, I lean back and let her recline on my chest. Her little naked body feels so weak and frail against mine. Her bones are so tiny, her knees curled up and her arms tucked under her tummy. She's no bigger than a chicken. I'm terrified I'll break her. Why are babies so delicate? As I lean back, my hand braces her diapered bottom. The nurse takes a pair of baby blankets and covers us both, tucking the blanket in around my shoulder and under my arm. All the while, my poor little girl cries, hating every second of this. Her crying is going to make me cry. I can't fucking bear it. Only an hour old and she's already so unhappy. "Babies like to share our warmth," the nurse explains. "And when you hold her on your chest, her little body gets soothed by the feel of your heart's rhythm. It makes her feel like she's in the womb again. Just give her a minute to relax. Keep your body still and..." She smiles as the cries begin to simmer. "See? She's calming right down." The nurse moves away, leaving us with just my little girl. "Does she have any hair?" Jake asks from the other side of Mars. I look down at her tiny head. She's wearing a little pink and blue striped baby hat. "I don't know," I admit. Ever so gently, Mars reaches in and peels her hat off. She turns her face towards him, her nose scrunching up like she might cry again, but her cheek just goes slack against my chest instead. Her little pink lips are parted in a pout as she falls asleep. "Only a little," Mars says to the group. "It looks red." Of course, my girl would take after her fierce mother. I never stood a chance. "What color are her eyes?" asks Morrow. I shrug again, calmer now that she's calm. "She hasn't opened them yet." "And eye color can change," adds Sully. "Joshie was born with blue eyes and now they're brown." "What are you guys naming her?" asks Novi. I look down at her again. In all the chaos, we didn't even get a chance to say it out loud. I brush my thumb along her back, feeling the silky smoothness of her skin. God, she's so tiny and fragile. Curling forward, I inch her up on my chest a little and kiss her downy head. As soon as my lips touch her body, I break. The guys say nothing as I fall perfectly apart, hands clutching to my daughter as I cry for her mother. I'm so fucking scared. I just need someone to walk out the door and tell me Tess is alive. Sully and Mars both wrap an arm around me. Jake, Novi, and Morrow all pulled their chairs closer, each placing a hand on me too. My knees, my thigh. They sit with me as I rock my little girl and cry, tears falling silently down my face. At some point, Rachel and Caleb arrive. "Oh, Ryan," she says in greeting, tears already pouring down her face. I didn't even have to say anything. She already knows. Thank God. I can't say it again. I can't say the words. I can't tell one more person that my wife might be dying. The guys make room for her. Jake stands, his arms going around Caleb as Rachel takes his chair. She leans in, hand on my knee, as she peeks over the blankets to see the baby. "She's beautiful," she whispers, squeezing my hand. I nod. There's nothing else to do, and I don't trust myself to speak. "Mr. Langley?" We all jolt, everyone dropping their hands away from me. I look up into the face of Nurse Erin. She's an older lady with curly gray hair, now hidden under a scrub cap. Tess likes her. She's been with us since last night. "Just tell me she's alive," I beg, my voice breaking. She smiles, and I can fucking breathe again. "She's alive. Dr. Ballard got the bleeding under control." "Oh, thank God," says Sully, dropping his forehead to my shoulder. "Thank you, Jesus," Morrow mutters. Rachel falls apart. She practically crawls into Mars's lap as she sobs with relief. Erin's smile falls, and I go still. "What is it? Just tell me." Rachel lifts her head off Mars's shoulder, glancing from me to the nurse. "Dr. Ballard did have to take a more radical approach to stop the bleeding," she explains. "Your wife already consented prior to the surgery. She knew this was a possibility." I let the air out of my chest, my hand brushing up to cup my baby's head. "You took out her uterus." Erin nods. "It was the most efficient way to control the hemorrhaging. I'm sorry, Mr. Langley, but removing it really was the best option." I close my eyes for a moment, giving myself exactly 3 beats of my heart to grieve for the children we'll never have. When I open them, I look down at the perfect little life in my arms. We have one, and one is enough. Even if Tess still had a uterus, I would never put her through this horror again. God, I'd fucking die first. "When can I see her?" I ask. "Dr. Ballard is just finishing up now. He has to close her incision, and she'll spend a bit of time in the ICU. "When?" I say again. "I'd give it an hour." I let out a shaky breath. An hour. 1 hour, and then I can be with Tess again. We can be a family again. "Would you like us to take the baby up to the NICU while you—" "My daughter stays with me," I say over her. She gives me a patient smile, but says, "I'm sorry, Mr. Langley, but hospital policy states that newborns can't go in the ICU. If you won't let the baby go back to the NICU, you'll have to wait until Tess is in a recovery room." "Then I'll wait," I reply, my hands seeping warmth into my sleeping baby. I look to Mars and Rachel. "Tess would want me to hold her, right? Keep her safe?" Mars nods. "Yeah, man, we'll all wait with you," says Jake. "We're not going anywhere," Rachel echoes through her tears. Nurse Erin smiles.
All right. Well, when she's moved back to her room, I'll come find you both.
Thanking her, I settle back in this stiff, uncomfortable chair. Closing my eyes tight, I let myself breathe. She's alive. Tess is alive.
Best possible news, man, says Novi. Tess is alive, baby is alive. That's all that matters.
I nod, gently brushing my thumb over my daughter's temple. Novi's right. My girls are all that matter.
Ryan?
I jolt, blinking my eyes open. Did I really fall asleep in a fucking hospital? My hands curl protectively around the baby asleep on my chest. My baby. I look down, anxious to watch her little body rise and fall with a breath. I sigh with relief when she does. She's breathing, she's sleeping, she's content in my arms. I turn my head and tears fill my eyes. Tess is looking at me. Her eyes are open. Oh, baby. I scoot forward in the chair. You're awake. I look at the clock on the wall of this small recovery room. They only let me in here about 20 minutes ago. Tess was passed out and the nurses told me to let her sleep. Now she's awake and tears fill her eyes as she lifts a weak hand, reaching for the baby.
Is she okay?
I nod. Yeah, baby, she's so perfect. She's been sleeping on me this whole time. Her vitals are strong. The nurses checked them again just before we came in here. They keep asking to take her away, but I won't let them. I can't put her down. Tess, I feel like I'll die if I let her go. A tear slips down her cheek as she smiles.
You're such a good daddy.
She turns her head away, eyes closed with her face pointed to the ceiling.
I knew you would be.
Something about her tone sets me on edge. Wait. Why are you crying? She sniffles, raising a hand to wipe her eyes.
Because I'm just so happy. And I'm so jealous I could scream.
My eyes go wide. Jealous? Why?
Because I want to hold her too,
she says on a whimper.
But I don't want to take her away from you.
My heart stops. Oh, baby, no. I stand, leaning over the bed. Tess, honey, I want you to hold her. You can take her from me. Are you kidding? She's yours, Tess. The nurses can go fuck all the way off, but I'll gladly give her to you. She needs you. She needs her mom. Her hand is pressed flat against half of her face as she cries.
I almost died.
Now I'm fucking crying again, my heart shredding into ribbons. I know. Both her hands come up to cover her face like she's trying to hide her pain from me.
I was so scared, Ryan. I could hear you, but I couldn't see you. I couldn't move. I couldn't hold her. My own baby.
Before I can respond, there's a knock at the door and the nurse comes in.
Hey, Miss Tess,
Her eyes go wide as she takes us both in. Help me, I say at her in desperation. She hurries forward.
What do you need?
Help me give her the baby. She needs to hold her baby. Tess sobs as the nurse moves around the other side of her bed. Asking no questions, the nurse sets to work raising Tess's bed up a little.
Okay, Mama, here we go. You want to do a little skin to skin? That'll feel good, huh?
She unbuttons the shoulder of Tess's hospital gown, folding down the flap enough to expose half of her chest. Then she's around the bed and gently untucking the blankets around me.
Daddy, hand her over to Mom. Are you ready, Tess?
Tess is still a crying mess, hands shaking as she reaches out.
I lift the baby off my chest and she immediately starts to squirm and cry. The sound tears me apart. I'm sorry, I say at them both. I'm so sorry. I place the baby on Tess's chest and she clutches greedily to her with both hands, her tears flowing as the baby squirms. The nurse covers them both with a pair of blankets, folding down the corner so I can see our daughter's face nestled against her mom's freckled skin. Deep breaths, Mama, says the nurse. You feel better now? Yeah, separation anxiety is perfectly normal. You worked hard to grow her. You just wanted to meet her, right? You'll be okay. Tess sucks in gulps of air as she tries to make soothing noises, her hands brushing over the baby's back. Dragging the chair forward, I sit and put both my hands on hers over the blankets. She stills, only her shoulders still trembling. She's safe, Tess, I say. She's here, and she's perfect. You did such a good job. Look at her. She's yours. I think I see some red hair there, teases the nurse. And you both have those gorgeous green eyes. She'll be a beauty. Tess looks down with a weepy smile, inspecting every inch of our daughter's face. Do we have a name picked out yet for little Miss Langley? I can get that paperwork started if you'd like. No rush if we're still deciding. No, we've decided, says Tess, her breathing slowing now that the baby is settled against her. She looks to me. We've decided, right? Of course, I reply. Tess, you love her name. Have you changed your mind? She shakes her head, fresh tears in her eyes. No, but I thought maybe you know her better. Maybe it doesn't fit her personality. You've known her longer than me. I cup Tess's cheek, wiping away her tears. I haven't known her longer. You're her mother, Tess. You've got 9 months on me from now until forever. You know our little girl. Say her name. It's not real for me until you say it first. Tess looks back down at her, stroking her silky pink cheeks with a gentle finger. Emma, she murmurs. Her name is Emma. Emma Rose Langley. I've heard her say the name 100 times in the last few weeks, but it's only in this moment that it feels real. I look at my wife holding my daughter, and it feels like my entire being expands. It has to, because I have to make room for this new life, this new miracle. Emma is here. She's mine, and she's ours. My Emma, my baby girl. Leaning over the bed, I kiss first her, then her mother. I place a hand on both of them, willing myself to remember every facet of this moment. The pink of Tess's cheeks as she cries, the clicking of the machines above her head, the metallic smell of lemony hospital cleaner faint in my nose, the shape of my daughter's tiny body under the blankets. I'll remember this later as the moment I first felt like a father. I'm not just Ryan Langley anymore, and I haven't been for a long time. For over 2 years now, I've prided myself on being Tess's partner, someone worthy enough to claim her and love her. A year ago, we changed that title to husband. In this moment, I get to add a new title to the list. From this moment, and for the rest of my life, I'm Emma's dad. 5. No exit. Jake. Note: this chapter follows directly after the events of Chapter 4 in Pucking Ever After Volume 1, IKEA. Rachel is in labor with her first child. Her labor is non-life-threatening. Sir! Hey, sir! A hospital security guard flags us down as Caleb pulls up with a screech in the ambulance bay of the downtown Jacksonville hospital.
You can't park here. Heart racing, I swing open the back door, launching myself towards an empty wheelchair at the same time. It sits waiting next to the automatic double doors. The guard grabs my arm as I rush past. Sir, you have to move this car. I round on him, jerking my arm free. I swear I feel like I'm about to burst out of my skin like one of those birthday party confetti poppers. Hey, asshole, why not try helping us instead of standing there shouting, my wife is having a baby in the fucking car? He lets me go, glancing in the back seat, expecting to see a horror show. Jake, Rachel calls. Babe, I'm fine. I rush back, the wheels of the chair rattling as I drag it over for her. Mars climbs out of the front seat and slings the strap of Rachel's hospital go bag over her shoulder. Of course he's being Mr. Cool, Calm, and Collected about all this. I bet he was looking for any reason to leave his IKEA birthday party early. The imminent arrival of little baby Flurp is an ironclad excuse. The guard takes in Rachel's relaxed, seated posture. No sign of blood or screaming. Get her inside, he says at me. And then move this damn car, he shouts through the open door at Caleb. We've got an ambulance inbound in 4 minutes. I barely hear him as I focus on helping Rachel slide out of the back seat. She groans as her body unfolds. Babe, I can walk just fine, she says through a deep breath, stepping around the wheelchair. My contractions are still like 7 minutes apart, and I told you not to pull up here, she calls over her shoulder at Caleb. Rachel, you're having our baby, I say at her. Get in the wheelchair before it falls out on the freaking pavement. She just laughs, shuffling her way over to the ER doors. Behind us, Kay drives off shouting, I'll find you inside. Come on, please, babe, I call after Rachel, pushing the empty wheelchair like an idiot. Will you just sit down and let me push you? Walking is good for me, she says through a heavy breath, one hand bracing her basketball of a baby bump. Promotes natural labor. Mars crosses around behind me, offering her his arm. They lead the way into the ER intake area, leaving me to follow behind, pushing the empty chair. All right, so am I being a little overly dramatic right now? Yes, obviously, but this is my first kid. I'm sure when we're on number 4, she'll go into labor while we're at a game, drive herself to the hospital, and just call us when it's over. But in this moment, with this baby, yeah, I couldn't find my chill right now if I was Dora the freaking Explorer. Mars gets her checked in while I lose the damn wheelchair. Meanwhile, Rachel just sways on her feet, head tipped back, rubbing her bump. This is the hospital where we did the free birthing classes Poppy recommended, and Rachel's OBGYN is already being called to let her know she's here. There's nothing left for me to do but wait, which just so happens to be one of the things I'm worst at. I have a feeling that before all this is over, Caleb will be locking me in a supply closet just to give them all a break. He comes up behind me, hand on my shoulder, looking frazzled too. You wouldn't know it if you don't know Kay. Outwardly, he looks as calm and collected as Mars, all slouchy in his band tee and faded jeans. But I know Kay. It's his hair that's giving him away. His dark auburn curls are a mess, like he keeps running his hands through them. As I think the thought, he lifts his free hand and does just that, dragging his fingers through the mess, giving the top a little pull. What's happening? He says, glancing around. Why are we just standing here? Mars has her checked in. He catches my grin and glares at me, his dark eyes narrowing. What? Nothing, I reply, still smirking like an asshole. You're just cute when you're nervous. His glare deepens as he raises a subconscious hand, flattening his curls. I snort, and he drops his hand again. You want to be in this hospital for real? He jabs at me. Because we can make that happen. I laugh. This is helping, actually. It's distracting me. I'm up for a fun little case of foreign object removal, I tease. So long as you're the foreign object. He puffs out his chest, his face murderous as he readies a reply. Rachel Price? A nurse in bubblegum pink scrubs stands at the side of the intake desk, holding a tablet and smiling our way. Caleb instantly deflates, his gaze darting to Rachel. I duck over to her side, taking her hand before Mars has a chance to reach out. The nurse smiles from Rachel to me. She's perky and blonde and has one of those personalities that just screams, "I love babies." I bet she's wanted to be a nurse all her life. I bet she dressed up as one for Halloween at least twice. "Okay, Mommy," she says in a sugary, sweet voice. "We're just going to take you back and do an initial exam. You say your water broke?" "Mm-hmm," Rachel replies. "About 40 minutes ago." 34 minutes ago, Mars corrects over my shoulder. The nurse looks to him, eyes wide before turning back to Rachel. "Any contractions yet?" Rachel nods. "Yeah, like 7 minutes apart." "Closer to 6.5 now," Mars corrects again. "Are you going to be doing that all night?" Kay asks for all three of us. Mars turns on him with a scowl. "She's the medical professional. She needs accurate information." "I appreciate that," the nurse replies sweetly. "Well, for now, I'll take you back for a quick exam," she says at Rachel. "Daddy, you're welcome to come too," she adds at me. "Your other guests can wait here or head down to the cafeteria. If the doctor decides to admit you, they can always meet you up at your room on the L&D floor." "Oh, no, we're all the daddy," I say quickly. She glances between us. "You're all..." She looks back down at her tablet. "Wait, is this like a surrogacy case? 'Cause that's not in the chart." "No," Rachel replies patiently, still swaying as she breathes. "It's a pernicious case of polyamory, Caitlin," Caleb drolls. "Careful, it's catching." She glances up from the tablet. "What?" "These are my husbands," Rachel explains, waving a hand at us. "All three of them. Can you please just take me back to see Dr. Varma?" The poor girl looks like a cartoon character at this point. Her cheeks are blooming pink as she looks at us, her gaze settling on Mars again. Yeah, the cute blondes always go for him. Since we took our relationship public 2 years ago, fans even do polls and shit like fuck, marry, kill, and who would you choose? I'm competitive enough to let it rankle me knowing just how many people want to fuck my K, marry Mars, and kill me. Whatever. I'm the glue of this whole dynamic. And poor Nurse Caitlin is shit out of luck. So long as Rachel is breathing, Mars will never look at another woman as anything more than a room decoration. None of us will. Even now, he's searching her face, studying it, waiting to see any sign of distress. He's focused like a laser on our wife, his beginning and end. "Okay," says Nurse Caitlin, tapping out something on her tablet. "Let's just take you back then, Mommy and Daddies," she adds, still blushing. We follow after her as she leads us down a half-lit hallway towards a small intake room. 3 hockey players and a pregnant woman in a broom cupboard-sized exam room. I lean down, giving Rachel's hand a squeeze. This is gonna be fun. 3? Rachel whines, her head falling back against the pillow in defeat. "Only 3 centimeters? "I'm sorry, Rachel," says Dr. Varma from between her legs. Rachel groans, and I do too. She's been at this for ages. They admitted her last night around 9 o'clock. She was hardly dilated, but since her water broke, the doctor said it was safer to just keep her here. Something about sterile environments. Well, it's been over 10 hours now. We've walked a half marathon up and down these hallways. She's bounced on her exercise ball and eaten her weight in ice chips. All the while, she's toughed it out through every contraction, doing little more than clenching her jaw and groaning to let us know it's even happening. We're just not getting anywhere. She was at 3 centimeters 3 fucking hours ago. They finally upped her Pitocin drip, which is only bringing her contractions closer together, so she's suffering more with less progress to show for it. She's not pacing anymore, no more trying to make bad jokes as she bounces topless on her exercise ball. She's just lying on the bed, doubling over with each contraction. We watch each one spike on the monitor, trying to help her breathe through them as best we can. After 10 hours of tagging each other out, I'm restless. Mars is tired and Kay is numb. Watching our girl struggle like this, knowing it's us who put her in this position, yeah, it really fucking sucks. We get that this is the process. We all wanted this baby. We all tried for it, but we're men of action. We don't watch other people do the hard work. We roll up our sleeves and do it ourselves. So watching our girl do the hardest work of her life has us all feeling useless and on edge. What I wouldn't give to trade places with her, even if only for a few rounds of these damn contractions. She needs a break. She needs to rest. As if Dr. Varma is reading my mind, she pushes back in her wheelie chair, looking up at Rachel from over her glasses. I think it's time we revisit our conversation about the epidural. Mars instantly perks up at mention of a medical procedure. He pushes off the mini sofa to come stand behind me. No, Rachel pants. I don't want an epidural. He just needs more time. And you need rest, Varma presses. I'm slowing your Pitocin drip back down. No, she cries, curling herself around another contraction. Doc, isn't that like going backwards? I ask. She looks to me. Pitocin can sometimes only take us so far, she explains. It imitates labor by forcing the uterus to contract. Sometimes this kickstarts the body into doing all the other natural processes of birth, including dilation, but that's not the case with Rachel. Every contraction is putting her and the baby in distress, and she's not dilated enough for delivery yet. So what will the epidural do? Asks Caleb from the sofa. It will block the pain she's feeling as she continues to contract, the doctor replies. More importantly, it will give her a chance to rest. I said I don't want an epidural, Rachel pants. That wasn't part of the plan. You need to conserve your strength, Varma counters. You've been in labor for nearly 12 hours now, and you have a while to go yet if you're going to deliver this baby vaginally. You need a break, Rachel. A few hours rest while we let the medicine and your body continue to work, and then you'll be ready to push. This is my official medical recommendation. Rachel blinks back tears of frustration, her hand on her stomach. The sight of the IV taped to her hand has me cringing. This is the fucking worst. I just want to know what I can do to help her. I want to take away this pain. Fast forward to tomorrow when our baby will be safe in our arms. Doc Varma pulls off her blue surgical gloves with a snap, tossing them in the trash. I'll give you a few minutes to discuss, but you know what direction we'll need to head if we can't get you to dilate and you're too tired to push. Rachel nods, a tear slipping down her cheek. A tingle of fear creeps down the back of my neck. Are they talking about a C-section? They want to cut my girl open from hip to hip? Oh, fuck no. Varma steps out with her intern shadow, and I lean forward from my spot in the chair, gently taking Rachel's IV-wrapped hand in mine. Rach, it sounds like an epidural is the way to go. You're so tired. I have a birth plan. You all agreed. You said you'd support me in this. Yeah, but only so long as it was safe, Caleb counters, getting to his feet to stand at my other side. The human body can only handle so much, Rachel. You're burning out. The epidural will numb the pain and let you relax. Let you gather your strength for the delivery. Rachel, she mutters, her hand limp in mine. What? I say, leaning closer, elbows on the bed. She turns her head, glaring over her shoulder at us, sweat glistening on her brow. Her dark hair is thrown up in a messy bun.
I can't take much more of this, she warns.
Which is why you need to rest, Caleb presses.
Not this,
She says, her hands still clutching her belly.
this. You, all three of you.
What did we do? I say for all three of us.
You've all been freaked out since we left IKEA,
She groans, rolling to her back.
You're looking at me like I'm a monkey in a zoo and treating me like a bomb you're trying to defuse without instructions, all calling me Rachel, like we're coworkers. It's driving me fucking crazy.
Well, we are coworkers, I say with a smirk. Her head rolls on the pillow to glare at me, her pouty lips pursed in anger. The ER nurses made her take out her septum ring on intake. All jewelry had to go. She looks naked without it.
I'm not made of glass, and I'm not dying,
She says, glancing between us.
The whimpers of pain you hear are just weakness leaving my body. I was made to fucking do this. I've carried this baby for 9 months. I've kept him safe. I will see us both to the finish line, so help me God. Just stop running after us. Run with us.
Caleb inches slowly around the end of the bed, his dark eyes locked on her. You want us to run with you? She watches him, her hand rubbing over her distended belly. His voice lowers, his tone changing, sharpening to something darker. You think we're treating you like a coworker? Too polite to argue with you, get in your face, take control? Her chest rises with each breath as she watches Kay stalk closer.
Your child is inside me, fighting his way out to you, and you're all calling me Rachel like I don't own the deepest parts of you.
He stands over her on the other side of the bed, glaring down at her. Okay, why is this turning me the fuck on? He tilts his head, letting his dark gaze trace down her body, taking in the ugly blue flower-checked hospital gown, the monitors and IV, the crumpled sheets, and maroon hospital socks with the little rubber-dotted bottoms. He smirks, his gaze sweeping back up to her sweaty face. You look like shit, Hurricane. Surprisingly, she huffs out a laugh.
I feel like shit.
He crouches down, one hand going to her forehead as the other splays over her stomach. You want us to stop treating you like a glass slipper? She nods, her hand folding over his.
I need you,
she whispers, her voice breaking as her eyes well with fresh tears.
Kay, I can't do this. I don't think I can do it. I'm failing. He won't come out.
Stop. He lowers his face to hers, his eyes flashing with heat. You are Rachel fucking Price. You walk through life boldly doing whatever the fuck you want. Damn the consequences. You swirled into our lives like a destructive storm of chaos, all legs and sharp attitude. You swept us up and spun us out. You hooked us, body and fucking soul. A tear slips down her cheek as I lean over, placing my hand next to theirs on her belly. We're quiet now, he goes on. Watching and waiting, fearful to move, fearful to breathe, because we know we're in the eye of the storm. He gestures to her stomach with a nod. Do you know what it feels like for us, watching you get to know and love our child these last 9 months? Do you know how jealous we are? Do you have any idea how frustrated we've been wanting to share in this with you? Kay, don't you see? You already own the deepest parts of him, too, he says over her. You built him from scratch. He's yours already. Sharing him with us won't change that. Everything you touch, you claim, Hurricane, so stop worrying. No matter how he comes out, he's already in you. He's in your heart and in your soul, claimed. He belongs to Rachel Price. We all do. She sucks back her tears, her hands going tight on ours as she suffers through another contraction. Mars steps in over my shoulder. "It's time, Arrakis," he says, his tone definitive. "You're getting the epidural. Your body needs rest." There's only one bullet point on this birth plan, and that's a safe and healthy delivery, I add. If Doc Varma says this is the way to go, I say we do it. Rachel looks to Caleb, waiting for him to weigh in last. Slowly, he smirks. "Get the epidural, and Jake and Mars will make out for 1 minute. She snorts a laugh, easing the tension in the room, and I smile, lifting my free hand to brush her hair back from her sweaty brow. There she is. Closing her eyes, she nods. "Okay, let's try this another way. Go get Pharma." You know what's worse than watching your wife writhe in labor for 12 hours? Watching a nervous surgical intern insert a 3-inch long, 18-gauge needle into her spine. But Rach just had to let him do it because everyone has to start somewhere. Doc Varma calls it a success, and I let out a ragged breath. Kay pulls his hand from mine with a wince, shaking it out. "Yeah, it might be fractured now. Good thing we're in a hospital already." Poor Rach is bent over on the bed, her hospital gown tossed on the floor. She sweated through it and pulled it off, hating the feel of it on her skin. Hopefully, with the epidural flowing, she can lie back and rest for a while, letting her body contract and dilate until little Flurp gets his act together and gets the hell out here. The nervous intern is all smiles as he finishes up securing the new line. They wait around for a few minutes, giving the epidural a chance to kick in before placing a urine catheter. I glance to the wall clock. Jesus, it's already after 11 in the morning. We've been here for 14 hours and still no baby. First thing I'm gonna do is buy this kid a watch. "Babe, was there another gown?" Rachel says at me, already looking more relaxed. I glance around the room, eyes darting. I'll get it," says one of the nurses, stepping away from her bed. Kay, Mars, and I are just doing our best to stay out of the way. Mars is in the chair up by her head, and Kay is perched on the sofa like a watchful crow. I'm just trying to blend in with the sink, too anxious to sit. "You shouldn't feel this at all," says the intern, his head between my wife's spread legs. At that moment, the door swings open behind me. "Surprise! Oh!" I spin around to see my parents standing in the doorway, eyes wide as they take in my very topless and pregnant wife, who is currently getting a pee catheter placed by an intern who looks like he's 14. "Oh my God!" Rachel cries, flinging her arm up over her exposed boobs. "Oh dear! We didn't know!" Mom is flustered as she quickly reads the room. Dad has already turned away with a loud clearing of his throat. "Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Compton," Rachel says weakly, her own cheeks blooming pink as she does her best to cover herself with her arm. "Could you, maybe wait outside for a minute?" Hearing her anxiety kickstarts my heart. "Mom, Dad," I cry, finding my voice. "What the hell are you doing here?" "They told us to just come in," Mom says with a wave of her hand. "Molly at the nurse's station was so nice. Yeah, let's take this out to the hall, shall we?" I say, rushing over and ushering them out the door with a lot of distracting hand-waving. I cast a glance over my shoulder as I go, first to Rachel in apology, then to Caleb in a plea to come fucking save me. Don't get me wrong, I love my parents, but they're a lot. At this point, we've got our routine down. They typically come to 3 games a year, or if we make the playoffs, and Dad calls me after any significant loss or upset to tell me what I did wrong. It's not a perfect system, but it works. Other than that, I call my mom once a month on a lazy Monday afternoon, and we chitty-chat. Her term, not mine. Oh, and I like spending the occasional Thanksgiving weekend up at their house. She makes an amazing turkey and stuffing, and I've still never found a better couch that conforms perfectly to my ass for football watching. But Dad stays busy with his construction company, and Mom is involved in like 24 ladies' Bible studies and book clubs. She has a social events calendar that rivals mine, and I'm a professional athlete. Beyond those little rituals, we don't see much of each other. So, what are you guys doing here? I say again, ushering them halfway down the hallway to a little alcove that houses a few chairs and 2 vending machines. Honey, you're having a baby, Mom replies. You messaged us last night, and we hurried up and got on a plane. Dad's friend, Kevin, at church flies for Delta. Do you remember Kevin? Yeah, I remember Kevin, I say, glancing over my shoulder down the hall. I know Caleb saw my look. He better come running with a fake baby emergency in the next 60 seconds, 'cause I'll be damned if I miss a moment of my kid's birth because I'm trapped by this vending machine listening to another story about Kevin Masterson's epic struggle with gout. Well, Kevin got us these standby tickets so we could fly down here. Yeah, Mom, listen, I say, raising a hand. That's great, and I'm glad you're here, but my wife is in labor. There's no baby yet. Maybe you should go check into the hotel or something, and I'll text you when it's over. Oh, we don't mind waiting. Knowing Mom, she'll probably camp out at the nurse's station. She'll be instructing them all on how to properly saute onions for meatloaf within the hour. Yep, we came for the big show, Dad says, his hands in his pockets. He's always been a man of few words. Yeah, except the big show is Rachel's legs spread in the air pushing a baby the size of a turkey out of her body. I think you'll have more fun watching a different show on the TV at your hotel. Will you just tell us what you're going to name him? Mom presses, her hands clasped like she's praying. Rachel was being so secretive when I asked, so I didn't get to have any of my gifts personalized. I groan. Where the fuck is Kay? Mom, we haven't picked a name yet. Well, just tell me what names you're mulling. I sigh, stuffing my hands in my pockets to mirror my dad. Well, I think I know what I want to name him if he's mine, but her smile falls as her eyes go wide. If he's yours? Dad repeats. Yeah, I mean, if I'm the bio dad, I clarify. We all agreed that bio dad gets to name the baby. Rachel has veto power if she really hates it, but I doubt any of us will pick something truly horrendous like Flurpington. I add with a little laugh. But, you mean you don't know? Mom blinks, glancing in confusion from me to Dad. You don't know who the father is? I mean, we've narrowed it down to 3 suspects, I reply with another forced laugh. But I'm really not appreciating their tone right now, or the way they're looking at me. My guess is Colonel Mustard in the conservatory with the candlestick. This isn't a joking matter, Jake, Dad says flatly. I'm joking because you're both being so weird right now, I say, leaning away with a frown. But who is the father? Mom presses. A child needs a mother and a father, Jake. Yeah, and he has 3, I snap, narrowing my eyes at her. Look, we're getting a DNA test once he's born so we'll know whose name goes on the birth certificate and who we'll need to adopt, but we're all his father. But you said this was your child, says Dad with a deepening frown. All this time you made us believe he was yours. He is, I say through gritted teeth. My wife is having my baby in there. My wife, my baby. She's not your wife, he says softly. Everything inside me goes numb. What the fuck did you just say? Dad grunts and Mom cuts in, putting a hand on his arm. She looks up at me pleadingly. Honey, this has all just been a bit confusing, you know? It's been a lot for us to take in, and it all happened so darn fast. Fast? I huff another forced laugh, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Why do they have to do this now? Scratch that. Why do they have to do this, period? Mom, most of my buddies knocked up their girls in college and then put a ring on it. We were married almost a year before we even started trying to have kids. What's fast about this? She sighs, looking uncomfortable. Then she glances around as if expecting to be overheard. Honey, even you have to admit it all happened rather fast. 1 minute you're calling to tell me you met a great girl in Seattle. The next thing we hear, you're married to Caleb Sanford. We got no invite to the wedding. I told you it was a spontaneous thing, I say over her. We're not rehashing all these hurt feelings again. I dealt with it 2 fucking years ago. No one's family was there except Rachel's because we did it in L.A. Amy got invited, Mom counters. Yeah, 'cause... I groan, dragging both my hands through my hair. Mom, God, I flew her out to meet Rachel and things just escalated from there. We didn't plan on getting married then, I swear. It was a bet Rachel made with Mars. And you were all invited to the big reception party we threw for everyone a couple months later, and I've apologized about this to you for 2 years, I add. I'm fucking done. Mom tisks at me. Language, Jake. I don't know what I did to raise such a potty mouth. Is this how you'll speak to the baby? I shake my head. My frustration is about to boil the fuck over. Mom, I swear to God, I can't do this now. I step away. Rachel is in there. My wife needs me. She has her husband by her side, says Dad. I go very still, glaring at him. Dad holds my stare. Mars Keenan is married to Rachel. He needles. Not you. She's his wife, Jake. She's our wife, I counter. And his name is Mars Price. God, why the fuck did you even come here? Because you said you were having a baby, Mom cries. You, Jake. And we wanted to meet our first grandson. Only it may be your goalie's kid, Dad says with a frown. I round on him again. We're equally matched in height, but I've got over 50 pounds of muscle on him. He may swing a few golf clubs every month, but I'm a starting NHL defenseman. I will pound him into this mauve wall right against that stupid fucking picture of sleeping bunnies in a basket. My goalie has a fucking name, and I want to hear you say it. Mom places a hand on both our arms. Jake, honey, don't get angry with us when we're only trying to understand. I jerk away, stepping back. Yeah, but you're not trying, are you? Look, I know I freaked you out when I first came out, but it's been over 2 fucking years. I understood when it was weird for you at first, but you gotta catch the fuck up already. I'm legally married to Kay, yes, but I am married in every way that matters to Mars and Rachel too. I love them all, and we're family. Not according to the state of Florida, Dad mutters. All I see is red. Someone better be ready to call security. Mom steps in front of Dad just before I swing my arm back. Both her hands are raised at me, and they're looking at me like I'm the one with the fucking problem. Jake, just listen to yourself for a minute, honey. You're talking about DNA tests and adopting a child that may not even be yours. He is mine, I bellow. Jake! Enough! We all still as a new voice enters the fray. This voice sets my parents on immediate alert. Dad stiffens and Mom shrinks back against him. I close my eyes as I feel Mars step in at my back. He doesn't stop until his shoulder brushes mine. That moment of connection feels like he's hooking me with a tractor beam, mooring me to him. Hi, Mars, Mom says with a forced smile. Dad just stands behind her, stony-faced. Can you give us a minute, dear? This is a family matter. Which is why I'm here, Mars replies, his tone icy. Protecting my family. We need to speak to our son alone, says Dad. No. One word, spoken so powerfully, it echoes in the space between us, scaring the bunnies in the basket. Not looking at me, Mars takes my hand. I'll talk to my son if I want to talk to my son, says Dad, trying to puff out his chest at my 6'5" Finnish bear of a goalie. No, you won't, he replies calmly. Not here, and not now. You will turn around, and you will leave, he adds with a point of his finger down the hallway. This is a public hospital. Yes, this is a place of birth and healing, Mars counters. This is a sacred space, and you're both cast in a gloom with this unnecessary scene. Mom begins to blub in earnest now. Unnecessary? You don't approve of Jake's choices, he says over her. You certainly don't approve of me. You've made that abundantly clear. You've been making it clear from the moment we met, but unlike my husband, I neither seek nor need your approval. They both just blink up at him. Despite the wholly inappropriate manner in which you've chosen to raise your concerns with your son, I know you must care about him and his future, Mars concedes. You doubt this arrangement can work. You don't understand it, and you would never choose it for yourselves, so you doubt. Your doubt is so great, you cannot help but voice it aloud to him, even at this moment. We just want what's best for him, Mom says, wiping away her tears. And is Jake not the best judge of that? Mars counters. He's impressionable, says Dad. He's open-minded and highly empathetic, Mars corrects. That is not being impressionable. That's being willing and able to grow, learn, and change. What if it's your kid? Says Dad. What if you're the bio dad, as Jake so flippantly puts it? He asks, mocking me by using air quotes. Where does that leave our Jake? Standing by my side, Mars replies solemnly. Showing me every day how to be the father our child deserves, a father who leads with kindness and honesty, a father who is loyal, a father willing to admit when he's wrong and be willing to change. I squeeze his hand, heart in my throat, as I look at my parents like they're strangers. How can they claim to love me and treat me this way, treat my partner this way? Do they even care about what I want? Or do they only care about what they want for me? Do they even know me at all? Your son is the kindest and best man I have ever known. Mars goes on, determined to shred me into fucking pieces. I am honored to share this life with him. It was wrong of you to come in this moment and rob him of his joy. You are wrong. Mom is full ugly crying now. Jake, you need to go, I say, finding my voice at last. Honey. I can't have you here, I say over her. Not now. Not like this. Mom, please, just go. We'll talk later, all right? I'll call you later, but please go. Mars stands unwavering at my side, staring my parents down. Slowly, Dad turns to Mom. Come on, Mags, let's go. She's a weepy mess as she lets Dad turn her and they walk away down the hallway towards the nurse's station. As soon as they turn the corner, I feel my chest give out. I let out a sharp exhale, dropping Mars's hand. Groaning, I double over, hands above my knees, trying to catch my breath, tears in my eyes. God, that fucking sucked. I try and fail to force a laugh. That was so... They shouldn't have come here and said all that shit. I'm so sorry, man. Mars puts a hand on my shoulder. Up, Jake. Stand up. With a huff, I right myself, shaking out my shoulders. I wipe quickly under my eyes, swallowing down the rest of the emotion sitting heavy in my throat. I'm sorry, I say again. Don't apologize to me. I just can't believe they did that. I can't believe my dad said all that shit. I mean, I knew they were still on the fence a bit, but... Mars steps into my space, one hand on my shoulder, the other at my hip. Enough. I startle, leaning away from him, but he holds me fast. There will be time to process this later, he says, his voice low. For now, just breathe. I do as he says, sucking in a halting breath through my nose. And out, he mutters. I let the breath out through pursed lips and feel my body start to shake. Oh, fuck him. This is not happening right now. Mars, I can't. In again, he says, his blue eyes boring through me, burrowing down to the very heart of me. Look at me, Jake. He cups my face with his big, calloused hand. Look only at me. In. I breathe for him, trying to make my shoulders follow the pattern he's setting as he breathes with me, centering me before I can spiral the fuck out and fall the fuck apart. That's what Mars does for me. He holds me together. The others can't do it, only Mars. I close my eyes, knowing Caleb probably sent him out here. Our broody Finn is the only one who can quiet all the shit spinning in my head. They sent me who I needed most in this moment because, unlike my parents, they understand me. They respect me. They love me. Good, Mars soothes, his thumb brushing the tears from my cheek. You're all right. Look only at me. I lean towards him, my hand raising to wrap around his wrist as I suck down air, trying to push all the negative, toxic bullshit from my mind. In this moment, nothing else matters, he soothes. Look at me. That's it. Only at me. Breathe. I nod, calming down enough to swallow. Feeling so fucking spent, I drop my head forward, resting it against his. Closing my eyes, I take a few more calming breaths. After another moment, I feel myself relax. Did Kay send you out here? His hand is at my back, steady and strong. I wanted to come. I lean away, holding his gaze again. Why? He smiles at me, brushing his thumb over my parted lips. You are my husband, yo. I smirk. How long has it been since we stood in the living room of his bungalow, and I threatened that he can only call me that if he begs? All I remember is Tess standing in a towel. Oh, right, and I think Langer's had a busted knee. Is this you begging me? I tease. His expression doesn't change. I don't beg. I roll my eyes, dropping my hands away from him. Yeah, I know. But he holds fast to me, his hands shifting to grip the back of my neck. You do know. He presses. You know me. Slowly, I nod, my gaze darting, taking in the deep blue of his eyes. You know me, Jake, he says again. Lowering his hand, he presses it palm flat to my chest over my heart. You know this? You know us. Oh, fuck him. Fresh tears are about to fall, and this time it will be his fault. The asshole lifts my hand and places it on his chest, pressing my palm flat against his heart. You know us, he says again, his voice little more than a whisper. I do, I say on a breath, my heart racing under his palm. I can feel the steady beat of his heart under mine. You have no doubts of me? None, I reply, holding his gaze. I have no doubts either, he replies. You are my husband, Jake. I seek no exit. Fuck. I swallow back my tears and nod. Yeah. No exit. With a nod of his own, he drops his hands to his side. You are good now? I nod again. You are ready? I huff. Yeah, I'm ready, Mars. The corner of his mouth quirks into a little smile as he holds out his hand to me. Then come. Let's go meet our son. You're so perfect. I brush my finger along my sleeping son's brow. He wiggles a little in my arms, but doesn't wake. It must be nearly midnight. Everyone around me is passed out. They brought in a little trundle this afternoon that makes Mars look like Papa Bear sleeping in Goldilocks' bed. Kay is crashed out on it instead, his feet sticking out the end. Mars is perched on the corner of the sofa, sleeping in a sitting-up position against the wall, snoring softly. Rachel is blessedly asleep, too. I glance over at the bed. Her hair is a knotted mess, her mouth open with a little bit of drool coming out. I smile. She's never looked more goddamn beautiful. I'd take a picture to remember it forever, but I'd have to jostle this baby in my arms to get to the phone in my pocket. Of course I can't sleep. I can't stop looking at my baby. I can't put him down. Langley warned me it would feel this intense. The nurses tried to take him from me twice before I threatened to bite the last one's hand. Congratulations messages have been flooding in from the team, friends, and family all afternoon and evening. We finally all just put our phones on silent. Little baby no-name Flurp Price was born at 1:07 p.m., weighing a perfectly respectable 8 pounds, 1 ounce. And I'm not counting any chickens before they hatch, but he has a full head of dark hair. I look over at my reddish brunette and the blonde Viking and smirk. Not that I care either way, but if I were a betting man. So, what should we name you, little man? I murmur, brushing the tips of my fingers over his dark hair. The door opens, throwing a stream of bright hallway light over us. I turn my body, shielding him from the light, and glare at whoever is intruding. Oh, comes a soft whisper. They're all asleep. Should I come back? My heart fucking stops as tears well in my eyes. I try to get up. Amy. Don't get up, my twin rasps in a louder whisper. Don't drop that sweet baby. I settle back in the chair, letting her come to me. She's got her dark hair up in a long ponytail with clear-framed glasses on her makeup-free face. She's wearing a pair of yoga pants and a slouchy sweater. Clearly, she just came straight from the airport. on a flight that must have come express from Japan.
How the hell are you already here? I say, leaning forward as she ducks down to kiss my forehead. I hopped on a flight as soon as you texted yesterday, she replies. I huff. Yeah, Mom and Dad had the same idea. Her hand goes to my shoulder as she crouches down, peering over me to look at the baby. Mom told me. She was trying to call me mid-flight. I had onboard Wi-Fi, so she texted me instead. Great, I mutter. I think she thought I was going to side with her or something, she goes on. Slowly, she turns to look up at me, her face stony. I chewed her out instead. Closing my eyes, I nod. I really can't cry anymore today. At this point, I'm scared for my health. I'll need to steal Rachel's IV bag and rehydrate. I told her that until they get their shit together and let go of their antiquated prejudices, you and I will just live like orphans, she goes on. I sigh, opening my eyes. Amy, you don't have to cut them off on my account. Hey, you mess with the bull, you get the horns, she teases. I can't help but snort a laugh, shaking my head. My partners like to joke that I'm too Taurus to function, but that's only because they don't know my twin as well as me. Come on, she says more seriously. It's not all for you, Jake. It's for me too. This is about my peace of mind. You and I are more alike than they could have ever hoped or dreaded, she adds. We don't need their toxic energy in our lives, Jakey. You've got such a great family here. She glances around at my passed-out partners. And you've got great friends, a great team. And who do you have? I whisper. She smiles, tears in her eyes. I have you. I shake my head. You need more too, Aim. You deserve more. You deserve to have a whole team of people around you fighting your corner. I've always been a bit of a lone wolf, she says with a shrug. A lonely wolf, I correct. And you don't have to be. Come home, Aim. She raises a dark brow. What, and live with you, your 3 partners, a newborn, and a hyperactive dog? We've got Mars's old place. Tess and Langley moved out ages ago. It's just sitting there empty. She kisses my brow again. I'll think about it. That's what she always says. I've been trying to drag her back stateside for like 5 years now. I know she's not happy in her job or in her life. At first, she was thrilled at the adventure of it all. On her off days and weekends, she traveled all over. South Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia. But once the novelty of being abroad wore off, her adventure stories got shorter and her smiles grew smaller. I know my twin. She's lonely and unhappy, and it fucking tears me apart. So, what's his name? She whispers, reaching over me to cup Flirp's little head. We won't name him until we get the DNA results. She smiles and gives me a knowing nudge. But you're thinking of names. With that dark head of hair, you'd be crazy not to. I shrug. Rachel's dark hair too. Come on, Jakey. That baby has your nose, your hair, and I bet your love of chocolate milk. I have a soft laugh, my hope glowing a little brighter. Okay, if he is mine, I'd like it to be a family name. I like feeling like you're giving the child some immediate roots. It's like a piece of history that gets woven into them from their first moments. They belong somewhere. Gazing down at my son, I smile. I just want him to belong, you know? I want him to have so much laughter and love in his life. I know, she murmurs, rubbing my arm. No, you don't, I say, still looking at him. I don't think you can until you do it, until you feel what
I felt when I first put him in my arms. It's like I felt my heart grow in size, like it had to become larger because there was so much space that needed to be filled by this new little life. I was scared and happy and so fucking overwhelmed. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Fuck, I'm so tired. It's being a parent, she finishes for me. You're someone's daddy now, Jake. This little life needs you more than anyone has ever needed you. Even more than me, she adds with a sad smile. It's a shame, because I've always liked pretending I was the neediest person in your life. I lean over enough to kiss her brow. We'll call you a close second. She glances over at the lump shifting on the trundle bed. Doesn't Kay take that prize now? Fuck yeah, he is such a needy fucking asshole. She snorts a soft laugh. And don't forget Poseidon, they're a matched pair. I groan. You know what, you're right, Aim. Everyone wants to call me the needy asshole, and I totally am. But that they pretend they're not as bad as me is a total joke. Amy? We both turn to see Rachel blinking awake, glancing between us. Hey, Rach, she says with a soft smile. How you feeling? Sore, Rachel replies. And tired. She looks to me. How is he? Oh, I thought it was kind of boring, so I traded him in for a baby sloth, I tease. Much cooler, wanna see? Rachel just rolls her eyes as Amy lets out a soft laugh. I'm glad you're here, Rachel says at my sister, reaching for her cup of water with a wince. Amy is up in a flash, fetching it for her, refilling it and fluffing her pillows. They talk softly, leaving me alone to stare down at my beautiful boy. Mars stirs next, groaning as he cracks his neck, his punched-up pillow falling to the floor. Within the hour, we're all awake again, including No Name, who let out a loud fart and then proceeded to wail until Rachel took him and shoved a boob in his face. Time has officially lost all meaning, so by another hour later, Kay, Mars, Amy, and I are perched awkwardly on the furniture in the corner, snacking on the world's shittiest excuse for New York-style pizza. I'm reluctantly reaching for another slice when there's a knock at the door. Come in, Rachel calls. But it's not a nurse or doctor who enters. It's Harrison, Rachel's high-powered executive chef of a twin. Oh my God! Rachel cries, sitting forward fast enough to jostle our nursing baby. He whimpers and fusses until she adjusts him, soothing him with a few pets to his downy black hair. Harrison just stands in the doorway, a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Hey, sissy, he says at last, tears brimming and spilling over. Fuck, you're like somebody's mom now. He presses a hand to his chest, taking a deep breath. Whoa, this is so trippy. He's here. He's a whole person now. She's all smiles. It glows like a light inside her. Fuck me, this is the most beautiful she's ever looked. I want a picture of her sitting just like this. Hair a mess, ivies in her hands, tired circles under her eyes, nursing my kid. She looks like an earth goddess, all power and calm and love. She peers around her twin as if waiting for the door to open again. Where's Samchai? There was a big food truck event this weekend, he replies with a shrug, nodding his hellos to the rest of us as he snags a piece of pizza from the open box Caleb holds out for him. He'll fly down on Monday. We rented a little bungalow over on the beach near your place. Figured we'd stay for the week. Close, but out of the way, he adds quickly. We don't want to intrude, and Mom and Dad are on a plane now. They'll stay with us. Before any of us can say more, there's yet one more knock at the door. No one else will fit in here, Caleb warns, looking around at the crowded space. Come in, Rachel calls. Esther, our night nurse, comes in, washing her hands at the sink. Hey there, Mama. How's baby doing? He latching good now? I think so, Rachel replies, glancing down at the baby. I think he's fallen asleep, she says, all smiles as she takes him in for the 1000th time. Well, I've got some results here Dr. Varma wanted me to share, she says, eyes on her tablet. She didn't think you'd want to wait around until she was back in the morning. My heart fucking stops. The shitty pizza in my mouth tastes like sand as I try to swallow it. Oh my God, I say, snatching for Caleb's hand. Esther, do you have the DNA results? She smiles over at me. I sure do. Rush order. The tension in the room spirals up from a 1 to an 11. Suddenly, no one's breathing. Should I go? Says Amy, perched on the arm of the tiny sofa. She glances quickly to Harrison. Should we can wait outside. No, stay, I say, snatching her hand with my free hand. She glances to Rachel and my partners. The twins can stay, Rachel says, looking just as nervous and excited as us. Alrighty then, says Esther, narrowing her eyes at the tablet through her readers. Want me to just read it out then? Yes, 6 voices say at once. She blinks, looking around at us with a little smile. Alrighty then. Well, she glances over to us men. Which one of you is Jake? My eyes go wide as Caleb and Amy squeeze my hand so tight. Amy gasps. Over on the bed, Rachel bursts into tears. They're all looking to you, honey, Esther says at me with a kind smile. Are you Jake Price? I nod, unable to form words. I feel like I'm going to burst out of my skin. Congratulations, honey. You're the daddy. Oh my God, Amy cries at my side, wrapping an arm around me. Congrats, babe, Caleb whispers, kissing me. My lips, my cheek, my temple. I wanted this first one to be yours so badly. I mean, I did too, but I was never going to say anything. He's mine regardless. Mars is right. No fucking exit. But there's something satisfying for me knowing I loved Rachel first, and now we've made this beautiful human life together. There's a shared piece of us in the universe. It feels like a full circle moment. Mars nods to me, tears of joy in his eyes, and Rachel holds out her free hand, beckoning me over. I push off the tiny sofa and hurry around the end of the hospital bed. She makes as much room for me as she's able, and I sit down with half an ass cheek, throwing an arm around her shoulders as I look down at my nursing son. His mouth is barely moving now. He's almost asleep again, full and happy and so fucking loved. He needs a name, Rachel murmurs. Turning her face, she kisses my chest. I place a hand on him. I was hoping to make it a Compton family name, I admit aloud. I want a name that's strong, a name that expresses loyalty and compassion. I glance across the room at my twin. Smiling at her, I say, honestly, I was thinking of Amy, but that's weird. I add quickly as she laughs through her tears. You want to name him Amy, says Kay, and I know he's trying really fucking hard not to call veto on me. God, Jake, Amy cries, dabbing at her eyes. I blink away more tears. Yeah, but maybe we could change it a little, like, make it more masculine. Like, what about Jamie? I say, stretching out the J sound. That's a guy's name, right? Rachel considers for a moment. Like a mashup of Jake and Amy. Holy shit, I'm a fucking genius. Yes, I say with a laugh. Yeah, just like that. Jake and Amy becomes Jamie. Jamie Price. Any middle name? Says Kay. Well, fuck, I've been putting so much pressure on thinking of first names, I didn't even stop to think he'd need a middle name too. I want Rachel to pick it, I say at last. She looks up sharply at me. What? Babe, no, bio dad picks. That's the rule, right? Yeah, and I'm picking that you pick, I say, kissing her brow. Jamie is his first name. Give our son a middle name, babe. She sighs, glancing down at him. In no time flat, she's smiling again. Well, if your twin is represented in his name, I want mine in there too, she says. Jamie Harrison. I look across the room with a smirk to see she broke her twin too. Now they're both over there crying. That's a really cool name, says Caleb. I love it. Agreed, says Mars. It's perfect. I smile down at my son. So much love filling my heart, I think it could actually kill me dead. I brush his soft hair with my thumb, my other arm still around Rachel. Did you hear that? You have a name now, little man, and it's perfect. You're our Jamie. Jamie Harrison Price.
6. The Dentist. Part 1. Ilmari. Note: the following 2 chapters take place 10 months after the birth of Tuomas Price, first documented in Pucking Ever After, Volume 1, Chapter 5. Standing shirtless at the kitchen sink, I stretch my shoulders, cracking my neck. Morning sunlight streams in through the open patio doors. Over the rumble of a retreating garbage truck down the lane, I can just barely hear the sounds of the ocean a block away. I never tire of that sound, the rhythmic push and pull of the water against the sand. It's nature's heartbeat, constant as the hands of a ticking clock. The coffee maker clicks, and I pour myself a large mug of decaffeinated dark roast. Leaving mine black, I reach into the fridge and pull out the milk and peppermint creamer. "Did you get any sleep?" Caleb asks a minute later, stepping in behind me. He's already dressed in a pair of athletic pants and an old hockey tee, backwards hat on his head. I slide the milk and creamer across the counter to him. "A little." In truth, I'm exhausted. I was up half the night with our teething infant. Poor Tuomas has had sore gums for days. Both his top teeth are cutting through at once. I hope tonight he'll feel some relief and we can both sleep. "I told you I would help," says Caleb, pouring coffee in his mug before adding his sickeningly sweet milk and mint creamer. "You needed the sleep more than me," I reason, watching him stir his coffee until it's the color of a blanched almond. "Hey, no coffee," I say just in time. He jolts, the mug lifted to his lips. Then he groans. "Fuck me. Dr. Ingram said no food or drink." "Yeah, I was there," he says, his gaze darting sideways to glare at me as his hands tighten around his mug. "Why did you get out my creamer if you were just going to give me a hard time?" "Because I always get out your creamer." I replace it in the door of the fridge along with the milk. It's habit at this point, honed into me after 5 years of daily living. I'm usually the first up and the first downstairs, so I prepare the coffee. The carton was in my hand without a conscious thought. One sip, and then down the sink it goes, I warn. I'm a coffee addict, Mars. I need my morning fix. One sip, a small one. With a groan, he lifts his tattooed arm and takes a sip of his coffee, barely enough to wet his mouth. Fuck, that's so good. He sucks on his tongue, looking wistfully down at the contents of his mug. I hold out my hand, and he sighs, handing it over. We watch as I tip it into the sink, his creamy, minty concoction pooling across the stainless steel, racing for the drain. His hands grip the counter as he watches his coffee disappear. Just in this moment, I hate you. I can take it, I reply, setting his empty mug in the sink with a soft clink. Dada, look! Jamie calls from behind us. Caleb turns, quickly stuffing his bad attitude away. The boys sit side by side in their high chairs on the far side of the kitchen island, quietly eating their breakfast. Hey, bubs, Kay says at Jamie, stepping around the island to kiss the tops of their heads. Wow, you guys have a pretty good breakfast here. Want to share with Dada? I share with Tuo, Jamie replies. Look. Our oldest is in a sharing phase. Toys, food, even the occasional shirt off his back. As we watch, he grabs some scrambled egg and diced strawberry in his tiny fist, squeezing it tight before depositing it on his brother's plate. Eat up, Tuo, he says, reaching for another handful. That's kind of you, Geminin, but you need to eat too, I say and finish as Caleb slides their high chairs further apart. Tuomas babbles, slapping his hand down on his new eggs, his mouth already full of cantaloupe. Jamie tries to lean over with more egg clutched in his fist, frustrated when he can't reach his brother's plate. He opens his fist with a cry, and the egg falls to the floor. Poseidon is there in seconds to make quick work of the mess. He's never more than inches away while the boys are eating. God, they're so effing cute, Caleb mutters, running his hands over both boys' heads as they munch on toast squares. Jamie's hair is chocolatey brown, sticking up a bit in the back. Tuomas has my blonde hair. They look so much like their mother it makes me ache. Have you heard from them this morning? Caleb says at me. Too early yet, I reply. Rachel and Jake are out west with the rest of the team. They left Friday for a string of away games. The Rays played the Coyotes in Arizona on Saturday, the Avalanche tonight in Colorado, and the Stars on Wednesday in Texas, before returning to Jacksonville for a home game against the Predators on Saturday. The Avs are having a good season, he says, likely checking stats on his phone. Defense is tight. Should be a close game. I am recording it for you, I say, leaning my hip against the counter, crossing my bare feet at the ankles. He gazes across the kitchen at me as I bring my mug to my lips, taking another sip of my hot coffee. His frown deepens. Do you have to do that right in front of me? This is where I drink my coffee, I reply. You could at least put it in a travel mug so I don't have to smell it. It's bad enough my stomach is growling at the smell of eggs and toast I can't eat. I smirk, holding the mug under my nose, breathing in the rich bouquet of nutty smokiness, that subtle hint of salt. I was always told Jake is the handful when it comes to going to the dentist. Caleb clenches his jaw, trying not to wince. He's been putting this surgery off for months, always arguing that we're too busy with work and life and the boys. He's been suffering needlessly through the pain. Rachel and Jake finally had to threaten to withhold all intimacy before he would agree to make the appointment and get the tooth pulled. This morning is the only opening the dentist had for 2 months, which means I'll be home alone taking care of 2 needy, mouth-sore babies. I smirk again. I'm not afraid of dentists, Caleb says, puffing out his chest at me. I know. I just don't believe in unnecessary surgery. I hold his dark gaze. Your tooth is rotting in your jaw, Kay. He groans, crossing his arms. It's a simple procedure, I say more gently. Dr. Ingram said they likely won't even put you under for the extraction. I don't like going under, he admits, looking down as Jamie teases the dog with his toast. I know, I say again. And it's true. I know Caleb Price. He would tolerate any pain if it meant he stayed in control, if he stayed awake. Memories of his knee surgeries still haunt his dreams sometimes. And I know he lives in some little pain, even when his body is at rest. More to the point, he simply abhors vulnerability in all its forms. It's why, even 5 years later, he often doesn't sleep in the same room as us. He feels out of control in a room where 3 other people and a dog are up and down at all hours. Do this once, and then it's done, I reason. No pain meds, he says. Nothing harder than Tylenol after. Agreed? I nod. In this we're always agreed. Neither of us drink or tolerate drugs. We both dislike the feel of chemicals altering the natural functioning of our bodies. I know he experimented in his youth. I know he overindulged after he medically retired from the league. Now he prefers to stay clean, body and mind. Under my influence, he even switched to decaffeinated coffee. His cravings for coffee are all for taste and routine, not chemical drive. I just hate that you're alone to deal with this, he mutters, tucking his phone away in his pocket. Bethany will be here to watch the boys, I reply. I doubt you'll do more than sleep the rest of the day. As if saying her name is a summons, the doorbell rings, and the dog barks, launching down the hall. Checking my doorbell app, I see the boys' favorite nanny standing on the front porch, her daughter Sunny perched on her hip. She's the same age as Jamie, and they play well together. I set my mug down and move for the door when Caleb's voice stops me. You really gonna open the door looking like that? I go still, taking in my threadbare sleep pants, bare feet, and no shirt. I drag a hand over my shorn hair. Too much? I say with a smirk. Try too little, he deadpans. I can see your dick through those pants, Mars. I drop my hand to my side. Why don't you get the door, and I get changed? Good idea. Snatching a squirmy tuo out of his high chair, Caleb steps past me, heading for the front door. I leave a happy Jamie to finish smashing his toast, while I duck into the laundry room in search of a shirt. 30 minutes later, Caleb and I are in my truck, the GPS on my phone chiming directions to the dentist's downtown surgical office. I like these quiet moments with Caleb. Rachel and Jake are both talkers in the car. If they're not talking, they want the music on. And now, with the boys taking fewer naps, there's always noise of some kind. Only with Caleb can I sit quietly and just feel the truck rumble down the road. He gazes stoically out the front windshield. There's no outward sign that he's nervous, unless you know him. His hand keeps clenching into a fist in his lap as he fights the urge to drag it through his hair. Meanwhile, I fight the urge to reach across the cab and place my hand on his thigh. I never know if my touch will settle him or make him more tense. Jake and Rachel always crave my touch. After 5 years together, Rachel and I practically share one skin. Our touch is constant, whether through sex or the connection we seek as we perform the mundane task of life. With Jake, it's never been about sexual touch. I know he doesn't want that from me, and I don't want it from him. He simply craves physical intimacy, platonic and romantic. With the others, he craves sex. He craves my touch when he's tired, when he's bored, when he needs the quiet only my closeness can bring. Ours is not the touch of lovers. It's the touch of being loved. And for us, it's enough. Our partners happily provide for the rest. Our partners. I glance to the right, watching how Caleb watches the road. He's my partner too, and yet he remains something of an enigma. I know he loves me. That's never been in doubt. But it's unclear what he needs from me. With Rachel between us, he'll coax and tease, taking me to hand and mouth. His touch is uninhibited then, set free by our shared lowering of walls, even as he focuses most of his attention on Rachel and Jake. Is that enough? Is he satisfied? Outside of group sex, he's never sought me out looking for more intimacy, so I must assume he's satisfied. I am resigned to a life of loving Rachel, comforting Jake, and sharing them both with Caleb. But there are moments. I glance his way again, looking quickly back to the road as a light turns red. I ease on the brake, the truck rolling to a stop. In rare moments, Caleb will look at me, and it feels like he's wrapping his fingers between the bones of my sternum, gripping tight and pulling with all his strength. I'm made breathless by the look. I ache. But then I blink, and it's gone. The shadows in his eyes lift, and he turns away from me. The sensation of being wanted fizzles into nothing. Perhaps I've imagined it. The light turns green, and I focus my attention on the road. As I make the turn into the parking garage of the health offices, our phones ding with a new message. Caleb plucks his phone from the cup holder. "It's from Hurricane," he says. "Jake just hit the ice for morning skate." I nod. "She says his knee is still acting up." I make no reply as I pull a ticket from the parking machine. The mechanical arm rises to admit us. Jake had a light knee sprain coming out of preseason training. We've been watching it closely, praying it doesn't get worse. It feels odd to remember my own constant worry about the state of my hips and knees is behind me. I am retired. Hockey isn't my life anymore. Well, it's still my life in the sense that I have 3 partners actively working for an NHL team. But it's no longer the sum total of my life. I can eat what I want, work out when and how I want. If my knees are hurting, I don't have to play through the pain. I thought I would feel empty without hockey, but I don't. I've been approached so many times in the last 3 years and offered coaching positions, staff positions, camp and training positions, scouting positions. I've turned them all down. I may not know what I want to do with the rest of my life, but I know hockey is done for me. I'm at peace with my decision to retire. But Jake isn't there yet. Not even close. The joy he gets from being on the ice hasn't dimmed. I pray he has several more good years left in his career. Most of all, I pray any decision to retire is a choice, not a necessity. I don't want my family to live with the pain of watching Jake get forced out of the game. Hey, you okay? I ease into a parking spot and throw the truck in park, glancing across the cab at Caleb. His face is turned my way, but his dark aviators cover his eyes. I can see the tense line of his jaw, the stiffness of his shoulders. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I take my sunglasses off and tuck them into the top of my t-shirt. He doesn't move to open his door. Why do we do this, Mars? I go still, my fingers brushing the handle of my door. Do what? He pulls his sunglasses off, holding my gaze. A tense moment stretches between us as his eyes move slowly, studying my face. Ask me anything and I'll tell you, I say, unsure of what he's looking for. After a moment, he huffs, tossing his sunglasses in the cup holder. Yeah, right. Let's go. Let's get this fucking done. We find the dentist's office up on the 3rd floor, and Caleb gets himself checked in. Then we sit in a pair of stiff waiting room chairs. A house-flipping show plays on the TV at an unnecessarily loud volume. The only other patients waiting are a mother and her young son. The boy stands at a toy table, clacking a row of colorful blocks along a curling wire. I think there's a cafe down the street, Caleb offers, taking in the coffee table with its stack of outdated magazines and a fig-potted plant. I'm fine to wait. This could take a while. I said I'm fine. We sink into silence, arms crossed, elbows brushing as we wait. Caleb Price? We both glance up. A pale, freckle-faced man in green scrubs waits by the open doorway. He looks from the young boy to us. Caleb sits there, unmoving, staring at him like he just said or did something foul. The lanky dentist swallows, his smile falling somewhat. Mr. Price, are you ready to go? Fuck. Caleb rises to his feet at last. Tucking his hands into the pockets of his athletic pants, he pulls out his wallet and phone. Here, man. Hold my shit. I take his personal items. Why not let him take that hat, too? Says the dentist. With a huff, Caleb removes his hat, shoving it my way. He drags a hand through his hair, pulling on the curls once, before dropping his hand to pat his pockets down. I take the hat, setting it on the seat he just vacated. Then I place his wallet and phone inside. Did you want your friend to come back with you? Asked the dentist. Caleb glances back at him sharply. He's my husband, and no, I'm not fucking 12. The woman in the corner gasps indignantly. Sorry, he tosses her way. The child stays oblivious, still playing with his blocks. Acting on instinct, I reach forward, taking Caleb's hand in mine. He stiffens. My touch creates a jolt that travels up his arm and across his chest. I squeeze his hand, willing him to look at me. Slowly, he turns, glancing over his shoulder. "I'll be right here," I say, giving his hand another squeeze. He gives me a curt nod. Then he's walking away, following the dentist, leaving me to wait. "Mr. Price?" I jolt, my shoulders jerking as I push my hat back up over my eyes. Shit, I didn't mean to fall asleep. How long was I out? I pull my phone from my pocket to see I've missed several calls and texts from Rachel and Jake wanting updates. With a groan, I rub a hand over my short beard. It's been over 2 hours. Caleb's operation was only supposed to take 1. Fuck. Now I'm wide awake. Slipping my phone back in my pocket, I glance sharply around. More people fill the waiting room. 2 more mothers with young kids wait on the far side of the room. An older couple scroll on their phones 3 seats down from me. The receptionist waves at me to get my attention. She's an older black woman with thin braids down her back. "Sorry to startle you," she calls through the glass. "Your husband is just finishing up now, Mr. Price." Right. I snatch his personal effects off the seat next to me and get to my feet. "I'm told he had a pretty strong reaction to the sedation," she warns as I step up to the window. My heart squeezes tight. A strong reaction? "Oh, nothing bad," she says quickly. "He's just a little loopy. He'll definitely need a ride home. No driving for the rest of the day, and no operating heavy machinery of any kind. Not even a blender," she adds, laughing at her own joke. I nod, feeling my heart rate slow. "I can buzz you back if you'd like," she says. "Dr. Ingram says he's asking for you." I go still. Caleb is asking for me? She purses her lips in a smile. "Well, he keeps asking for his haughty husband. That's you, right, honey?" I sigh. No, it's not me. Caleb has another husband that he craves more than air. A husband he covets and adores and worships body and soul. A drugged and confused Caleb can only be asking for Jake. "Take me to him," I say anyway. He'll just have to settle for me. The door buzzes and swings open to admit me. I step through. "Go down this hall and turn left," says the receptionist. "He's in room C." With a nod to her, I move off down the hall. The sound of drills and other dental equipment hum behind closed doors as I make my turn, reading the signs hanging above the doors. The door to room C is open, and I can hear voices. I knock twice, standing in the doorway. A petite young woman with a long, black ponytail turns around, a surgical mask still on her face. I can see the smile in her eyes. "Are you the lucky husband?" "There he is." I peer around to take in Caleb. He's lounging on an exam table. The right side of his mouth looks a little swollen, his cheek wadded with gauze. "He's here," he cries, his words muffled and slurred by the gauze. "Tiffany, look. Isn't he so beautiful?" He reaches out a hand for me, opening and closing his fist like Tuomas when he wants to be picked up. I bite back a smile as I take in the glazed look in his eyes. Fuck. He's toast. "He is beautiful," says the dental assistant, happily playing along. God, Marsh, you're so fucking hot, he says on a groan, stretching out on the exam table. Tiffany didn't believe me. That's not true, she corrects. I said I was sure he's very handsome, and you are, she adds at me. It's taking everything in me not to reach for my phone and hit record for Jake and Rachel to enjoy this later. But this is exactly the fear Caleb voiced to me this morning. He fears being out of control, vulnerable to the will of the drugs now coursing through his veins. I gaze knowingly across the room at him, resolved. No one is going to see this side of him but me. So, Dr. Ingram was able to make the extraction, says the dental assistant. The tooth had become slightly more impacted than the scans implied, which is why we opted for more than just the localized numbing. But we got everything cleaned out, and the extraction went smoothly. He should heal up just fine. Marsh, show Tiffany our babies, Caleb calls. Show her too. Tiffany gives me a gracious smile behind her mask. I would love to see your babies, Mr. Price. With a sigh, I pull my phone from my pocket and show her a picture of the boys from our last family beach day. Rakas is holding Tuomas on her lap, while Jamie plays in the sand next to her. The boys both wear colorful swim outfits with beach hats and sunglasses. Oh, how cute, she coos. And is that their mother, I say. She beams at me, pulling down her mask and tossing it in the trash. That's so great you guys were able to keep the birth mother in the picture. Is she a friend of yours? She's our wife, Caleb says from behind her. The sanitary paper on the exam table crinkles as he stretches his arms up behind his head, like he intends to camp out and take a nap. Tiffany looks to me for confirmation. We're polyamorous, I say, giving her the short version. 3 men married to 1 woman. The children are ours. Oh, she says, eyes wide. That's so cool. And I'm married to my sexy hockey man, Caleb calls. I would be married to Marsh, too, but he only loves Rachel. No love left for Caleb. He won't even touch me, Tiffany. Can you believe that? I glance over sharply at him. Well, that does sound too bad, she says, clearly not knowing what else to say. He's just so beautiful, and so smart, and so fucking sexy. But I can't make him want me. His voice breaks, and my eyes go wide to see that he's crying. Stepping around Tiffany, I move to his side, my hands making contact on his hip and his elbow as I lower my face towards him. Are, don't cry. Caleb drops his hand down, wrapping it around my waist as he smiles up at me through his tears. Marsh? You're here? Hey, Tiffany! Marsh is here! He calls over to her. I sigh, my shoulders relaxing. He's high as a kite. He doesn't know what he's saying. I know, the dental assistant replies. You were hoping he'd come. He's still gazing up at me like I hung the stars and moon. I wanted you so bad, Marsh. Hey, can we stop for ice cream on the way home? No food or drink for the rest of the day, Tiffany cuts in. And this is totally normal, she adds at me, patting my arm. He'll be back to his old self in an hour or so. I nod, relieved. She turns to Caleb. Mr. Price,
It was a pleasure working with you today. Dr. Ingram said we're free to discharge you. Are you ready to go home?
Fuck yes, he groans, trying to sit up. He weaves like a blade of grass in a strong wind, and my hands go to his shoulders to steady him. His hands lift immediately to wrap around my wrist, and he tries to pull me closer. His face drops forward, and he inhales, his nose brushing the fabric of my t-shirt over my stomach. Fuck, I want to live inside your skin. Okay, Ari, I say, pulling away from him with a smile. Let's just get you upstanding, yo? He laughs. You. That means yes in Finnish, Tiffany, he says at her. Marsh is Finnish, and Finnish is so hard, Tiffany. You have no idea.
Oh.
Her dark eyes go wide as she glances between us.
Oh, God, I get it. You're the hockey players, right? The NHL guys? And your wife is like an actress or something?
Her dad is a rock star, says Caleb.
Right,
she says with a nod, piecing it all together.
I remember now. Well, it's really cool to meet you.
Thank you, I say, my attention divided as I try to stop Caleb from getting to his feet. Are you sure he can leave like this? I say at her, my tone wary.
You're welcome to hang out here a little longer. Once he's ready, you can go.
I'm ready now, he says, pushing up off the table and getting to his feet. Hey! My hands hold him tight as I shift to his side, getting my left arm around his waist. Put your arm around my shoulders, Ari. Caleb turns, wrapping his right arm around me, his grip firm, even as he sways. I reach up with my right hand, weaving our fingers together to keep his hand on my shoulder. Can you walk? I can walk fine, Marsh. To prove it, he takes a few steps, pulling me along with him. Tiffany beams at him.
Looking good, Mr. Price. You'll be as good as new in no time.
She turns to me, lowering her voice.
I just let him sleep it off, and all his post-op information was emailed to his preferred email. We'll upload it to his patient portal within the next few hours, so you can find it there too. Any questions for me?
Yeah. When can I have coffee? Caleb calls over my shoulder.
Tomorrow,
she replies, following us out and down the hall.
Not too hot, though.
I like peppermint in my coffee. Tell her, Marsh. Yeah, he's part Christmas elf, I say, focusing on carrying half his weight as we walk. It's so sweet and so good. Hey, remember when Jake got me some peppermint lube for my birthday and we... Okay, I say over him, squeezing his hand. Say goodbye to the nice dentist, Caleb.
Oh, here. She snatches up a box of surgical gloves and pulls one out. We can take that gauze out now if you'd like.
I hold Caleb still as Tiffany helps him remove the wad of gauze from his mouth.
No straws for a few days, okay?
She tosses the bloody gauze in the trash and peels off the glove.
Sucking can impede the blood clotting process, and use moist heat if your jaw feels sore. Ice will help with any swelling.
We're 3 hockey players and a sports doctor, Caleb says, his words easier to understand now. We know a thing or two about losing teeth. Tiffany sees us through the main reception door, and I get Caleb down the elevator and into the parking garage. He talks the whole way, muttering incoherent things about coffee creamer flavors and plans for Jake's birthday. Up you get. I open his door and help him into the truck. He climbs up my body, his hands all over me, knocking my hat off as he pulls himself inside the cab. "Seatbelt," I say. He whines, his arms limp at his sides as he rolls his head against the seat to look at me. "Can you just do this one thing for me? God." Swallowing my grin, I step up on the truck rail and lean over him, clicking his seatbelt in place. As I crowd his space, his hands reach out for me, pulling at my hips, stroking over my ribs. I go still, and he groans, his face dropping forward to press against my shoulder. "You smell so fucking good," he says, his tone tinged with aching need. "Sometimes I jerk off using your body wash. I pretend the gel is you." His hands slide back down my sides, gentle caress. "I rub your cum into my skin and let that scent haunt me. Wanna smell like you." "Enough," I say, heart racing as I launch away from him. I drop back down to the pavement. He keeps one hand fisted in my shirt as he looks down at me, unblinking. Slowly, I raise my hand. Wrapping it around his wrist, I give it a squeeze. "Let me go, Kay." He does, his hand dropping limp to his side. Taking a step back, I swallow a groan of frustration. A minute ago, this was charming, if a little annoying. Now it's turning dangerous. He can't say these things out loud and not mean them. It's too cruel. And Caleb is never cruel to me, so he can't mean them. He's drugged. He's not himself. My protective instincts flare, a flame burning bright. In this moment, he's mine to comfort, mine to keep safe. Ducking down, I snatch my hat up off the pavement and toss it over his lap into the cab of the truck. Then I shut his door, taking the moment of separation to breathe, my hand splayed flat against the glass of his window. Inside the cab, Caleb presses his hand to the glass against mine. "I miss you already," he shouts. A laugh escapes me, and I shake my head. Shifting my fingers on the glass, I make the sign of the Vulcans. Caleb mirrors me, smiling like a loon. "Hey, Mars!" I lift a brow at him. "Live long and suck my dick." I snort, dropping my hand away from the glass. My broody Caleb is still in there somewhere, clawing his way to the surface through a sea of bubbly strangeness. Stepping around the front of the cab, I climb into the truck and bring it to life, the engine roaring in this empty parking garage. Caleb wastes no time turning on some music as I navigate out of the garage and into the bright Florida sunlight. I'm the only one who truly appreciates listening to heavy metal outside of a gym, so Caleb finds the playlist Jake made for me called Jake Approved. "How are you feeling?" I say over at him, as a classic rock song fills the cab. "Weird," Caleb replies. "My mouth feels heavy." "Any pain?" "Not yet." I nod. "We can do a warm compress when we get home." He's not listening, too busy fiddling with the music. His thumb jams the button after only a few chords play. It's worse than a skipping radio. I suffer the screech of a guitar and the thrum of a bass drum, only for the sound to change in seconds. "Pick something and leave it," I call over to him, my tone sharp. "Geez, bossy," he mutters, dropping his hand away from the small screen. You know you're not the boss of me, right? We're partners, Mars. Metaphors. The bread in the Price family sandwich. And that's for fucking life, he adds, waving a finger at me. No takebacks. I know, I say, turning the song down a few clicks with a roll of my thumb on the steering wheel dial. No! Caleb wails, his hands raised in alarm. My foot moves to the brake as I suddenly brace for impact. I use my well-honed goalie instincts to quickly check all my mirrors and blind spots, both hands on the wheel. We're safe, cruising down the interstate towards the beach. I let out a sharp breath. Kay, what the fuck? I bark at him. You turned the song down, he whines, throwing himself forward to adjust the volume dial. This is our song, Mars. You can't just turn it down. Are you fucking kidding me? The girly pop music blasts in the cab as he turns it back up far too loud. I glance down with a grimace and read the screen. Since when is Say Don't Go our song? His face takes on a look of surprise that shifts to pure loathing as he glares at me. If you diss Taylor to my fucking face right now, I will file for divorce so fucking fast, I swear to fucking God, Mars. I fight a smile as I turn my attention back to the road. Now is not the time to remind him that we're not legally married, so his threats are empty. Besides, I'd like to see him try and get rid of me. Okay. She's a fucking lyric wizard, Mars, and she knows more about love and heartbreak than all the poets, all the heart doctors and brain scientists, all the movie writer people. He waves his hand emphatically with each thing he adds to the list. She knows us, Mars. You know? She's like... She knows us. He pounds his fist to his chest. Okay, I soothe, reaching out a hand. He snatches for it like it's a lifeline, and he's drowning. He weaves our fingers together, sighing in relief. His other hand wraps around our clasped hands as he sings the chorus. His voice is deep and melodic as he harmonizes with her. I keep my eyes on the road, letting him cling to my hand. My eyes narrow as I piece together the lyrics. She sings of a love unrequited, a love full of longing and hopeful waiting, even as the words speak of growing resentment and frustration. This is our song. Is this how Caleb feels about me? Oh, fuck. Here comes the bridge, he shouts, dropping my hand. We pull to a stop at a red light, and he turns, tears in his eyes, and belts out the words as if he wrote them himself. My eyes go wide as he grips at his chest. He mimes tearing his heart out, and then reaches over as if handing it to me. Unsure of what else to do, I open my hand, letting him place the invisible heart on my palm. Then he turns away as the chorus resumes, chanting the words like a prayer. I didn't know he was such a fan of Taylor Swift. This has to be the drugs, right? Do you get it now? He says as the song fades out. Do you see it, Mars? Do you feel it? He presses his hand over his heart. She should have just named the song Say Don't Go Ilmari Price. It's a good song, I assure him, unsure of what else might ease his distress. He holds my gaze, his expression wholly open and disarming. Jake tells me to be patient, and I am being patient, Mars. I'll keep waiting. I'll keep pretending it's enough because I know you're not ready, and maybe you never will be. But I'm gonna keep waiting, Mars. And maybe someday you'll look at me the way you look at Rachel, and then I'll know I don't have to wait anymore. Because we could be so good together, Mars." He says this in one breath, his voice strained with deep emotion. Meanwhile, I feel like I've just been checked into the boards. My chest is empty of air as I try to breathe out. I want to say this is still the drugs talking. I want to believe he doesn't mean a word, because the alternative would be for me to admit that I've apparently been torturing him slowly for 5 years, unable to see or understand that he needs more. Fuck. I need more. I suppose sometimes you don't know you need more until you do. Caleb is calmer as we finish the drive home, content to listen to more music from Jake's playlist. I think the sedation is fading. He's behaving more like himself, his movements smaller and more deliberate. I help him get inside, but he doesn't need to lean on me quite so much. His feet still shuffle, and I notice his limp is more pronounced than usual. "Hey, guys," Bethany calls from the kitchen. "Jamie, your daddies are home." Poseidon dances at our feet as I navigate Caleb around him and into the kitchen. Bethany stands at the island, phone in hand, Tuomas balanced on her hip. His cheeks are full of banana. Behind them, in the living room, Jamie and Sunny play with their toys in a patch of sunlight on the floor. "Hey, girl, I gotta go," Bethany says at her phone. "Okay, call me later. And hey, Mars, hope Caleb feels better soon." I hear Lauren Gerard's voice on the other side of the phone before Bethany hangs up. Her husband, Jean-Luc, still plays on the Rays with Jake, though he's nearing retirement. Bethany and Lauren are neighbors, which is how we got introduced. "Hey, how'd it go?" she calls out, taking in Caleb's slightly swollen cheek. "I'm fine," he says, his hand still holding to my arm as he shuffles around the kitchen island. He's coming down hard off his sedation now. The fatigue is setting in. "Isa, come back!" Jamie calls at me in Finnish, leaving his blocks to toddle our way. "Bubs, you know I don't speak Spanish," Caleb mutters, his shoulders sagging. "Finnish," I correct. "Fuck, I'm so tired." Bethany just smiles, still bouncing Tuomas on her hip. "You can get him settled upstairs," she says at me. "I'll hang around for a bit." "Thanks," I reply, letting her catch Jamie before he can get to us. He whines, calling out for me to hold him. "I'll come right back down, Jaminin," I say in Finnish. "Let me help Dada first." "You sound like a Viking king when you speak Spanish," says Caleb, his tone taking on a hint of delirium now. "Finnish," I correct again. "I miss your hair," he says over me as we start up the stairs. "Rachel does too. You were so fucking sexy with the long hair." "I see. And now I am no longer sexy? My wife and my metaphor find me repulsive?" He scoffs. "Yeah, our wife who rides your dick every chance she gets finds you repulsive. Wake up, Mars." With a soft chuckle, I lead him down the hall, stopping just short of the master bedroom. I turn instead to the door on the left, leading him into his private bedroom. He keeps his personal effects in here. His guitars, his electronics, his clothes. and he sleeps in here most nights. The bed is a single king bed, not a double king like in the shared bedroom. I look to the soft gray comforter and stack of navy blue pillows. In 5 years, I've never slept in here. I've never even been invited in. Crossing the threshold emboldens me. And you? Do you find me repulsive with shorter hair? Fishing for compliments is weak sauce, he mutters, dropping my hand to move by himself over to the bed. He sinks down on it with a tired groan. I drop to one knee, helping him out of his shoes. Socks on or off? Off. I duck down, and his hand brushes over my shorn hair. I cut it short just before Tuomas was born. I know I annoyed them when I cut it, but I wanted a change. Caleb's touch is gentle, like a caress. He keeps his hand on my hair as I peel his socks off for him. Shirt? Off, he replies, weakly lifting his arms. I help him get it off, and then he sinks backwards on the bed. I'm just gonna close my eyes for a bit, okay? His eyes are already shut, the muscles of his face slackening. His jaw looks swollen and pink. Wake me if you need me. Okay, I say, knowing I won't. He needs to rest. I take in the long lines of his body as he stretches out, his muscled chest, the soft dusting of hair that leads down his stomach, his tattoos. Aside from his full arm sleeve, he only has 2 other tattoos. He got the names of our sons inked on his left ribs below his heart, shortly after each of them was born. He's such a good father, patient and protective. He's a good partner for the same reasons. I may be Jake's port in the storm, but Caleb is mine. I want him looking at me the way he was looking at me in the car, full of raw hope and desperation. I want him grounding me with his words, his touch. Rachel is the slow beating of my heart, essential to living. Jake is the breath of fresh air in my lungs. But Caleb, he's become my second set of ribs. He's our protector, our center. He keeps us safe. He keeps us whole. I glance around his room, noting the position of his personal items on the desk and shelves. I want to stay in here with him. I want to hold him in my arms and block out the world until he's strong again. But he has to let me in. He has to really want that from me. He has to say it again in the harsh light of day, soberly, decidedly. No drugs, no doubts. Because if we take this step forward, there'll be no going back. Say it, I whisper. It's wrong of me to ask now, but I can't help myself. Caleb, tell me not to go. I wait for his response, but he's already asleep.
7. The Dentist, Part 2. Caleb. My phone buzzes, waking me up with a start. I groan, feeling the dull ache in my jaw. Why does my jaw hurt so bad? Did I get sucker punched? Did I black out? I'm seized by a moment of panic in my groggy state as I take quick inventory of the rest of my body. I'm fine, all limbs work. That's when I remember. Fuck, I had surgery today. Wait, what day is it? I blink open my eyes. I'm in my room and it's dark outside. I have no memory of getting here. The last thing I remember is being in the dentist chair talking to Dr. Ingram about my surgery. Bits and pieces of the rest of the day flash in my mind. The iron taste of blood in my mouth, bright lights overhead, a woman with a soothing voice who reminded me of Rachel. And Mars. He was definitely there. He must have brought me home and put me in bed. I rolled to my side, taking note of my shirtless chest and bare feet. Did he undress me too? My phone is plugged in on my side table, the screen glowing with a missed call. Next to the phone is a tall water glass. A little note is propped up against the glass saying, "Drink slowly." A pair of Tylenol pills wait next to the glass. I snatch up the phone first, blinking at the brightness of the screen. It's nearly midnight. I've been asleep for, well, hours. I can't do that kind of math right now. I've missed some texts and calls. The last message was from Rachel letting me know we lost our game against Colorado. I sit up, clutching my phone. Jake hates to fucking lose. Even after all these seasons in the NHL, he takes each loss personally. Now that he's team captain, his self-flagellation is off the charts. But there's nothing I can do about it while he's on the other side of the country. I could maybe try a video call to cheer him up, but he'd just spend the whole time worrying about me. Rachel can take care of him. After 5 years together, she knows how to help him lick his wounds. He'll be ready to hit the ice against Dallas on Wednesday. Swinging my legs off the side of the bed, I reach for the painkillers while I shoot Rachel a text, letting them know I'm alive. I down the pills with a sip of the tepid water. The note, written in Mars's hand, flutters off my side table to the carpet. I flip on my lamp and glance around again. My shirt from this morning is folded at the end of the bed. My socks are bundled on top. The trainers I was wearing rest heels together on the floor. I smirk, fighting the pain in my jaw. Mars is a godsend, keeping 3 professionals, 2 babies, and a dog fed, clean, and happy. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. The house is so quiet and calm. In that quiet, my stomach grumbles. Getting to my feet, I leave my phone on the bed and head downstairs in search of a snack. The boys' end of the hall is dark. Without opening the baby gate, I peek my head inside their room to see Jamie sprawled out on his new toddler bed in footy dragon pajamas. Tuo is in his crib, mouth open as he sleeps. I smile, keeping the door cracked as I slip away. Lights are on downstairs, and I know Mars will still be awake. The man doesn't sleep more than 6 hours at a time, and then only if he's sick or jet-lagged. Or maybe sometimes if Rachel has sexed him to death. I step into the kitchen to see him standing with his back to me at the dishwasher. He never wears a shirt in the house if he can help it. I don't mind because it means his epically cool back tattoo is always on display. As a fan of tattoos, his is easily one of my favorites. It covers his whole back from shoulders to ass. The artist painted him like he was a watercolor canvas, leaving his own pale skin to create the patterns of light, shading, and fine lines. Each part of his back displays scenes from Finnish mythology. It's creepy and cool and so heavy metal. "Hey," I say in greeting. He goes still, a small stack of plates in his hand as he glances over his shoulder at me. "Hey." He searches my face, one brow raised in silent question. "Just aches a bit," I say, taking a seat on one of the island stools. He sets the plates on the counter and rattles around in the cupboard, getting a cup and filling it with water from the fridge. "Sorry I slept so long," I say over the noise. "Don't be. You needed it." "The boys?" "Out," he says with his back turned. "Bath time, snack, and they were asleep before 8. I can't see what he's doing, but in moments he's glancing over his shoulder. "Come." I slip off my stool and pad over on bare feet to where he's standing at the sink. He holds out the glass. The water is cloudy. A small carton of salt rests on the counter next to a spoon. "Rinse your mouth," he says, holding out a glass. I raise a brow at him, leaning away. His tone softens a bit. Doctor's orders. Damn, I remember the dentist saying something about this. I snatch the glass from him and take a swig, swishing the water around in my mouth. The saltiness makes me want to gag, and it stings as it washes over my surgery site. Gently, he adds, his bare shoulders brushing mine as he takes the glass from my hand. I lean over and spit the foul, salty water into the sink. Oh, fuck, that's disgusting. He smirks. You live by the beach and surf 12 months a year. Surely you must be used to salt water by now. Yeah, but ocean water is a little more water and a lot less salt. We're standing close enough that he reaches out, ghosting his fingertips over my jaw, his eyes narrowed in study. It doesn't look swollen. Would you like an ice pack? Or the dentist said moist heat can help with the ache. I go still, following the line of his fingers down his arm to his shoulder. He's being so attentive. He put me to bed, folded my clothes, prepared my pills, and the weird gargle water. Now he wants to get me ice. I'm not used to having his undivided attention. He stands next to me, watching, waiting. I feel like I'm missing something. Actually, I'm kinda hungry, I admit. He steps past me to the stove and clicks it on. The lidded pot already waits on the front burner. What are you doing? I made soup for you, he replies. It'll reheat quickly. I blink. You made soup just for me? He glances over his shoulder. You sound surprised. Am I surprised? Not really, I guess. He and Jake are both good cooks. Thank fucking God, because the genes skipped Rachel entirely. Her brother may be a chef, but she's only allowed to make salads and cocktails. She can bake, so long as it's nothing more complicated than Christmas cookies. I have no room to judge because I'm fucking hopeless in the kitchen. My timing is terrible, and I'm always either burning shit or undercooking it. I've just gotten really good at setting the table and cleaning up after family meals, and I try to pull my weight in other ways. 6 people go through a ton of laundry. Grilling with Mars is one of Jake's favorite things to do on his days off, and Mars can easily whip up egg tarts and breakfast scrambles. He cooks whole dinners, too. Roasted meats and veggies, fruit pies for dessert. Apparently, he also makes dentist-approved soup. It feels weird that he bothered cooking for 1 instead of 6. I'm sure I could have scrounged something from the fridge, but now my curiosity is piqued. I step closer to the stove, our shoulders brushing again. What kind of soup is it? Beef stock with pureed vegetables. Plucking the lid from the pot, I peek inside. The savory scent of beef and tomato hits my nose. My stomach growls louder. It smells really good, Mars. The taste is bland, he admits. I was afraid herbs might irritate your mouth. I replace the lid. I'll eat anything you make, you know that. He brushes a hand over my bare shoulder. Sit down and I'll bring it to you. My spidey senses are officially starting to tingle. He's being almost too accommodating. I move back around the island and sit on a stool, intent to watch how this plays out. In minutes, Mars is placing a steaming bowl of soup in front of me. He also provides a folded napkin with a spoon and another tall glass of water. I mutter a thanks as he sets each thing down. When he peels the lid off one of the boys' plastic dishes of peaches and sets it by my soup bowl, I rattle the spoon down before taking a bite. What the fuck is going on? What? What is this? I say, gesturing to my dinner spread. He raises a brow in confusion. You said you were hungry. It's after midnight, Mars. I could have just gotten myself a cheese stick and some grapes and called it a night. You don't want the soup? I don't know, is it cursed? I say, my temper rising. Cursed? What does that mean? You mean like poisoned? For some reason, I'm suddenly standing, my hunger forgotten. Why are you being so weird? What the fuck am I doing? Why am I picking a fight when he's just trying to be nice? His eyes are wide and he raises a hand toward me like I'm a puma loose in the kitchen. Maybe I am. An awkward moment passes between us as he searches my face, his blue eyes piercing in their intensity. I feel like he's looking for something. I stare back, waiting. After another moment, his gaze hardens as he lowers his hand. You don't want it, Caleb? Don't eat it. It's so rare for him to use my name. He says it now, and it hits me like a bolt of electricity straight to my dick. Really unfortunate timing with the way he's glaring at me, but his voice is all growly and rough, and he's looking at me like he wants to eat me. What the fuck does that even mean? I call as he turns away again. Why did that feel buried in like 10 layers of nuance, Mars? What the hell am I missing here? He rattles more clean dishes out of the dishwasher, returning them to their cabinets. There's nothing wrong with the soup. Eat it and go to bed. You need to recover your strength. His tone is so hollow, so dismissive, and yet I sense something more to it, something deeper. He's frustrated with me. No, worse. I take in the set of his shoulders, the way he won't let himself look at me. He's hurt, and he's hiding it from me. My mind spins as I try to make sense of it. Something happened. I say the words out loud, even if only to myself. Something happened today, I say louder. Didn't it? He goes still, arm in the air, as he puts away a coffee mug. Slowly, he lowers his hand, not turning around. I wait for him to speak, but the asshole just pulls another dish out of the washer. Mars, I shout, moving around the island. Now I'm the one treating him like a puma, both hands raised as I approach. Look, man, if I did something, if I said something, I didn't mean it, all right? I can be an ass. That's not breaking news. He rattles a fistful of forks down on the counter. Slowly, he glances over his tattooed shoulder at me. You really have no memory of today. I glance around, looking for an instant replay camera. I remember giving you my shit to hold, and I remember, like, bits and pieces. I remember the lights in the room and a dentist that looked like Rachel. Tiffany, he says softly. Her name unlocks a door to more memories. Yeah, fuck, and she said she'd heard of us, right? You showed her pictures of the boys and then we left. You helped me out to the car, right? He raises a brow, that deep frown still lining his face. You really remember nothing else? With a frustrated groan, I press my palms to my temples, eyes shut tight as I try to open more doors inside my head. I remember, fuck, it's all so fuzzy. I open my eyes, hoping you can see the sorry look on my face. Mars, I would never say anything to hurt you. You know that. I'd rip my own fucking throat out first, so whatever I did. It's fine, he says, turning away. But it's not fucking fine. He's twisted up, and I somehow did the twisting. Mars, come on, I plead, following after him. You can't be mad about something I said while I was drugged out of my mind. I said, it's fine. I hold nothing against you. I'm not mad. I'm nothing. I draw my hand to my side, heart racing as I search his face. Why do I get the feeling that I had something and just lost it? Mars, it's been a long day, and we're both overtired. He gestures to the bowl of soup cooling on the counter. I'll leave you to your dinner. He's pulling away from me, and I can't stop it. I have to try and stop it. Mars, please. I'll be upstairs if you need anything. Stepping past me, he flees the kitchen like his ass is on fire, leaving me alone with only the dog, my homemade soup, 1,000 unanswered questions, and a racing heart. Mars had to run some errands this afternoon, and he left me with the boys. I didn't even wait 10 minutes before I packed them into the car and drove halfway across town to the dentist office. I have questions that need answers. Last night I ate my soup and went to bed, ignoring the way the light was still on at the end of the hall. Mars was lying awake in there, but I left him alone. If he's gonna be an ass, then fuck him. But I slept like shit, tossing and turning all night. Things are even worse today. It's like Mars intends to make no mention of what happened. We're just moving on. Only we're not moving on. He's been so distant all day, like we're polite roommates now, instead of two men woven into each other's souls with iron thread. First sign of weirdness, I came downstairs and found him in the living room casually wearing a t-shirt. Mars never wears a fucking shirt. I don't know why, but I took it personally. It's like he's hiding from me. Like he suddenly feels the need to wear armor around me. And don't get me started on the coffee. As soon as he saw me, he got up and moved into the kitchen, being all polite as he wished me a good morning. I met him at the coffee maker like I always do, and my hand went out like a robot, expecting him to pass me the peppermint creamer. But the asshole just refilled his own cup and walked away. He walked the fuck away. I haven't gotten my own creamer out of the fridge in 5 fucking years. I just stood there next to the coffee maker looking like a total asshole, listening as he spoke to the boys in Finnish, watching as his shirt-covered back turned away from me. The shirt, the coffee, the Finnish, my metaphor is boxing me out. Fuck him. That's what I should do, right? I should ignore it. Ignore him. Instead, I hoist Jamie up on my hip, pushing Tuo in a stroller as I jab my elbow at the little round wheelchair access button. The glass door to the waiting room swings open, and I wheel the boys in. It takes seconds for Jamie to spy the toy table, and then he's trying to tip himself forwards out of my arms. A little girl is already playing there. I set Jamie down, and he waddles over with his squishy diaper butt, both hands reaching out for the colorful blocks. His little brother is content to watch from the stroller, snuggling with his shark stuffy. "Hi, can I help you?" calls a cheery voice. I turn to see a different woman sitting behind the glass from the one yesterday. She's looking at me, and I feel like an idiot. Why did I come here? Because I'm suddenly feeling insecure and it's making me crawl out of my fucking skin? Pretty much. I step up to the glass, dragging a hand through my hair. "Hey, yeah, I was in here yesterday. Caleb Price, wisdom tooth removal." Her fingers click on the keyboard. "Yep, I see you had an extraction yesterday." She looks up, her smile falling as she searches my face. "Are you experiencing any severe pain or persistent bleeding?" "What? No, I was... Just do it, you fucking chicken shit." "Is Tiffany here?" The receptionist blinks up at me. "Tiffany? Do you mean Dr. Collins?" I don't know her last name, I admit. She was with me during the procedure yesterday. I know her name is Tiffany, and she has dark hair, I think. She raises a brow. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't give out information about the surgeons or their schedules." "No, I groan. This was so fucking dumb. I shouldn't have come. I just need to ask her a question about post-op care stuff." She turns and starts rifling through a stack of papers. "You should have received a post-op care note direct to your patient portal, but I have a paper copy here." "No, it's fine. I actually need to ask her about something else." I try, knowing how lame I sound. The receptionist isn't buying it. Her eyes narrow on my wedding ring before she looks over to the babies I brought in with me. Sir, look, I'm not here to stalk her or something. I'm happily married. I just need to ask her what I said yesterday while I was high that made my husband so mad at me. Her eyes go wide. I swear she's moved her hand like an inch to the left as we've been talking. She's probably ready to reach under her desk and press an alarm button. This is just fucking perfect. Now, Mars is gonna have to drive downtown and pick up our boys from jail while I'm booked in on a workplace harassment charge. Before the receptionist can respond, the dentist in question walks past behind the front desk, her dark ponytail trailing down between her shoulders. Pulling a Jake, I smile and wave like we're best friends. Tiffany, hey, I call out. She turns at the sound of her name and slowly smiles back. She shuffles something off to another person in matching scrubs and walks over to the window, one hand on the back of the receptionist's chair. Hi, Mr. Price. Back again. That can't be a good sign. No, I'm fine, I say quickly. I was just hoping I could talk to you for a sec. I promise I won't take more than 2 minutes of your time. Sure. You actually caught me between appointments. Let me just come around. Heaving a sigh of relief, I cast the surprised receptionist a smirk and hurry back over to my boys. Tiffany comes through the door and joins me over by the play table. These are your boys, right? Such cutie little munchkins. Yeah, they're adorable. Listen, I say as she sits down. I need to know what I said to Mars yesterday. Her smile falters. What? When I came out of surgery, I press. I must have talked to you, to my husband. Do you remember what I said? She laughs, flicking her ponytail off her shoulder. Oh, don't worry about that. People say the craziest things. Just blame it on the happy gas. No, I have to know, I say over her. You wouldn't really get it unless you knew me and Mars, if you knew the way we are together. I can't explain it other than to say I think our relationship is now in mortal peril. Please, Tiffany, do you remember anything I said to him? She's thoughtful for a moment, watching as Jamie plays with the blocks. Well, at first you kept trying to guess our favorite ice cream flavors, she says with a small smile. And then you cried when you kept getting it wrong, so we just told you it was right. Ouch, I mutter. That's really fucking embarrassing. She laughs. And then you kept going on about your hottie husband and how beautiful he was and how much you wanted to, do things with him. Ice cream and sex. Jake will be thrilled to know he was the only thing on my mind while I was stoned out of my mind. If I said I was sorry, would it matter? Don't be, she says with another laugh. Honestly, it was kind of cute. You were so smitten, you kept calling him your sexy Thor and said he was the Viking god of love. You said he was so handsome it made your heart hurt. I go still. Wait. I was talking about Mars? Well, he's your husband, right? I turn towards her, our knees brushing in the small space. What exactly did I say while he was in the room? Do you remember? You just kept talking about how beautiful and sexy he is, and then you made him show me a picture of your boys. She looks to Tuo in his stroller, and her smile falls a bit. What? I lean forward. What does that look? Her smile falters. Well, I think you maybe said something about how he only loves your wife, and that he doesn't actually love you. My heart fucking stops. You said something like, I can't make him want me. Oh, this is so fucking bad. And then you pulled him in close and said you want to live inside his skin. Oh, shit. Now it's her placing a hand on my knee. Caleb, do you mind if I call you that? Feel free, I mutter. You were under sedation. I'm sure your husband understands. He's probably just worried about you. Surgery is stressful on partners too, even minor surgeries. No, this is bad, I say, launching to my feet. Tiffany can say what she wants about the unserious nature of confessions made under the influence of happy gas, but Mars and I know the truth. The gas did nothing but lower my towering brick walls. The gas left me exposed and vulnerable, lying there with my heart in my fucking hands. After 5 years of this strained mutual silence, Mars finally knows the truth. He knows I meant every word I said. I get the boys back in the car and start driving home, both hands holding the wheel like I'm 16 years old. My phone connects to the Bluetooth and music fills the car, something soft and indie rock. I don't really hear it. I can't focus. My brain is humming. I can barely follow the GPS instructions. We don't make it 10 minutes down the road before the song changes and my eyes go wide. I glance down to see a Taylor Swift album cover glowing on my phone screen. Rachel made this playlist for me. Hearing the chords to the song feels like being doused in cold water. A shiver shoots down my arms and I squeeze the steering wheel tighter. No. All at once, memories wash over me. Mars with his arms around my waist. Me burying my face against his chest, holding him as he lays me down on the bed, his gentle hands as he undresses me. I lift my arms, looking up at him with such longing it makes me ache. Fuck, I wanted him to stay last night. I wanted him to hold me. I've always wanted Mars. I just don't know how to have him. It's the last empty space on the map of our shared lives. Rachel, Jake, and I have done the work to explore all the hills and valleys on our sides of the map. We've had the long talks and the confusing jealousy and the earth-shattering sex. We've figured out how to make this work for all of us. But Mars isn't that guy. He doesn't do jealousy. He doesn't need long talks to work out his feelings. He just takes what he wants and politely leaves the rest. And what he wants is Rachel. He's made that clear from the beginning. Jake and I were always the side dishes to her main course. Don't get me wrong, he loves us. I feel confident he'd never wish to live without us. If Rachel dies tomorrow, he's not going anywhere. We'll be 3 old men shuffling around a frozen pond with our hockey sticks, showing the grandkids how to sink pucks in the net. But if he wanted more from either of us, he would take it, right? I glance in the rearview mirror, checking on the boys. Jamie is looking out the window eating his cracker snack. Tuamis is asleep. Mars took more the day Tuo was born. He turned to me, heart in his hands, and asked me to give him more. I did. I would have given him fucking everything, shirt off my back, lungs from my chest. I thought it was a new beginning for us. I thought we were finally going to fill in the last blank space on the map. But nothing came of it. I told him I loved him, and he never mentioned it again. We took Tuo home and became a family of 6. Well, 7, including the dog. That was 10 months ago. I've resigned myself to the truth that Mars is settled. His bonds to Jake and Rachel are more than secure. They give him all he needs. I should be satisfied too, right? I should be content to have 2 loving romantic partners. Rachel is my wife, the mother of my children, the center of our family, and Jake loves me so much. He loves us all. I don't know what any of us did to deserve him. He makes me so fucking happy. But no matter how much I love them and how happy they make me, that blank space on the map remains. It's the last uncharted territory. Sometimes it feels like it's growing larger with time, not smaller. I fill it with my silence, my frustration, my empty hope. If Mars wanted me, he could have had me. All he had to do is reach out his hand and I'll take it. But he hasn't. And he won't, because he doesn't want me like I want him. After 5 years of holding this truth hostage deep in my heart, all it took was a stupid dental surgery for my walls to finally crumble. He knows the truth now. He knows I want him. And how does he respond? He pulls away. He puts on his armor and shields himself. He's saying without words exactly how he feels. I stick to my aching jaw would be more fucking humane. And now I have to go home and see him? I have to pretend I don't know what has him pulling away from me. Yeah, fuck that. I won't let Rachel and Jake come home to this den of denial. They deserve better. Mars doesn't get to run from this, and neither do I. Decision made, I cut left across 2 lanes of traffic and turn left instead of right on the A1A highway. Weaving down a few side streets, I pull up outside a beach bungalow. 2 cars sit in the driveway. I glance in the back seat. Okay, J-Man, let's go see if Emma can play. Yay! Comes Jamie's soft cry from his car seat. I get the kids out of the car and head to Tess's front door. Ringing the bell, I wait. After a minute, Langley opens it. Shit, I'd forgotten he'd be here. He's rehabbing another knee injury, which means he's not traveling with the team for games right now. Hey, Sandy, what? He glances over his shoulder into the house. Did I know you were coming over? Is Tess here? I say without preamble. Tess appears from the kitchen with Emma perched on her hip. Her little mini-me is decked out in fairy wings and a sparkly unicorn horn headband, her wild strawberry curls sticking up in all directions. Emma is only 3, but she's a total firecracker. Tess looks to me in confusion. Caleb, what? Hey, Nugget, she coos as Jamie pushes his way past Langley's legs to get to his godmother. Langley steps back with a laugh, letting me in too. I set his sleeping 2-0 down, still buckled in his car seat. How was the surgery? Tess calls. She's crouched on one knee now, her arm around both the kids. Head is still attached, I see. It was fine, I say, stuffing my hands in my pockets. Listen, can the boys stay with you for a while today? She pauses from putting Emma's unicorn headband on Jamie. Everything okay? Yeah, Mars and I have some stuff we need to take care of around the house before Jake and Rachel get back, and it would be easier to get it done without the kids underfoot, so... Tess picks Jamie up and marches barefoot across the floor towards me. What happened? Nothing. Emma darts around her mom's legs, handing her a glittery wand with a light that blinks pink and purple. Mommy, why is KK lying? That's a very good question, kitten, her mom replies, jiggling my kid on her hip. God, I don't know how Langley handles 2 of them. Tess is nightmare enough. What did you do to Mars? She levels at me. Nothing, I say again, my indignation rising. Babe, it sounds like they just need some kid-free time to get some chores done. Langley cuts in. Sweet, gullible, puppy boy Langley. Tess isn't buying it. Honey, take the kiddos to the kitchen and find them a snack, she says, shifting Jamie over to him. Emma darts away at the mention of the word snack. Langley chuckles, brushing a kiss to her forehead, his hand gently stopping Jamie from pulling her hair as he says, Leave something for the coroner, babe. Oh shit, maybe he's not so gullible. Langley walks off with my kid and I suddenly regret everything. Tess stands there, hands on her hips, fiery red hair escaping her bun. She gives me her best glare. What the heck is going on? Nothing, I say for the 3rd time.
You don't show up on my doorstep asking me to watch your babies, Kay. You don't show up on my doorstep ever.
What are you talking about? I'm here all the fucking time.
Not by yourself,
she counters, pointing the sparkle wand at me.
You say you want me to watch your boys so you and Mars can take care of stuff?
She taunts me with air quotes.
What the heck is that code for, huh?
Maybe we're finally replacing the tile backsplash in the kitchen. I snap, not ready to face the music. Maybe we're staining the deck.
Maybe you're full of shit. I know you, Kay. You're standing here all freaked out like you're about to tell me you're pregnant and he's the father and oh my God.
She gasps, her free hand raising to her mouth as her green eyes dart left and right, searching my face. She lowers her voice to a hoarse whisper.
Caleb Joshua Price, did you get some other woman pregnant?
What? No, I bellow.
Why is that where your crazy head goes first? How would I even...
Wait, Joshua, that's not my middle name.
I don't know your middle name,
she says with a dismissive wave of the wand.
Why do you look so guilty and weird and freaked out? What are you up to?
She steps closer, pointing the blinking wand in my face.
If you did something to hurt them or betray their trust, I will bury you in a sea turtle nest.
Tess.
You tell me right now, or I will take these babies and call their mother. Maybe she knows what's going on.
Don't call Rachel, I plead, holding out a hand to stop her from reaching in her pocket. She stills. One brow raises slowly as she looks at me, waiting.
Then start talking, mister.
I groan, dragging both hands through my hair. Look, fine, okay. Here it is. I was high yesterday after the surgery, and I said some shit, and Mars heard it, and now I've got to go deal with it, okay? We can't just keep... I bite back my words, giving her a desperate look. I have to talk to Mars, Tess. She tucks the wand in the back pocket of her jeans as her eyes widen over her freckled cheeks.
Oh, God. Okay, no. What did you say?
I hold her gaze, searching her face. For better or worse, Tess Langley is one of us. She shoved her way into our lives shortly after Rachel and wrapped us all around her damn finger. She's weirdly become a best friend to each of us, giving us all what we need. In Mars's case, it's someone to push him. For Jake, it's someone to laugh with and plan crazy, extravagant parties. For me, it's someone to call me on my bullshit. Like right now. She knows me. She'll read through anything I say, so I tell her the truth. It only takes one word. Everything. Tears fill her eyes.
Oh, God, like, everything? Everything?
I nod. She crosses her arms, glancing over her shoulder at the sound of our kids laughing with Langley in the kitchen. She looks back at me, her face somber.
He loves you, Caleb.
I know. Stepping forward, she places a hand on my arm.
No. He loves you. Don't doubt that.
I nod, a ball of emotion sitting in my throat. Will you just watch the boys for a bit?
Yeah.
She takes a step back.
Yeah, Auntie Tess has the boys tonight. Just be warned, Emma's in a pretty serious glitter phase.
Good to know.
Your boys will be doused.
I'll send you my laundry bill. She smirks, nodding behind me towards the door.
Go home, Kay. Fix this.
I shrug the diaper bag off my shoulder, setting it next to Tuo's car seat. My heart is suddenly racing like I just ran a set of sprints. There's, some diapers in the bag and snacks and stuff, and Tuo has his stuffy for bedtime and... I fall silent as she closes the space between us, taking my hand in hers. You've waited long enough for this, Kay. I go still, too much a coward to look at her. She squeezes my hand. The truth always had to come out. No going back, okay? I nod, weaving our fingers together. She steps in closer, her free hand brushing down my arm. Make him hear you, honey. But make sure you listen too. I lean forward and press a quick kiss to her forehead. Then I'm stepping away, giving one last look to the son Mars named for me, still asleep in his car seat. I'll call you, I say, as Tess opens the door. She follows me out onto the front porch, watching as I get into my car and pull away. There's nothing left for me to do but go home. Minutes later, I turn down our street to see the truck parked in the driveway. Mars is already home. Steeling myself, I pull in next to him and head inside. Poseidon meets me at the door, dancing at my feet as I slip off my shoes and put all my pocket stuff in the dish. I listen for any sound of Mars, but the house is quiet. He always prefers it quiet, unless he's working out or cooking dinner. I step softly around the bottom floor, searching for him. The kitchen is spotless, the dishwasher churning. From the laundry room, I hear the soft tumble of the dryer. Poseidon trots away and flops down onto his massive floor pillow. Rattling open the drawer by the dishwasher, I pull out the bottle of painkillers and tip 3 into my palm. I lean over the sink and slurp some water. Still in pain? I jump, swallowing the pills. I glance up to see Mars in the entryway. He must have been napping upstairs. As he enters the kitchen, he pulls a shirt on over his head, tugging it down to cover his six-pack. His armor is firmly in place. Oh, fuck. A muscle twitches in my aching jaw, matched by a twitch somewhere lower. That's my shirt, I say over the sound of the running water. Mars glances down, one hand smoothing absently over his chest. He's wearing my old varsity Michigan hockey tee. It's well worn, the words faded and the cotton soft. There's a small hole at the neck. It's basically the perfect tee. It's my favorite tee. The first time I caught Jake wearing it, I fucked him senseless. I made him leave the shirt on the whole time, gripping it with both fists as I pounded his tight hole. All the while he chanted out all the ways he was mine. Flashes of seeing Jake under me flicker in my mind as I take in the way the gray cotton stretches around Mars's bicep. He glances from me to the sink. What are you doing? Turn the water off. That's my shirt, I say again, ignoring his command. He shrugs a shoulder. It was in my drawer. How can he be so indifferent when I'm over here crawling out of my goddamn skin? Yeah, but it's mine. You know it's mine, Mars. Awesome, good fucking start, Kay. Put the goalie on defense. That'll make this go smoother. He looks at me like I'm a ticking bomb. The room was dark. I just put it on, Kay. What is this really about? He steps around the island towards me. On instinct, I step back. His eyes widen slightly, his blue searching my brown. Reaching over, he slowly turns the water off. Silence fills the kitchen except for the soft humming sound of the dishwasher. You seem really into shirts, all of a sudden, I say, because apparently I want to make extra sure this goes as poorly as possible. What? Why are you wearing a shirt, Mars? You were wearing one this morning, too. You never wear shirts in the house. He leans away, one hand on the counter. You're angry with me. I'm not angry. I'm annoyed. His head is tipped to the side in confusion. At me? Because I'm wearing a shirt? Fuck him. We're doing this. I square my shoulders at him. No, Because yesterday you heard me say, I want to live inside your skin, and now you're determined to hide that skin away from me. Well, message received, Mars, loud and fucking clear. A ringing silence meets my outburst as the confused Finn just stares at me, his lips slightly parted. After a moment, he seems to recover, his mouth snapping shut. Caleb. Fuck, I can't do this. I spin away and march around the other side of the island. I thought I was ready, but I'm not. I call over my shoulder. Get back here, he shouts after me. Just give me a fucking minute. I race off down the front hall towards the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I only know I'm not ready to see the look in his eyes when he politely turns me down, crushing the last embers of my hope into ash. The dog barks and I hear Mars on the stairs behind me. Caleb, stay downstairs. I need you at least 1 fucking floor away. Where are the boys? He calls from behind me. I pause, my hand bracing the wall by my bedroom door. Slowly, I glance over my shoulder. Mars stands at the top of the stairs, his large frame filling the hallway. He's making no attempt to move closer. Where are the boys? He asks again. With the Langleys. He holds my gaze. Why are they with the Langleys? I drop my hand from the wall. Because I needed to talk to you. A moment of silence floats down the hallway between us, filling the empty space. So? Then talk. I spin all the way around, glaring at him. I know what happened yesterday. Pieces of it were already buzzing in my head. Tiffany filled in the rest. I know what you heard me say. Now he looks even more confused. Tiffany, when did you talk to the dentist? I went back there today with the boys, I say over him. You were behaving so weird this morning, I couldn't not know. I take a step closer to him, my hands balled into fists. You should have just told me. I shouldn't have had to hunt down my dentist and beg her to tell me what happened. And what did you expect me to say? He replies, his tone cold as ice. Did you really want me to laugh as I recounted how you clung to me, whispering your secrets in my ear? I didn't find it all that funny when you said you used my body wash to make yourself come. I didn't laugh when you told me you rubbed the scent of me into your skin. My cock swells at the sound of his voice, even as I fight a tremble at his words. Mars, I was high. You were honest. Don't minimize this, Caleb. Not this. Not with me. I absorb each word like a blow, letting them sink deep. God, he's so frustrated. And it's all my fault. I did this to us. I broke everything. The jar is shattered, glass everywhere, and I've ruined this for more than just myself. What about Jake and Rachel? They were so fucking happy. They were content with the balance we all had. They didn't ask for things to change. Fuck, why do I always ruin every good thing in my life? Mars is still shredding me with his iron gaze. You meant every word you said, didn't you? I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. My shoulders move with it as I force the air out. Look at me when I'm speaking to you, he bellows, his voice burning like a fire in my chest. I blink my eyes open. They're dry as a fucking desert. I don't deserve to cry about this. I don't deserve to feel cut up over his rejection. He never once asked for me to catch feelings. He made his position crystal fucking clear from the beginning. But I did catch feelings, and now here we are shouting at each other in the hallway. We have to deal with this. Slowly, I lift my hands, showing him my surrender. Just do it, Mars. I can fucking take it, alright? Just say it. Seal this coffin shut so we can both move on and try to salvage what's left. His eyes go wide as he leans away from me. Jake and Rachel deserve this, I press, taking a step closer. They deserve to see us fight to get past this. To do that, you have to say it. My voice lowers. I can't let this go unless I see you say the words. He searches my face, his expression unreadable. I'm confused, he admits at last. What is it you demand to hear me say? My hands drop to my sides. Seriously? How can he be confused? I shake my head in defeat. Just say you don't want me. You want me to deny you. You want me to turn you away. My heart pounds dully in my chest as I nod. Angry resolve simmers under the surface of his calm exterior. He stands there, eyes locked on me, and dares to say nothing. My humiliation tastes enough like rage to make me bold. I stalk down the hallway towards him. God damn it, Mars. You fucking say it. I shove at his chest with both hands. Don't hold back now. Say it to my face. Say you don't want me. I push him again. He grunts, his body swaying as he holds his ground. Slowly, he crosses his arms in my t-shirt, his muscles round against the tight fabric. The sight of him in that goddamn shirt is making me fucking feral. I shove him again, and he lashes out with a muttered curse and finish, grabbing both my wrists. He tries to pull me closer, his touch gentling. Caleb, get off me! Get the fuck off! I jerk my hands free of his grip, my voice cracking with emotion. Mars, god damn it! I suck in air, hands shaking as I pull away. I'm such a goddamn mess. I take a step back, shoulders heaving as I look up at him. Come on, man, don't make me fucking beg. We stand in the hallway of the house we share, each holding a lit match, ready to set our life up in flames. Heart racing, I search the lines of his handsome face. He looks right back at me. He looks through me and says nothing. Not a goddamn word. He knows what I need to hear, but he's not going to say it. He won't. God help us both. I think maybe he can't say it. Realization dawns, snatching all the air from my lungs. Oh, you son of a... Are you kidding me? In my confusion and panic, I shove him again. Are you fucking kidding me? Another shove. How long, Mars? He grunts, letting me push at him. He's such a tree, he hardly even shifts his weight. How fucking long? Caleb, stop. He breaks his stoic silence at last, body checking me. I stumble back and he grabs me by the shoulders, turning me and forcing me up against the wall. Enough. Picture frames rattle as my body meets resistance. We grapple until he has me by the upper arms, pressing me to the wall. We're both panting, chests heaving. His lips are parted, a soft pink warming his cheeks as he glares at me. Just tell me, I say again, my voice desperate. How fucking long, Mars? His grip softens on my wrists. How long what? I hold his gaze. How long have you wanted me? He drops his hands away from me. Then he's stepping back. I lean against the wall for support, my body feeling boneless. An eternity stretches between us, but really it's only seconds. I look at him, pride shredded, soul in my hands, and wait. Slowly his expression softens. To know you is to want you, Caleb. I let out a breath, shoulders sagging. You can't mean it. Mars, I swear to fucking God. Why would I lie about this? He shouts. I have nothing to gain and everything to lose by revealing this truth. Why do you think I have swallowed it for so long? I have lived with it burning a hole inside me because I knew you didn't feel the same. No. I shake my head, letting his anger wash over me like a crashing wave. No. You've been in the driver's seat this whole goddamn time. It was you calling the shots. You're a man of action, Mars. You take what you want, and you've only ever wanted Rachel. You never even looked twice at me unless she was standing naked between us. You don't want me for myself alone. You've never wanted me. I never knew I was allowed to want you. I blink, leaning away. What the hell are you talking about? With a frustrated growl, he points a finger in my face. You set the rules we live by, Caleb, not me. I merely respect them. My eyes go wide. What fucking rules? Rachel is yours, he shouts over me. Rachel is yours and Jake is yours. Even the dog is yours. You found them first. You loved them first. I share them with you. That is my role here. That is my place, to share them only. But I can't have you for myself. Why not? He huffs, shaking his head as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, because we are the safe harbor. You are held apart, removed from me like a lighthouse on the far distant shore. I can see home, but I cannot reach it. I know it's there. But your fire cannot give me warmth. He lifts a hand, reaching across the empty space between us and cups my face. The feel of his skin on mine sets me on fire. As if he knows what his touch does to me, his mouth quirks into a sad smile. Only they may seek shelter in your light, he murmurs, his thumb brushing my cheek. I must remain at the breakers, holding back the violence of the waves, destined to watch you love them from afar. He drops his hand away, and I'm left swaying on my feet, my own hand rising to brush my cheek, chasing the ghost of his touch. My anger evaporates as I see the pain in his eyes, pain I put there through my own inability to see him, to let him be seen by me. Is that really all I am to you? The lighthouse you can see but never touch? His blue eyes break me open with their intensity. It's fine. Necessary, even. Necessary? Why? He nods. Because you're my other half. Oh, fuck. I step in, letting my hands smooth over his chest, fingers brushing against the soft cotton of my t-shirt. He stiffens under my hands, his eyes shutting tight as if he's in physical pain. Ilmari. Look at me, I whisper. His eyes open, those pools of deepest blue devastating me. I take in the furrow of his brow, the soft lines at the corners of his eyes, the dusting of faint freckles on his cheeks, the scar on his eyebrow. He's so goddamn beautiful. All these years sharing a life, and he still takes my breath away. Tell me who I am, I say, lifting my hands to cup his bearded face. No more hiding. Stand in my light and tell me. His hands wrap around my wrists as he holds my gaze. You are Caleb Price. You're everything I'm not. Everything I can't be. You give them the things they need that I can't provide. You help me love them the way they deserve to be loved. You're my other half. You make us whole. Together, we are the safe harbor. We're the harbor for them, I reply, letting my hands drift back down to his shoulders. But they're an ocean away. It's just the two of us here now. You and me, Mars. I need to know what I am to you. I need to know if there's any piece of you left I can claim, or have they taken everything? His fingertips brush feather light down the ink on my forearm, sending a fire racing over my skin. My dick twitches with want, but we're nowhere close to a resolution here. I step in closer and press my palm against his warmth, feeling the beat of his strong heart. Rachel has already carved her name into the walls of your heart. This beats for her. I glance up, waiting for him to respond. He nods. It does. I flip my hand over, brushing my knuckles down his sternum. And Jake and the boys claim all your softness, your quiet. You are their shelter, the place they find rest. Yes, I am. I trail my hand down to his hip. What does that leave for me? His jaw tightens, the heat of his gaze enough to burn down the house. I stare right back, daring him to deny my next words. I will not be nothing to you, Ilmari Price. And I am no longer content to stand on some distant shore helping you hold this family together, wanting you with an ache that tears me apart. I suck in a breath, squeezing his hips as I step in. I can't breathe for wanting you. I have no pride left, no clever words, nothing. Please, just end my fucking agony and tell me there's something left. Tell me there's a part of you I can have that they don't already claim. Something that can be only mine. He holds my gaze, his blue eyes searching mine. The others have staked their claims on me, it's true. But you may have the rest. Take anything. Everything. Every part of me. It's yours. Close my eyes, letting out a shaky breath. How is this possible? Minutes ago, I marched up these stairs, determined to believe he was shutting me out, pushing me away. I thought life as I knew it was over. Like Icarus, I chose to fly too close to the fucking sun, and my whole family was going to pay the price. Now, I'm standing here in this hallway, and Mars is telling me I can have anything I want. It feels too good to be true. Shoving away from him with a soft curse, I step back, needing space. I can't be rational if I'm touching him. Sudden death, Mars. You know the rules. The corner of his mouth twitches. Should we go down to the kitchen? Don't you fucking move. He goes still, waiting. Swallowing my fear, I ask the question burning the tip of my tongue. Sudden death? Jake and Rachel would be proud of me for shooting this shot first. Mars, do you love me? My goalie lets the puck hit the back of the net. He doesn't lift a finger to block it. more than my own life. But you already know that. We're so far past expressing our mutual feelings of fidelity. Ask the question you really want answered. A single moment that lasts an eternity stretches between us. I lick my lips, heart racing. Sudden death, no going back. Are you in love with me, Mars? He closes his eyes and lets out a breath. So much, it hurts. His words tear me open. Everything I have left pours onto the floor at our feet. I close the distance between us, my hands gripping to my t-shirt on his back as I pull him in for a kiss. He goes still, his body like stone, his lips unmoving against mine. Mars, kiss me back before I lose my fucking mind. I pant against his lips. His arms wrap around me, hands gripping my shoulders as he pulls me against him. Then, he's kissing me. His lips are soft, his beard bristling against my mouth. This isn't the first time we've kissed. There have been many peppered through our moments of group sex, but only ever with Rachel and Jake present, encouraging us, watching us, joining us. Our four-way mutual attraction sends us all blazing into an inferno that sometimes burns for hours. We fuck and taste and tease, ending in a pile of sweaty limbs. 4 hearts beat as one. It feels like touching God. My version of it, anyway. But now just Mars is in my arms, his lips against mine. Knowing no one else is here to claim a piece of our shared passion, it's a whole different kind of worship. I'm possessive by nature. I like to covet and control. As much as I love group sex, I need time with each of my partners alone, too. Mars is right. We all need different things from each other. What do I need from Mars? What is this hole inside me that can't be filled by the selfless love of Jake or the riotous passion of Rachel? I grip his face, ignoring the painful ache in my own jaw as I press myself against him, taking what I need. Let me in, I beg, my hands clinging to his shoulders as we share air, kissing like we'll die if we stop. No more living life as halves. Be whole with me. Let me climb inside your skin, inside your mind. Please, baby, just let me in and never let me go. He groans, his hard dick pressing against my hip as his hands drift down to my waist, his hold on me possessive and firm. Is that what you need from me? He breaks our kiss, and we press our foreheads together, breathing in sync. Rachel gets my heart. Jake gets my calm. And you get everything else? You want to step inside my bones and wear me as a second skin? You want to possess me, body and soul. I grip his face, my fingers tight on his jaw as I force him to look at me. I want to complete you. 2 halves of one whole. No beginning and no fucking end. 1 unit. Unbreakable. That's what you promised us, Mars. I press a single kiss to his lips and he tenses against me, fighting to lower his walls. This is what I want, what I need. This is the thing I've been craving more than air. It's not enough to share this life together and share our children and our lovers. I need to share him. I need him to willingly give me everything. No more holding back. My hands soften on his face, my fingers brushing over his short beard. Please let me in. His hands smooth over me, stroking my lower back, and I can almost hear the whirring of his brain as he considers. I arch into his every touch like a needy cat, my body swaying to feel more of him hold me. I want his touch everywhere. Let me in. You can have it all. His breath is warm against my lips as I lean in once more, my kiss like a promise. Mars, please. I love you. With those words, his resolve snaps. He growls like an animal as his arms come around me, lifting me clear off the floor. He hoists me up his front and turns us, his hands wrapping around my thighs as he barrels down the hall. Caught off guard, I laugh like a kid, relief and excitement surging through me as I cling to his shoulders. He's carrying me like a fucking koala. I think he's going to bring me to the master bedroom, but he doesn't. He shoulders his way into my bedroom instead, slamming me up against the open door. It rattles in the frame, and I grunt. My body is on fire at the feel of him pressed between my spread thighs. He holds me with one hand on my ass, pressing me into the door with his hips to keep me still. With his free hand, he reaches up and wraps his thick fingers around my neck, careful to avoid my sore jaw. This door will never be shut to me again, he declares. My eyes go wide as I take in his full meaning. For as much as he's kept himself separate from me all these years, I've kept myself separate from him, from all of them. I built myself a fortress of solitude in here, and since I wasn't sexual with him before, I've never invited him inside. He stood at the breakers, watching as I lived a life apart, bringing his loves inside my inner sanctum, shutting the door in his face. Closing my eyes tight, I press my forehead to his and let out a breath, knowing my own walls have to come down. Never again. I kiss him once, twice, pouring my passion into him, sealing my promise with my lips and my fevered words. Mars, never, I chant into his open mouth, his tongue teasing mine. Never again, I fucking swear. Pushing off the door, he brings us to the middle of the room. I slide down his body, my bare feet touching the floor. We stand there, chests heaving, his hands at my waist and mine gripping his biceps. I search the face I know so well, looking for any sign of hesitation or doubt. If we do this, it changes everything. He finishes for me. Everything. I want to be his everything. I want to give him everything. He deserves nothing less. We stand at the edge, waiting for the other to make the first move. Do you love me, Caleb? He says at last. I huff. You know I do, asshole. Ask the real question. A smile goes over his lips. Are you in love with me? My hands stroke down his arms. So much it hurts. We move at the same time, colliding with hands and mouths. My body is on fire as I ride the high of his acceptance. His hunger fuels mine until we're grabbing with needy hands, trying to get closer when we're already pressed together. This is my goddamn shirt. I growl the words against his mouth, hands fisting tight to the fabric. New house rule. You wear my shirt, you wear my cum. He drops his mouth away from mine with a laugh, his lips claiming my neck. The combo of his laugh and the feel of his hard dick at my hip has me seeing black. I grab for the shirt, jerking it up. Take it off. Get this fucking thing off. He lets me pull the shirt off over his head and I toss it aside. I grab his jaw with one hand, the other dropping down between us to cup his dick. You wore shirts today to hide from me, didn't you? Admit it. He grunts, his hard dick twitching under my hand. Perhaps subconsciously. Yes? I run my palm up and down his length, watching the muscles in his neck tense. I will have nothing between us. No more hiding, Mars. And when I walk up to that coffee maker tomorrow morning, you better be waiting with my creamer in hand. He smirks, his eyes flashing with interest. Mistaking me for Jake in this moment would be a grave error. I know exactly who the fuck I'm talking to. Shoving my hands inside his pants, I wrap my fingers around his hot and ready dick. He grunts, his hips pressing forward in reflexive need. God, he's so thick. He's about to tear me the fuck apart, and I'm over here trembling like a virgin with eager anticipation. I lick my lips, spreading his pre-cum with my thumb. I know you'll never let me in that ass, I tease. You're top through and through, but what intimacies am I allowed? I won't let this be anything less than perfect. His eyes go wide, as if he's only just now considering what we're about to do. I'm relieved to see it's not shock or worry that crosses his face. It's raw, open interest. I've never been with a man, he admits. I smile. I know, Mars. My experience begins and ends with you. Fuck, that shouldn't give me so much pleasure, but it does. He and Jake have kissed on occasion. It makes me harder just picturing it. And once or twice, I think Jake helped suck his dick. But that's just not the way they are together. It's not what either of them want from the other, and that's fine. That Mars wants something different with me is a gift I'll not be taking for granted. I smooth my hands over his bare chest. You've seen me with Rachel, and you've seen me with Jake. You know what I like. You definitely know where everything goes. I pause, my thumb brushing over the words inked on his right pec. No exit. The handwriting is Jake's, and Jake has a matching tat in Mars's handwriting on his forearm. It's the only ink Jake has aside from his wedding ring tattoo. They went out and got them the week Jamie was born, telling Rachel and I nothing about it. We thought they were just going out for sushi. It's a promise he made to Jake as a sign of his constancy. Mars doesn't want an exit. He's all in. I close my eyes and press my lips to the tattoo, all fear and doubt leaving my body. His hand wraps gently around my nape, holding me to him as I breathe him in. Slowly, I pull away. I hold his dark blue gaze. You are not Rachel, and you're not Jake. What they need from me is not what you need. He holds still, waiting. So, take me, Mars. That's what you want, right? You want all of me? You're the one who wants to crawl inside my skin and share my bones. You want my surrender? I step back, holding his gaze as I tug my shirt off, dropping it to the floor. Take me. I tuck my thumbs into the top of my pants, shrugging them down with my boxers. I step out of both and stand naked before him, dick in my hand. Take all of me. Use me and break me. Do your fucking worst. With a low growl, he closes the space between us, his hands at my bare hips, reeling me in. I groan with desperate need, my hands going to the top of his pants as I quickly jerk them down. I need to see you, need to feel all of you. He's kissing my chest, his hands gripping my ass as he folds himself around me. Panting, he pulls back, his thumb brushing over my parted lips. Wait, you are still sore. I'm fine, I bite out, wrapping my hand around both our hard dicks and stroking them together. He grunts, eyes shutting tight as he moves with me. But then he's pulling away. No, we will be careful, and the doctor said no sucking, he adds, his mouth tipping into a smirk. If he thinks I won't be sucking his dick tonight, he's crazy. My mouth is already filling with saliva at the thought. She meant straws, Mars, and I feel fine. We're not taking the chance, he replies, his tone firm. I actually fucking whimper. I hear the sound escape my chest and crawl up my throat. I'm officially whimpering for his dick. God, I am so desperate. He's pleased with the sound, his hand skating over my hip until his fingers brush the crease of my ass. But I will have everything else, he adds, his heated gaze burning my skin as he takes me in. I will bury myself in this ass and claim you from the inside out, Kay. From this night onward, you will walk through life as mine. Say you accept, and we begin. A laugh escapes me as I press myself against him, wrapping my hand around his hard and ready dick. I accept, you possessive asshole. Now stop talking about it and do it. His hand drops down to close around mine on our dicks. We stroke each other together, his foreskin stretching around his crown with each tug. Of the three of us, he's the only one uncut. Wait. I loosen my hold, shifting us around until I get my dick on top. Try this. I move my hips a little to thrust, the bottom of my dick gliding along the top of his. Fuck, he groans, eyes shutting tight as his head tips back. I grin, my own euphoria sizzling under my skin. Yeah, you like that? You like the feel of my metal teasing your aching dick? I keep moving, letting my piercings stimulate his shaft. He drops his own hand away, instead grabbing my shoulders like I'm the only thing holding him up. His eyes are closed, lips parted as we fraught like a pair of horny teenagers. Get the lube, I pant. His eyes blink open and he looks around in a daze. Top drawer. I push him with my free hand and we stumble back towards the dresser. He fumbles the drawer open, digging out the small bottle of lube. I take it from him, popping the cap and dribble some slick lube over both our cocks and my hand. Will you let me try something? I've always wanted to try this with you. He just washes my hand as I bring our dicks back together, stroking them. Mars, I say again, giving his dick a soft slap. He grunts, eyes flashing as he glares at me. Can I try something? I could ask him if he's ever tried docking, but I already know the answer. I think you'll like it, I add with a smirk. He nods. Do anything but stop. Crowing with confidence, I focus on the job at hand. I've only done this one other time with a guy, and that was long before my piercings. The idea of sharing this with Mars already has me ready to fucking blow. Hold your dick here, I say, wrapping my hand around his base. Keep it still for me. His larger hand replaces mine, cupping his balls as he closes his fingers around his thick shaft. Working the lube over us, I put the tips of our dicks together, our pre-cum smearing with the lube. The softness of his crown lights me up, sending a tingling feeling of anticipation up my spine. With a gentle hand, I work his foreskin a little, sliding it back and forth around his fat crown. Then I pull our tips together and pull his foreskin forward until it wraps around my head. "What are you doing?" he pants, his eyes locked on our dicks. "It's called docking. I'm gonna use your foreskin to get us both off. Here, hold on." I work him for a few more seconds, holding my own dick at the base too as I fold more of his foreskin around me, pressing in with my hips as I do. He offers the perfect amount of resistance, cursing in Finnish as my grip on his foreskin strokes the piercings on the underside of my dick. "Oh, fuck," he barks, jerking back. He's panting, eyes wide as he looks at me. For a moment, I hesitate. "You didn't like it?" He blinks, his brow furrowed like he can't translate my words. But then, he's grabbing my shoulder, his hand wrapping back around his dick. Do it again. Don't fucking stop. We don't stop until we both come." I groan with relief, pressing in to kiss him as I wrap my hands back around our dicks. I work us with both hands now. We find a rhythm, my hands greased with lube as we fuck the tips of our dicks into each other. It feels so goddamn good. It's wet and warm and silky like a cunt. His foreskin is so thin and delicate. Each pull of it over the rounded barbells of my piercings has him shivering and groaning, aching to press closer to me. I fucking love it. Mars is a quick study, slapping my hand away to take over. Then I'm the one who gets to grip his hips and hold on for dear life as he fucks himself against my piercings, his silky soft foreskin driving us both fucking wild. My whole body feels like it's coiling tighter as I near release. I should try and last longer for him, really drag this out, but I've waited for this for so fucking long. I need to come like I need air. His thrusting gets erratic, and I know he's close too. "Mars, fuck. I'm gonna come," I pant, my fingers digging into his hips. "I'm gonna..." At the last moment, he changes the angle of our cocks, wrapping them together in both his fists so my piercings rub along his shaft, our tips pointed to the ceiling. He jerks us both into another fucking dimension, and I blow on a howl, my cum spurting from my tip and hitting my bare chest. He follows me, angling our dicks so his load lands on me too. I look down in a daze as thick, white cum shoots from his tip, decorating my stomach. After a moment, his forehead drops to mine and we stand there panting, his hand around our dicks, our release painting my skin. "You're a quick study," I whisper with a sated smile. "I take it you like docking." He just grunts, dipping his chin to claim a quick kiss from my lips. "You've never done that with Jake?" "Frauding, yes. You've watched us do it. But not docking. He doesn't have a foreskin. Docking is all yours." He lets out another heavy breath, his shoulders relaxing. Leaning away, he takes in the mess of cum on my stomach. Slowly, he nods. "You only do that with me." "Only you," I reply. Lifting a hand, I brush my finger over the drop of sticky cum on my sternum. Not caring whose it is, I lift my fingers to his lips. "I will only ever do that with you," I say, more solemn this time. Parting his lips, he sucks my finger into his mouth, taking the taste of release onto his tongue. Whether his or mine, it doesn't matter. He savors it, eyes closed as his hands smooth out my arms to rest at my shoulders, his thumbs brushing the pulse point at either side of my neck. The feel of his tongue on the pad of my finger is warm and inviting. I want to feel that tongue other places. I want to feel him everywhere. My finger pops from his mouth and I glance down to see he's still half hard. Our crazy Finn can go all fucking night. I know what he's about to say, even before he snares my gaze, his blue eyes heating as he looks at me. We're just getting started. Get on the bed. I smirk at him, gesturing to my cum-painted chest. You gonna clean me up a little first, big guy? No. He steps in, smearing some of the cum with his hand. This is what you wanted, right? To wear me in your skin. It's what you said to me as I got you in the car. His deep voice acts like a key, unlocking whatever submission genes I have hidden away inside my head. I'm trembling as he looks at me, his height giving him an advantage, so he's looking down. With my other lovers, I prefer dominance, even if they both love to brat me until I see red. But Mars is no brat, and he's definitely not submissive. The only way to have him is for me to be the one who gives in. Apparently, I'm fucking here for it. I'm practically shaking with desire to be used by him, adored by him. Please, I whisper, not caring that I sound desperate. Please what? He steps in closer, lowering his face to breathe me in at my neck. It's a deep inhale, finished with a soft, hungry groan of approval. He likes the way I smell. It's so fucking primal. I suddenly fight an image of me letting him chase me through the dark hallways beneath the arena, letting him catch me. I grip his arms. Mars, please. Please what? He says again, his hands traveling lower to massage my ass. He knows exactly what he's doing. He may have never fucked a man, but Mars loves anal. If he could, he'd probably live in Rachel's ass. I'm about to get so fucking wrecked. Throwing all thoughts of dominance aside, I let myself sink into a subspace. I imagine lowering my body into a warm bath, willing him to sink in with me. My tone turns soft, coaxing. Please, baby. Please fuck me. Take me and fill me and make me feel so fucking good. I cup his half-hard dick, giving it a stroke. I want this dick in my ass. Pound my hole raw and paint my insides with your cum. Fill me until I overflow. With a growl, he grabs me by the shoulders and walks me backwards, not stopping until the backs of my knees hit the edge of the mattress. Get on the fucking bed. This time, I obey. I sink down to the mattress and scoot back, my hands splayed across the soft gray comforter. He follows me, climbing between my legs and balancing over my sticky chest as he claims my lips in a kiss. I chase each one, my body feeling fevered with anticipation. He breaks our kiss, pressing me down to the bed with a hand to my chest. He holds me there, his mouth dropping lower to tease my nipple. Oh, fuck. I drag my fingers through his short hair. Yes. He switches to the other side, nipping with his teeth before he teases with his tongue. My hands splay against the black ink on his shoulders, and I smile, still not quite believing where we are. I give his shoulders a little push, and he obeys, moving lower. I cry out as his mouth wraps around my half-hard dick. Never in all our time before has he ever put his mouth near my dick, Now he has half of it in his mouth, sucking my tip like it's a goddamn lollipop. He plays with my piercings, giving one of the barbells a little tug with his teeth. Fuck, baby. I dig my hands into the back of his head as he sucks me. But I'm still so spent from that first release. I'm not ready for round 2. Thank God he doesn't make me suffer. His warm, wet mouth pops off my dick. I don't even have a chance to reach for him before he's pulling away, climbing off the end of the bed. No, I whine, sounding like a whipped fucking asshole. But he's back in seconds, the bottle of lube in his hand. He tosses it down onto the bed, surveying me with hooded eyes. I'm splayed out like a naked starfish beneath him, our sticky cum drying on my chest. I want your ass, he says without preamble. I hold his gaze, shifting my legs a little wider in invitation. Then take it. His hand casually strokes his hard dick, working himself from root to tip. I'm quite large, he says in warning. I'm well aware. I won't hurt you. I'll make it feel good, but we can stop at any time. Mars, I'm not an anal virgin, I say, propping myself up on my elbows. You watched Jake pound my ass. You helped them tickle my damn tonsils with that purple tentacle last month. No stopping, and no holding back. His eyes flash with mirth, and I know he's remembering it too. That toy about near killed me dead. I sent Tess fruit baskets for a week afterwards. I give him a smirk, flopping back down on the bed. I channel the mastermind behind that little act of anal exploration. Rachel is such a goddamn tease. Picturing her in my place on the bed, I slip my feet up a little, bending at the knees. Then I slowly let my knees fall open, exposing every inch of me to Mars's hungry eyes. As he watches, I snake my hand between my legs and press a finger at my asshole, rimming myself with the softest touch. I know how much you like the prep work. I know you want to stretch and tease me, readying this tight hole to take your monster cock. Take your time, baby. We have all fucking night. He drops onto the bed over me, his body pressing me down as he claims my mouth, shutting up my dirty talk with his tongue. I laugh against his mouth, my arms going around his neck. He presses his chest against mine, making us both sticky with cum. Then he gets his arms under me and hoists me 2 feet further up the bed, giving himself more space between my legs. I'm still laughing, my joy spilling over as he gets on his knees between my spread legs. Then, in a move I can only describe as the pretzel, he grabs me by the hips and folds me the fuck in half, curling my body backwards until my ass is practically in the air, my toes all but touching the bed to either side of my head. Oh, holy fuck! I cry out as his mouth descends on my puckered hole, his hands gripping tight to my thighs. He doesn't even bother with some gentle rimming first. He just puts his mouth on me and sucks, teasing my hole with his hot, needy tongue. Oh my God. My hands grip the comforter in tight fists as he makes a mess of me, devouring me. His fingers hold me tight, enough to leave bruises as he probes me with his tongue. I try and relax, willing myself to open. Jake prefers the bottom, so it's been a good long while. Breathe, he commands, kissing my inner thigh as he presses in with a finger. Fucking hell. I fight a shiver as I relax, letting him sink his finger in deeper. Such a good boy. I glare up at him to see his smirk. He's teasing me, his mouth twitching with a smile. Don't fucking push it, I mutter, relaxing as he presses in with a second finger. Get on your knees, he commands, pulling his fingers from me. I feel empty as he inches away, making space for me. I need more connection, more closeness, more of him owning my tight hole. I can't get on my knees fast enough. He grabs me by the hips and shifts me up the bed. One large hand smooths up my back as he pushes down between my shoulders. I bend myself downwards, placing my forehead on my folded arms. I'm not used to this position. Jake always wants us to face each other so we can kiss. He says it feels more intimate. But Mars wants to claim me. I take in a deep breath as he drops his face down, his breath warm against my ass cheek. Then he's on me again, his mouth sucking and teasing. As he plays, his hand slips between my legs, fondling my sack. I hum with pleasure, blood racing to my dick. This amount of stimulation would be enough to make me blow, but it's the anticipation of more that has me holding back a whimper. You taste so good, he mutters against my ass cheek. So warm for me, so ready. And your whole stretches so well. You want me in this ass, don't you? Want me to own you, fill you until you drip with my mess? I stifle a growl, shifting my hands to grip the sheets as I glance over my shoulder at him. Dirty talk me again, and you'll be topping me from the bottom, Mars. I swear to fucking God. Ah, fuck. He laughs with dominance as he probes the tip of his dick at my hole. I hear the cap of lube pop, and I just hold on for dear life, breathing through it as he works lube inside me with his fingers and down his hard shaft. He will be the biggest dick I've ever taken. I'm not counting the tentacle. Do it, I pant, working the muscles of my rim. I squeeze and relax, prepping myself for the burn. Mars, baby, please do it. He gets himself in position behind me, one hand on my hip as he presses the tip of his dick between my cheeks. Do it, I growl, moving my hips against the iron hold of his grip. Get the fuck in there. Own me, Mars. Give me that dick. He presses forward, sinking in an inch, and I cry out, tensing at the sharp burn. Breathe, he soothes, his hands softening as they smooth over my hips. His touch is tender, coaxing. You've taken my tip. Breathe and bear down. When you're ready, take more. I nod, pushing up on my hands to get better leverage. I want this dick inside me. I want my body to relax. I want to take him deep and feel him pounding me all the way in my fucking chest. Shift your hips and push, he directs. I roll my hips and relax my back, doing a yoga cat pose Rachel would be proud of. Mars eases in another inch, and I mutter a string of soft curses. We can stop, he says from behind me. Don't you fucking dare, I growl, looking back of my shoulder with a glare. I've got a telephone pole in my ass, Mars. I just need a fucking minute. You want to switch? You just say the fucking word. He smirks, his hands smoothing on my sides. If it's any consolation, you're perfectly tight. Any tighter and I'd already be filling you with cum. As it is, I'm happy to wait all night for you, my love. When you're ready, we continue. My love? I turn away from him and close my eyes, breathing through the stretch. I am his love. This is love. This is the holy communion of two souls entwined by love, now joined in the flesh. I want to be worthy of him. I want to be the last piece of his puzzle, as he is surely mine. We're complete now. Our hearts, our family, one unit. unbreakable. Taking a breath, I ease my hips towards him. Go again, I command. Mars, take over. You won't hurt me. You know what to do. Please, God, just take me. He folds over me, kissing my shoulder as he holds himself at the base, pushing in deeper. It's the work of only another minute or two before I feel the press of his hips against my ass, and I know he's seated to the hilt. Oh, God, I groan, arms trembling. I've never felt so full in my life. He shifts behind me, his breathing slow and steady. Okay, you feel like heaven. So tight. He gives a short thrust, moving my body with him. So warm, so eager for my cock. Pound me. I don't want a soft and gentle fucking. I want you to carve your name into my fucking soul. Fuck. He slams home, harder, his thighs slapping against my ass. I feel it all the way through me as I absorb his thrust with my stiff shoulders. Do it again. He rocks with me, moving harder and faster. The stretch burns to the point of pain, but beneath the burn is the slow, simmering warmth of pleasure. Oh, God, he's going to ruin me. So tight, he pants behind me. So goddamn tight. For you, I groan, pushing myself up until I'm grabbing at my headboard, changing our angle. Oh, God, Mars, I'm tight for you. Fucking own me, shatter me, drown me in your cum. He moves with me, inching up the bed, his hands sliding from my hips to my shoulders. I feel the power transfer from his chest, down his arms to his hands. His grip on me tightens. Oh, God, he's about to unleash. Yes, I hiss through my teeth. Fucking do it. Don't make me wait. Oh, God. I groan out in relief as he goes to fucking town. His hands hold my shoulders hard enough to leave bruises, and then he's pounding my tight hole, our skin slapping noisily. He's all around me, inside me, taking away every other sense or feeling. There is only Mars. Everything begins and ends with Mars. He folds himself around me, his left hand pressing against my chest as his right drops down to grip my hard cock. It's all I can do to keep a hold of the headboard as he rams me from behind, his dry hand working my dick, the friction so hot it burns. Oh, God, I'm gonna come. I moan, my head tipped back in ecstasy. His hot breath is at my neck, and then I feel his teeth scrape the skin of my shoulder as he groans with primal need. The sensation sends a shock down my spine that coils low in my gut. Fucking do it, I growl at him, my instincts telling me what he needs, what I want. Own me, Mars. Mark me. Bite me. Ah! His teeth sink into the meat of my shoulder as he pounds into me harder, letting go of my dick. His hands dig into my hips and sides, his fingers strong enough to leave bruises where they grip and pull at me. My whole body comes alive as he abuses me and uses me. It's fucking euphoric. He releases my shoulder on a shout, his hands still clinging to me, his dick overpowering me. I'm gonna come, I cry. He pulls out of me, leaving me empty and aching without a release. No, I whine, moving my hips against him. But he just holds me by the hip and jerks his dick, crying out his own release. It jets all over my back, sending a shiver down my arms and blood surging back to my cock. He pants behind me, chest heaving as he inspects his handiwork. I can only imagine what he sees. I wanted your cum inside me, I say, my tone a desperate whimper. He folds himself over me again, his hands smearing the cum all over my back, massaging it into my skin. No, he growls in my ear, nipping my lobe and making me hiss. You wanted to wear my cum. You dreamt of this, Caleb. You practiced in the shower, alone and aching for it. Now look at you, covered in my seed like a needy, perfect whore. You're mine. He slaps my ass, and I gasp, despite myself. You're my jaded little cum whore, and you'll wear my seed with pride because you know you've earned this. Every fucking drop. I preen under his words of filthy praise. My dick is hard as stone, and I'm ready to blow. What the fuck is happening to me? Eyes wide, I glance over my shoulder. Where the hell did that come from? He smirks, his hands still massaging his cum into my skin. Leaning forward, he brushes a kiss to the mark he left on my shoulder. I learned from the best. I blink, dumbfounded. Me? He learned to dirty talk from listening to me. Well, the student has surpassed the master. A fucking plus. I take stock of my body, feeling for the ache. My skin is so sticky with his cum. It's all over me. My chest, my stomach, my back. I've been bitten and scratched and bruised. I'm thoroughly fucked. But we're not done. I glance over my shoulder again and he smirks, saying, It's your turn, Are. What does that mean? He smiles, brushing his fingers over his bite mark. It means my treasure. I nod, resolve hardening in my chest. Yeah, it's my fucking turn. What do you want, Are? Take anything. I spin around, hands on his shoulders as I press in for an open-mouthed kiss. I want you under me, I say against his lips. My hand drops between us and I stroke his half-hard cock. I want to ride this dick until it cuts me in half. And this time, you will come inside me. We don't stop until my ass leaks with your cum. His eyes blaze as he nods. Taking back a little of the power, I wrap my hand around his throat and squeeze, saying, And your mouth works just fine, so you're gonna suck my dick like it's your favorite flavor of milkshake. If I'm your cum whore, then you're mine. You're gonna choke on this dick and fucking love it. He bites down on my lip, hard. At the same time, he slaps my ass with both hands, leaving them stinging and hungry for more abuse. My cock twitches with delight as I lick away the taste of blood on my tongue. Fucking animal, I mutter against his mouth. There is no gentleness in me, Kay, he warns. Not where you're concerned. Not now, at any rate. I've waited too long for this. His hands smooth over my shoulders, his fingers brushing the bite again as he inspects it. I feel like I can't stop until I break you, but I don't want to hurt you. I cup his cheek, tilting my head until I catch his eyes. Hey, I'm not fragile. I'll let you know when I've had enough, okay? But I feel the same. I turn my hand, brushing my thumb over his parted lips. I've wanted you for so long, Ilmari. You say I'm the lighthouse, but I'm the one who has felt lost in the dark. The treasure trapped in a box, just waiting to be found by you. I feel complete now. Our life, our family, it feels complete. He nods. It does. This is enough. This is everything I need. And if you want this to stay in the family, I begin opening this door for him. I'm just saying no one else has to know what we do behind closed doors. Stop. He wraps a hand around my throat, is firm, possessive, and final. I will not hide from this. If you are mine, you're mine with the doors open. No compromises, no doubts. I nod, swallowing against his hand. No compromises. Yours. You accept these terms? Fuck yes, I say on a breath, my hand stroking up his arm. Mars, I love you so goddamn much. I think the only people who didn't know just how much are in this room. We both laugh. Now that I'm done being a total fucking asshole, this is it, I declare. You're it, baby. You are my missing piece. Now it's you, Jake, and Rachel. You're it for me for fucking ever. I am never letting you go. I brush my fingers over his tattoo, the words written in my husband's hand. No exit, Mars. Promise me. He nods, leaning in to brush a kiss to my lips. No exit. Arre. I relax my shoulders and he drops his hand from my neck, his knuckles brushing down my chest as he lets his gaze wander over me. You about ready for round 3? I tease. Because all this talk of love and sunshine and fucking happiness won't save you from choking on my dick. He smirks, his expression heating with interest. Slowly, he reaches out for my hand and brings it to his crotch, letting me feel his dick. He's hard and ready. Unfucking believable, I mutter. You know, Jake is right. It's really not fair. You have to save something for the rest of us. Perhaps I am meant to be a model for you both, he teases, using my hand to stroke his dick. A daily lived example that perfection can be achieved. I go still, glaring at him. Get on the fucking bed. He laughs, letting me push his shoulders until he's flat on his back. I quickly straddle him, situating myself so I'm seating behind his dick. Then I fold myself over his chest, claiming his mouth. We kiss as our hands explore. Even after 3 years of retirement, he's still all muscles and hard edges. It's no mystery since he works out religiously and eats cleaner than anyone I know. He'll be 40 and still be walking around like our Viking sex god. I can't fucking wait. Breaking our kiss, I shift back and reach for the bottle of lube. I pop open the cap and squeeze a generous amount onto his dick. It's been a long time since I've done this, but I'm determined to ride him like a pogo stick. He groans as I oil his dick, working him with both hands as I twist and pull. He grabs my hips, trying to pull me forward. Get on. Patience, I tease, lowering my face to add some of my own spit to the mix. I rub it into his crown, and he groans, his head tipping back as he mutters in Finnish. Didn't quite catch that. He huffs, opening his eyes. I said you're going to be the death of me. I lean over him again, pecking his lips. Only if you're a very good boy. 'Kay? If you don't hurry up and... Fuck! I laugh out loud, head tipped back as I shut him up with my dick. I'm balanced over his hips, using my hands to guide him to my hole. I let his tip prod at my entrance, willing my body to relax and take him back in. I sink down an inch and shiver with want. You feel so fucking good, Mars. I sink down further. He braces my hips, watching in awe as I swallow him whole, not stopping until I press down against his thighs. I let my body settle, rocking a little on his hips as I breathe and stretch. New house rule, number 2. Are you listening? He hums, moving his hips with me as I ride his cock. Look at me, I snap, giving his face a slap. He growls and blinks up at me, holding my gaze. Here's the new rule, I say on a shudder, lifting myself almost all the way off his dick before I sink back down. Fuck. His hands tighten on my hips. Rachel is ours, I intone, shifting my weight to change the angle. He hits me just right, and my whole body feels like it was zapped with a cattle prod. My dick twitches, and his hand wraps around it, giving it a tight fist to fuck. Rachel is ours, I say again. Jake is ours. He nods, licking his lips as he watches me fuck his dick. I move faster, riding him, my hands pressed to his chest as I search for the perfect angle. Don't stop, he begs, and I could come right here and now. He's begging me. Ilmari Price. I've reduced him to begging me for more dick. Rachel is ours, and Jake is ours, but you are mine. I growl, folding over him and kissing his parted lips. He tastes like me, and he tastes like him, and the combination is fucking heaven. Oh, God, you're mine, Mars. Fucking fill me. Need you inside me. Need your cum, please, baby. Ah! He unleashes for a third time. Grabbing my hips, he changes his angle and begins fucking me from the bottom, pounding me like a goddamn freight train until his head arches back and he blows. I feel his release shoot up inside me, the liquid warmth pooling in me, filling me. It's a sacred moment, purer than baptism. I'm washed clean in the love of this man, his total ownership of my body matched only by his complete surrender of his shields and ego. We own each other now. We surrender to each other. At long fucking last, we are one. He rides out his release, his hot cum filling me until there's nowhere left for me to be filled. I hardly have the strength to lift myself off him, but we're not done yet. I feel the rush of his cum slip out of me as I crawl up his body. Holding to the headboard, I straddle his face and offer him my dick. Take it, I pant. Baby, please. He takes it willingly, his hand instantly seeking out that place he just filled. He slips 2 fingers inside me, holding his cum in place as he sucks me down. His tongue stroking along my ladder. He groans deep in his throat. The sound travels up my dick, coiling in my chest. You love my piercings, don't you? I tease, lowering a hand from the headboard to stroke his short hair. First time you ever came in this house, you touched my dick. I saw the look in your eye even then, Mars. The curiosity, the desire. I move my hips harder until he gags. The sound is like a little victory. Should've just claimed you then. Put you on your knees. You're fucking mine. He grunts in agreement, his fingers wiggling in my ass, searching for my prostate. Once he finds it, I howl, my hands back on the headboard as I let him suck me and fuck me. I gaze down in awe, unable to look away. It's such a beautiful sight, watching this man I've loved in the shadows for so long give me everything. His mouth is warm and wet, his lips soft, his motions quick as he fingers my greedy hole. For his first time sucking a dick, he earns another easy A. Baby, I'm right there. Pulling back on instinct, I grab my shaft at the base and squeeze. Open your mouth. I want to watch you swallow. Panting, Mars parts his wet lips and I give my dick 3 quick strokes. On a low groan, I release. My cum spurts from my tip, landing in his eager mouth. Open, I growl. Show me how pretty you look taking my cum. His tongue catches my release, his lips brushing my tip as I finish jerking myself. My entire body hums with relief. I make a mess of him, my cum dripping down his bearded chin. Feeling sated at last, I smear the tip of my dick all over his lips, leaving us both in no doubt of tonight's power exchange. He fucked me, but I fucked him right back. Boneless and spent, legs trembling, I begin to sink down. Mars catches me, his strong arms rolling me until I'm on my side, stretched out next to him. My whole body feels sticky and itchy. My pounded ass aches, my jaw hurts, and my shoulder was a human chew toy. It smells like utter debauchery in here. And I'm so fucking happy. Lifting a hand, I brush a dab of my cum off Mars's chin and I feed it to him, watching as he sucks on the pad of my finger, eager to take whatever I offer. I love you, I whisper, my body drifting down off its high like a leaf on the wind. He tangles our legs together, careful not to put too much weight on my bad knee. As I love you. With his free hand, he brushes the sweaty hair off my forehead, his touch soothing. He's excellent at aftercare. This I already knew. I arch into his touch, closing my eyes like a needy cat. Stay in here tonight? I don't know why this feels like the last test of my walls. I've always struggled with this aspect of intimacy. I don't like sharing a room, even with my own lovers. My preferred form of aftercare is often to be left alone. They've all understood. They've never pressed. But I think this room is a sign of my hidden insecurity, too. My fear that I have to keep something for myself, some place to hide and retreat. When they eventually figure me out, they'll decide I'm not worth their time. They'll leave. They'll move on. They'll choose each other over me, and then I'll have only myself for comfort. When the worst happens, I need a place that still feels like mine, a place they haven't claimed entirely. My fortress. My place of physical and emotional walls. At the beginning of this, I asked him to let me in. I have to be willing to do the same with all of them. Placing a hand to his heart, I pressed down, feeling it beat against my palm. Stay, Mars. Stay with me. I don't just mean this room, and I don't just mean tonight. He wraps his hand around mine, leaning closer to kiss my forehead. My love, I'm never leaving you. I nod, fighting back my tears as he holds me, as I let him hold me. After a moment, we both relax, and he huffs a soft laugh. Are, could I possibly persuade you to shower with me before we fall asleep? My shoulders shake with laughter. Is possessive Mars gone then? Did I fuck him back to his bear cave? He is sated, yes. Thank fucking God. I lean forward and kiss him again. Get your fine ass in the shower, Mars. You can load down your loofah with that sexy body wash and scrub me from head to toe. He rolls off the other side of the bed and walks away, that gorgeous back ink on full display. I let my gaze trail down lower, taking in his firm glutes, his sculpted thighs and calves. The man is a work of art. And he's mine. He's ours. And we're so fucking lucky. Smiling from ear to ear, I follow after him. When it comes to my loves, I'd follow them anywhere. A loud beeping noise pulls me from sleep. I groan, rolling over on my side, an arm draping over Mars's waist. I have no idea what time it is, but I know it's still dark, which means I should still be asleep. Shower time turned into more sex, which turned into a longer shower, followed by a truly impressive kitchen raid. And, just for fun, we fucked in the kitchen too, which led to another shower. By that point, my entire body waved the white towel. We changed my sheets and crashed into bed. The phone beeps again, and Mars grunts, sitting up as he snatches for it. "What time is it?" I grumble, burying my face in the pillow. "Midnight," he replies. "Who the fuck is calling?" "Jake." He answers the call, his voice low. I've been so out of it tonight, I don't even know where my phone is. Downstairs, maybe? Hopefully tested and have any problems with the boys. Shit, I guess I'm not winning any Parent of the Year awards. "Yeah, he's right here, hold on," Mars mutters. "I'll put you on speaker." "Why don't we just do a video call?" I hear Jake say. "I've got Rach here too." "Yeah, and hey Kay, babe, why did you foist the babies off on Tess tonight?" says Rachel. "What the heck is going on? She said you had an issue at the dentist." "Yeah, we've been trying to call you assholes for hours," adds Jake, his tone resentful. "We fell asleep," says Mars. "It was..." "Wait, you fell asleep?" Rachel says over him, concern lacing her tone. "But it's only like midnight there, right? Kota, are you okay? Are you not feeling well?" Mars glances down to me, one brow raised. Rolling to my back with a groan, I say, "Just tell them." "Tell us what?" "Yeah, what's going on? We're starting to get freaked out." Mars leans over and clicks on the lamp. I blink in the brightness. With the press of a button, he changes the call to a video call. Balancing his wrist on his propped-up knee, he looks into the video. Rachel smiles and waves, her dark eyes shining in the light of the phone. "Hey, love." "Wait, Mars, where are you? The quality is kind of fuzzy," says Jake. "I'm in." Rachel gasps. "Oh my God, is that Caleb's room?" "No fucking way," Jake cries. "Oh, holy shit, is Kay there? Mars, you turn the camera right fucking now." I smirk into the pillow, basking in their shared shrieks as Mars pans the camera over to me. "Ilmari Kinnunen Price, why are you in Kay's bed right now?" Rachel shouts, her glee barely contained. "And why are you both naked?" "Babe, they obviously just fucked," Jake replies for us. "Would you check out their faces? Look how happy they look. Oh my God, this is too much information. I'm freaking out. Now I'm picturing it and I'm dying." "Breathe it out," Mars mutters, leaning his head back against my headboard. "Was Mars on top?" Mars was totally on top. Oh, fuck. I'm getting so hard right now. You guys, this makes me so fucking happy you have no idea. Yeah, we hadn't picked up on that. I deadpan. Well, wait. How did it happen? Says Rachel. Jake's face is pressed in next to hers. Yeah, when did it happen? Where did it happen? How many times did it happen? We need details. Blame the dentist, I say, rolling to my side with a wince. My whole body feels loose and achy and sore, in the best way. Oh, and my fucking shoulder hurts because some possessive asshole took a literal bite out of me. Jake's eyes are wide. The dentist? What the hell, Kay? What did you do? They sedated me, and I may have opened my big mouth. And then I accidentally wore his shirt, Mars adds. And things sorta escalated from there, I finish. Ha! Jake shouts, turning to Rachel. Babe, you owe me $100. I told you that would work. I'm an evil fucking genius. Rachel rolls her eyes. I sit up, my shoulder brushing against Mars. Wait, what worked? Jake, what did you do? He beams at us like he just won a gold medal in meddling. Well, after that time I wore your shirt and you went all caveman on me, I've been slipping your clothes into Mars's drawers. It's been a bit of a trial and error trying to figure out which of your clothes you're attached to. Plus, we have a lot of the exact same shirts and stuff. Wait, was it the Michigan tee? He laughs out loud at the look on my face. Oh, please, God, tell me it was that ratty Michigan tee. When neither of us respond, he howls with laughter. I fucking knew it. God, when I'm on, I am really fucking on. I roll my eyes. So, I assume you'll be taking credit for all of this then. Jake was the great mastermind bringing us together. And you are? Rachel presses, her tone and general aura more reserved. Together, I mean. She searches our faces as best she can through the screen, looking for hesitation or doubt. We're together, Mars replies, wrapping his arm around me and pulling me closer so I'm more clearly in the shot. Leaning in, he kisses my brow, which sends our partners cooing like a pair of sappy doves. But we're not giving you any other details until you're back, I add, turning my face to nip at his earlobe. Wait, seriously? Jake looks crestfallen. Kay, are you shitting me right now? Gives you a good reason to come back, I say, taking the phone from Mars. Kay, come on, Jake whines. Don't do this to us. We can't go another day and a half without details. My brain already feels like it's exploding. You'll be fine, I reply, tilting the camera angle a bit so he gets a quick shot of me naked. He groans with want, and I crow a little. No matter what Mars and I share now, nothing changes how I feel about Jake. When he gets home, he better be ready to fucking crawl to me. Next to him, Rachel flashes me a smirk. She knows exactly what I'm doing. She can smile all she wants. She'll be on the floor right next to him. Well, if it's okay with you two, we're going back to bed, I say. We've got to get up early to go grab the boys and suck up to Tess. Just show her that hickey on your neck, and she'll probably make you breakfast, Rachel teases. I huff, glancing to Mars. So, everyone was in on this then. They've all just been sitting around waiting for this to happen. Pretty much, Jake replies. We only talk about it all the time. I've been plotting against you both for years. You're both just too dense to notice. Honestly, I'm relieved. I was ready to throw in the towel. Wait. Plotting? Plotting how? He drags a hand through his dark hair, jostling the phone. God, where to even start? How about 2 Christmases ago when I got the two of you that couples massage? Yeah, that was a waste of $500. Or last summer in Finland when you were both being all snuggly on the couch. I made that stupid excuse of going to the gym just to get out of your hair, and then I came back like 3 hours later and you were both just passed out from the jet lag. I snort, shaking my head. You're such a dumbass, babe. Yeah, a desperate dumbass, he counters. I didn't even want to go to the gym. I ended up just walking around those little downtown shops. I had the world's worst salmon salad. I even went to a candle shop. A Finnish lady walked me through how they make their all-natural beeswax candles for like an hour. Now Mars and I are both laughing. But Rachel just gives us both an adoring smile, her arm around Jake's shoulder. Love comes in its own time. Your love took a while, but it will be all the sweeter now that it's grown. And don't mind us, we just want you both living your happiest lives. Now that we're all in this together, let's just do that, yeah? I nod, surprised to feel tears welling in my eyes. Yeah, we can do that. I hand the phone back over to Mars. Come on, guys, Jake whines. Just one tiny little detail. Leaning my head back into the camera frame, I give him a knowing smile. 3 words for you, babe. Hot cum massage. His eyes go wide as his brain short circuits. He sputters. Oh, you... Fuck, that is so hot. Rachel laughs, gently taking the phone away from him. Okay, Mr. Hockey Pants, let's say goodnight to our loves and let them get some sleep. Apparently they need it. I'm back in like 30 hours, and then you're telling me every detail, he warns, pointing a finger at the camera. I'll know if you skip anything. Good night, guys, says Rachel. We love you. Night, I mutter. Mars and Rachel exchange a few quick words in Finnish, and then he's hanging up. He sets the phone aside, and we settle into the silence. So, now they know, I say after a minute. Yes. Apparently they always knew. Yes. And they seem pretty okay with it. He nods. They do indeed. Jake's gonna want to watch us together at least once, I warn. He glances down at me and shrugs. Fine by me. I'll make him some popcorn. I smirk. And join in, with Rachel there, and most likely without. He's quiet for a moment. Slowly he smiles. I perch up on my elbows. What is that smile? He turns to me, his fingertips reaching over to brush down my sternum. I'm just imagining how perfect you look pounding Jake into the mattress while you choke on my cum. Fuck. Well, now I'm wide awake and ready to charter a jet. I want Jake here now. Jake is an excellent team player, he adds. Will ruin you most beautifully, my love. I roll to my side, glancing up. And you're okay? No cold feet, no buyer's remorse? He sighs, clicking out the light. Then he shifts down the bed, lying on his side. In the dark quiet of the room, he seeks me out, pulling me to him. Roll over. I stiffen. You really think you're gonna big spoon me? I'm the big spoon, Mars. You roll over.